forever awaken your mind.
But what you know? Not enough, so I conduct my research in the cuts. Bump and excuse the static. The hell.
I make music to awake a new generation as we send center stage to the process of creation. Find your own voice, choose not a life of imitation.
He seeks wisdom instead of gold when it comes to gaining wealth, and knows if he wants the world to change, he must first change himself.
I understand this is universal law. Whatever we give out comes back to where we are. We reap what we sow, what we get is what we give. The outcome of us is based on how we live.
Don't you understand, man? Universal law, universal law. Don't you understand? Can't slip talk on the day of judgment. Universal law.
Audio, visual, optic, aura, smell the floor, all linguosonic phonics, discernible harmonics, raise my frequency, frequently, peacefully, repel demonic iconics repeatedly, effective immediately, rejected.
I walk the road of justice and morality.
All the elders and the youth, it's time to expose the lies and uplift the truth. Come on, know the state of the world.
Understand, man, universal law.
Qui chante freedom, ensemble freedom, freedom, libertà, hurria, liberté, liberté chérie, Azad Akrotium.
Alright, this is one. It's reading about my struggles in life.
Oh, wanna buy land, buy seeds, real buy injection, the devil's into the air, oh yeah. Oh, wanna buy land, to buy seeds, real buy injection, the devil's into the air, yeah. Well, all good people, time to rise, sound the alarm across the countryside, the lab is coming. Oh, the lab goes to coming. Yeah, the lab goes to coming. Lab goes to coming. Lab goes to coming. Yeah, the lab goes to coming. But we do not consent. We will not comply. We do not consent. We will not comply. In the land of the free, home of the brave, try to enslave, cradle to grave. Yeah, we do not consent. We will not comply. Destroy the proof, bury the youth, try to hide and censor truth. Yeah, we do not consent. We will not comply. Law of exclusion based on illusion. Must have forgot about the Constitution. We do not consent. We will not comply. Oh, capital to capital, state by state. Got a lot of freedoms that they're coming to take. Death to religion and our personal belief. Taking focus in, there will be no relief. Civil liberties are under attack. Where in the world are the Democrats? No senator, assemblyman, or governor. They all bow down to farmer and they follow the herd. They bow down to farmer and they follow the herd. They bow down to farmer and they follow the herd. But we do not consent. We will not comply. We do not consent. We will not comply. Yeah, all the races, colors, and breeds cannot put us on our knees. Yeah, we do not consent. We will not comply. Your mandatory bigotry. Don't tread on me with your tyranny. Yeah, we do not consent. We will not comply or do no harm. Must disarm all them animals on the farm. Yeah, we do not consent. We will not comply. You are the needle, we are the sky. Injecting poison. or realize, hypnotized, staring in rectangular eyes. Oh yeah, injury can't proceed, claiming it's a fallacy. But the mama know the baby better than anybody else. 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 Mama ain't a mama, mama ain't my mama, mama ain't a mama, mama ain't my mama. Yeah, mama know the baby better than anybody else. 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 Mama ain't a mama, mama ain't my mama, mama ain't a mama. So I'll never consent. Yeah, we do not consent. We will not comply. We do not consent. We will not comply. You are the needle, we are the scar. Injecting poison, you pushing too far. Committed no crime, don't need your immunity. So let it be, boy, we fight.
For years, I thought it was a really good analogy to compare government to religion. It's not an analogy. It is a religion. It has a superhuman deity, government, that has rights that mortals don't. It issues commands, and if you disobey, you're a sinner, and you deserve to be punished. It doesn't play by the rules of mortals.
Hey yo, I ride slump when I bump. That anarchist hardcore pump. Pistol grip pump in the trunk. Don't give a fuck if a pig throw on his leg. Shit, I study natural law, bitch. I know my rights. I'ma fight for liberty and justice. Cause no, I don't trust this corrupted system of globalist muppets whose authority only exists to these foolish bastards. Only answer to the one I don't serve to masters. Stupid asses, parrot in the party line. Dumb enough to still fall for the left-right paradigm. Blind by their slogans, the party sets the stage. Choosing a ruler every 4 years don't make you any less a slave. Play term after term, time after time. A vicious cycle, the blind leading the blind. Too weak in the mind to see the design in their own prison. Well, there ain't no fool in this one. Fuck the whole system, man. Fuck government, come on. Yo, fuck government, fuck government. Say what? Fuck government, fuck government. Yeah, fuck government, fuck the government. Each and every one of them. Fuck government, come on. Yo, fuck government, fuck government. Say what? Fuck government, fuck government. Yeah, fuck government, fuck the government. Hey, yo, turn this shit the fuck up. Was on my true anarchist act. Grab your gats, let these system ass lickers know you strapped. Cause it frightens them that you know your rights and you're willing to die fighting them motherfuckers that try swiping them, striking them with logic, but they can't comprehend it. Full of contradictions that they won't stop defending. Lying to themselves and they don't stop pretending. Afraid of truth and quick to get offended. So let's send a message to the sleeper, clinging to their chains, whose ignorance keeps us enslaved. A bunch of clowns that can't picture a world without a ruling class stealing our wealth and bossing us around. They don't trust humans to govern themselves, but yet trust a subset of the same humans to govern everyone else. Yeah, that makes sense, doesn't it? This shit is puzzling. They shovel shit on them and they loving it. Say it with me now. Fuck government, come on. Yo, fuck government, fuck government. Say what? Fuck government, fuck government. Yeah, fuck government, fuck the government. Each and every one of them. Fuck government, come on. Yo, fuck government, fuck government. Say what? Fuck government, fuck government. Yeah, fuck government, fuck the government. Every single one of them. Yeah, fuck the motherfucking state and every brainwashed dumbass that supports it. Government is slavery, biatch.
You can't ask that. Why can't I ask? You can't chop that tree. Why can't I ask? You can't ask that. Why can't I ask? You can't chop that tree. Why can't I ask? What's in that shot? You're anti-vax. If you're pro-vax, you're anti-fax. Don't send that message. Why can't I fax? Let's learn the lesson, man. Just relax. Just trust your doctor and just kick back. But trust your doctor is gonna get kickbacks to have their patients in full compliance. They don't read the science. I know they're lying. They just follow the orders from the CDC, which is full of corruption thoroughly. They are supposed to be regulatory, but they've been captured by the very industry that they are supposed to be regulating. I'm steadily waiting. Let's get to debating. Fake science is what they're stating. Industry funded, conflict interest laden. The pharmaceutical industry is the largest lobby in Washington, D.C. And in the mid 1980s, injuries from the DTP vaccine caused the vaccine industry to come up with a maddening scheme. They went to the US president. They told him that they was hesitant to have vaccine production continue if they can continue to get sued by families whose kids were injured. And the president just said yes sir, and the politicians all went along and passed a law inherently flawed, protecting corporate interests over the safety of our kids. So if your child is injured by them, you don't have the right to try them. You have to petition the government and take on the Department of Justice. And even with this unfair court, the government has paid out a share of awards in the amount of more than $4 billion. What are we doing to our children? Even if your child has been so blessed to escape injury, what about the next? How many toxins can a body take before it starts to ache and break? We need to be detoxing Earth from where our bodies all were birthed. It's the chemicals that are causing havoc on our immunity and our neurologic. Autoimmune disease is rampant and chronic. Our healthcare system has a problem. It should be called the sick care system. My talk is sick, sent here to diss them. The toxins from the drugs is where the illnesses is from. It's chemical warfare and the war has been on. Man-made disease is what is plaguing we can relieve it if we care to see. Stop being blinded by propaganda from an evil agenda. Please understand them. You can't ask that. Why can't I ask? You can't chop that tree. Why can't I ask? What's in that shot? You're anti-vax. If you're pro-vax, you're anti-fax. You can't ask that. Why can't I ask? You can't chop that tree. Why can't I ask? What's in that shot? You're anti-vax. If you're pro-vax, you're anti-fax.
Once you lift the veil, once that ship has sailed, you can never unsee that the evilness prevails. Evil all the tales, evil on the scales. How did we let it come to this? The evil's off the rails. Our people often fail to see that evil hails, because we have bought into bargain basement evil sales. We buy it up in bales, we drive in our own nails that keep us crucified. We strive to cup the holy grail. The original sin should really be called the original fear. From here's where we fall. The original sin should really be called the original fear. From here's where we fall. Apocalypse, revelations about your lips, no hesitations. Apocalypse, revelations about your lips, no hesitations. When you're in fear of death, then you hear the devil's breath breathing down your neck, keeping you in check, believing the illusion that this mundane realm is real. We seething in confusion, so we take the devil's deal. Death is an illusion, you fear it when you choose in this paradigm of losing, when this life is meant to win. Death is an illusion, you fear it when you choose in this paradigm of losing, when this life is meant to win. Death is an illusion, you fear it when you choose in this paradigm of losing, when this life is meant to win. Death is an illusion, you fear it when you choose in this paradigm of losing, when this life is meant to win. Death is an illusion, you fear it when you choose. Apocalypse, revelations about your lips, no hesitations. Apocalypse, revelations about your lips, no hesitations.
freedom. The state of unrestricted free will expression, no masters and no slaves. There comes a time when knowledge is not enough, when action is required. Knowledge is potential, the potential to create freedom for all. This is our creation. FUNL 2 Convergence is a free 2-day online conference featuring presenters from a wide spectrum of creative expression, united for freedom and focused on action. Join the Convergence September 10th and 11th, 2022 at freedomundernaturallaw.com. The time is now.
Good morning. Welcome, folks. FUNL Day 2. Excited to be here. Good morning, Will.
Good morning, my brother.
Music. Loving it.
Yeah, good morning to everyone. Thanks for joining Day 2 Freedom Under Natural Law Conference. I'm excited. Yesterday was a great day. Long, over 11 hours, but it was awesome. I enjoyed myself. The presentations were just incredible, and today's going to be great.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I'll start us off. I've been yesterday enjoying some little quotes from famous people about freedom. Here's one from George Orwell. Freedom is the right to tell people what they do not want to hear. Luckily today, I think our audience, if anything like yesterday, are people that do want to hear this material. And I think everyone who's sharing is excited to share. And that really comes through in the presentations and the artwork that people have done, how much energy and time they put into it. So take some time today to check out people's websites, to share their work, and share in the comments and leave any questions or thoughts you have, because at the end of the day, we're going to have a roundtable, and many of today's presenters will be there to comment and interact with the audience. So this is an opportunity for you folks listening to get involved and network, talk to the other people in the audience and talk to the presenters. And this is your opportunity to maybe, work your way to doing this type of thing yourself and becoming a hero for someone else.
Oh yeah, I think we have all the content creators coming on the roundtable today, so it's gonna be great. Let's check out the lineup real quick. So Dayna Martin, Doreen Greens, Sethikus Boza, John Roeland, Third Eye Foresight, Mike Mattingly, Patricia Lager, Chris Jantzen, Will Keller, and Mark Passio to finish it off. And then we got the live roundtable. So great lineup.
It's going to be a great day. So everybody's need to stretch your head a little bit, because you're going to need some more room in there, because we're going to be stretching our brains a little bit today and stretching our spirits to take on some new knowledge and some new thoughts and new ways of looking at things. I'm really excited. I think we're right on schedule, 9:05. Let's get started with Dayna Martin, Authoritarian versus Peaceful Parenting.
Hi, my name is Dayna Martin. It's a real honor to be part of this Freedom Under Natural Law Convergence. I'm really, really happy to be part of this. So I'm going to be speaking to you today about the partnership-based paradigm versus the authoritarian paradigm with parenting. So I'm an author and a speaker, and I've raised 4 kids in a partnership-based paradigm. My kids have never been to school. They've never done any formal schoolwork. We practice something called radical unschooling. And with radical unschooling, you live life as though school doesn't exist. Now that might sound really crazy. Maybe not to you listening, because this audience is pretty evolved and really looking for something like this, something different. But I want to share with you how I did it and why. So 99% of parenting books on the market are focused on obedience and compliance and meeting the parents' needs solely. The parents' needs for quiet, uninterrupted sleep, and it's really based above all on behavior modification. And so if you've seen TV shows like Nanny 911 or any of the mainstream parenting advice is focused on behavior modification. And my son, my first child, who's 23 now. So my kids are 14, a 14-year-old son, a 17-year-old daughter, a 21-year-old daughter, and a 23-year-old son. And I never planned on parenting this way, actually. It just happened really naturally. And I never planned on being an advocate for this, but 2 decades later, I've spoken all over the world about it, been on TV, promoting it, actually debating it, because most of the shows I've been part of, it was really intense and controversial. But I will share that when my son Devin was born, I had him in a hospital, and I had a natural birth with a midwife. And it was an amazing experience. I never, ever thought I could give birth to a child naturally, because everybody around me was promoting, oh my goodness, like the use of medical, the medical management of birth. And I didn't know anyone that had had a natural birth. But when I was pregnant with him, I began learning about it. And I said, I really, really want to do this. I mean, this is really important for him to come into this world the healthiest way possible. So I had a midwife, which was kind of radical at the time. And even though it was in a hospital, I had an amazing birth. It was life transforming for me. Like I never knew I was capable of something like that. And after I gave birth to him, I really, really wanted to educate other people about it, because it helped me become a fiercely protective mother. And I went on to become a childbirth educator and a doula, and later a midwife. But let me regress. So when I gave birth to him, right after I was holding him, and the nurses all rushed into the room and they turned on the TV and said, something's happening, something's going on. And the Columbine shootings were happening live. So I was holding my newborn, and all this chaos was going on. And I remember watching the TV in horror, because there was no school shootings really before that. And I had never heard of such a thing. So what I saw right in front of me were kids jumping out of windows and parents crying and screaming. And I couldn't believe it, because I was holding my son, just brought forth life. And I was watching parents lose their kids. And it was a very, very scary time in history, because no one really knew that was a fear for kids now. I mean, schools were bad enough, but here is this fear of them losing their lives. And so I remember thinking for the first time that my children would always have a choice to go to school or not. I was wondering how many of those parents and kids that morning before leaving for school thought to themselves that they would have preferred to be together that day. I'm sure those kids really didn't want to go to school, all those teens. They probably wanted to be pursuing their passions and doing what they wanted. And there was probably parents who would have preferred to be with their kids too. And so I always wanted my children to have the choice. I didn't say to myself, I'm never sending them because they could get shot. It wasn't a fear-based decision. It was this awareness that children's rights and freedom to choose were not part of reality for most people. And it was then that I began pursuing knowledge about education. I had gone to college for early childhood education, and I had planned to be a preschool teacher. And actually, I ended up getting pregnant with my son while I was in college. And so I dropped out of that and focused on mothering 100%, but I did learn a lot. And most of which you are taught is to control kids, to get them to stay on task, to get them to focus. It wasn't about learning. And so I had this insight into how teaching really was, which is a shame, because I think there's a lot of great teachers probably that really want to make a difference, but that's not the goal of public education at all. As I went down this path, a lot of things happened for me that I wasn't expecting. I was very in tune with my son, and I held him when he wanted to be held. If he cried, I was responding to him. I practiced something called attachment parenting, which was something I didn't even know how to label. It was just very intuitive to me. I later found out that that's what it was called. And being in a space of listening to my intuition, I met a lot of resistance. I can remember my mother-in-law came down after Devin was born. He was only 2 days old. And she told me not to hold him too much. And I was so confused. I was like, well, he wants to be on me and I want to hold him. It's so natural for me. And she said, no, he'll manipulate you. You need to put him in a bassinet. You can't hold him too much. And you need to feed him on a schedule, and you need to get him used to sleeping on his own. And so I wanted for her to approve of me as a mother, because most of us were raised to be people pleasers. And in that space, it can be really painful to be rejected or criticized when you're a new mother. All these hormones are flowing through us and we just want to be accepted. However, there was a decision I made really early on that I said, I am going to choose my son, my children, over what anybody else thinks. I didn't really know how rare that was at the time, because it just was a natural thing for me. And I didn't have connection with a lot of other people. I was living in New Hampshire in the middle of the forest, 43 acres of land, and it was just me and him. I went on to support other people. When I became pregnant with my daughter, Dakota, who changed her name to Tiffany later on, but that's another story. I began studying to be a childbirth teacher, and I learned a lot. I learned about, how hospitals really, really rob parents intentionally. Those that control hospitals and the business of birth really, really push mothers to get a lot of medical intervention. And I learned how birth can be so much more positive for the mother and baby, and healthier, and a less chance of complications if you have a home birth. So I went on to have my daughter at home, and then my other children all were home births too. And this whole world was opened up to me. Prior to being a parent, I don't know if I was a typical American, but I didn't think much about things that a lot of people did. I was just kind of always a rebel. I was a metalhead in school, a metalhead throughout my years, and I loved bands that kind of inspired me. Metallica actually was the first band that I ever got introduced to children's rights, believe it or not, or how corrupt government was. And so I was always on kind of the fringe in that way, and a natural born rebel. And so for me to step into kind of a more rebellious space with parenting felt good and it felt natural, but I knew I wasn't alone. I lived in a small town, and I was one of the only childbirth teachers in town. And my classes ended up getting such a great reputation that they filled right up. And in that space, I was able to educate people about interventions in birth and later in parenting, and how to listen to their hearts and how to parent instinctually. And if they wanted to co-sleep, to do so safely. So the separation from parent and child begins at birth, but it continues throughout the child's life. Everything from well baby visits to vaccinations to everything. I had opened up to this whole new world that I educated hundreds of couples with. Well, I grew quite a reputation with the local pediatricians and the doctors and the hospital. They were making a lot less money just because of me. And, the smear campaigns that started as a result, I expected, because the people that educated me, my mentors, told me that would happen. I never expected to be an advocate for unschooling, but a natural extension for attachment parenting, or a more intuitive-based parenting away from the corruption of control, was unschooling. My children never did any formal schoolwork. They were never punished. Now, that's another aspect that I want to talk to you guys about, because I never focused on my children's behavior, and I never tried to modify their behavior, but I did focus on the needs under their behavior, and I helped them get what they want in life. I wasn't the wall standing between them and their desires at all. It was just a natural extension of trusting them. And we began to, form an incredible bond and guidance between us. It was pretty amazing. So my children were learning through just living life. Now, it wasn't a neglectful approach. It wasn't a permissive approach. I think a lot of people, if they don't know what the alternatives are to the authoritarian paradigm and control, they don't understand what to do instead. And when we were kids, we all knew other kids that were neglected, or, the people's house, the kid's house that we'd go to when the parents weren't home and party or whatever it was. They weren't in a dynamic that I'm talking about, kids who are on their own and neglected, not taken care of. This is not what I'm talking about. So peaceful parenting, or a partnership-based paradigm, is focused on the parents and the child's needs solely, together, unlike the authoritarian paradigm where it's just focused on the parents' needs. So it's a very hands-on role. When it comes to learning, whatever my children were interested in over the years, I facilitated that learning by bringing more into their lives, having to do with that interest. Mentorships, opportunities, sometimes homeschooling co-ops, online classes, books, TV shows, documentaries. I mean, there was nothing off limits. You really have to break down your conditioning of seeing things in schooly terms and through a schooly lens. You don't realize that you're valuing some learning over others. And people do it all the time. I mean, parents value their child studying Egyptian history over playing with fire, for example. But, you really have to realize that your children are learning through everything that they're doing, and who they are meant to be in life is something to really, really honor. It's a sacred experience. And so what your children are drawn to, we need to nurture. In a school-based dynamic or in a traditional homeschooling setting where a parent buys a curriculum, they're focused on doing exactly what schools do at home. They're buying this cookie cutter curriculum and putting children through this system that's giving children all what they think is an equal education, but it's actually dumbing down everybody and keeping them at one level. Children, just like adults, they are born with a purpose, and they never have to go through the drudgery of forced schoolwork at home if you're homeschooling or going to school. Schools now are a lot different, actually, than when I started homeschooling. It is scary. It is scary now. I work with parents all the time whose kids are so confused and so depressed. And I feel so bad for all that they're going through. And there's never been a time more important than now to look into these kind of alternatives and to realize how conditioned you are. But so many parents have fear. They have fear of not providing enough for their kids and not giving them a good enough education. But if your children have the freedom to pursue what they love with any means that they're drawn to, whether it's with books or mentorships or technology. Technology is a big one that people are really afraid of now, and I understand why. But when you're there and connected and present with what your children are doing, and they're not afraid of you, and you're not limiting or controlling things, there's always open dialogue. There's always discussion. And so these kind of things really, really need to be taken seriously, because my children have learned more from technology, for example, than anything else I could be forcing them to learn against their will. There's a really big difference between forced learning and learning. And most people, they were forced to learn things against their will, and they never really learned them, they just memorized them. Most of what we learned in school, most of what we were forced to learn and memorize just to jump through the hoops and pass tests, even like us straight A students, because I was a straight A student, we did not absorb what the adults in our lives were hoping we would. We learned how to please others. We learned what we had to do for our freedom. Because when our freedom is threatened, we learn to just work around things. So my children have never been punished. And what that means is they have never been treated any differently than than somebody I care about, whether it's my mother, my husband, my best friend. They have the same respect that I have for them. I wouldn't punish any of them. I wouldn't threaten them. I wouldn't control them. But I am a really important guide in their life. It's important for me to give them information about everything, about dangers, about how to navigate the world. My children have learned how the world works by being by my side and watching these things. Everything from when you go into a library, you need to be quiet because other people are reading. We need to be respectful. And if you have too much energy to be in here, we're going to go run at the playground first. to understanding that when we're in line at the grocery store, we gotta wait. All these things that people think that children aren't going to learn unless they're in school, they learn perfectly well, right by your side, navigating the world. And so I just want parents to know that, my children are happy, they're pursuing their passions in all different ways, and they're making money off doing what they love. Many of us are still healing, and we may be for the rest of our lives from all that we went through as children. And I don't want my children to spend, years of their life once they hit adulthood healing from the first 18 years of their life. I don't want them to go through that. Now, life has its ups and downs, and we have trauma, and we have crisis, and we have everything like every other human being. But what they don't have is the conditioning and the institutionalized force of learning how to live in drudgery and how to barely get by and how to do just enough to please everybody around you and how to learn to live a mundane life like most people do. It would not even cross my children's minds to get a job doing something they hated because they weren't conditioned to think that that's what life is. They don't have jobs where they sit and look at the clock waiting to get out. I did so many jobs I hated because I was so used to it. That's what felt familiar. How many times do children look at the clock all day in school? And then how many of us are looking at the clock all day at work? None of us have to do that. Most of the time, I don't even know what time it is unless I have an appointment with a client. Sometimes I don't even know what day it is because I don't want to live like that. I live in this level of freedom, doing what I love, and so do my children in all different ways, that their lives are, they're joyful, they're joy-based lives together. And I'm so grateful. Maybe I didn't do it perfect, and nobody really can. In fact, our kids are going to have a much easier time stepping into a partnership-based paradigm with their kids because we have one foot in each paradigm, don't we? We're doubting ourselves, we're fearing things, we're hoping we're doing enough. And I think that's just part of parenting. That's part of being a parent. You can't really escape that. But out of everything in my life I've ever done, I know that I will never regret the choice to parent them this way. Now, we have to undo a lot of undoing, a lot of something we call deschooling. Deschooling is deconditioning and de-brainwashing yourself, unbrainwashing yourself, of seeing things in the way you've been so conditioned to see them as being the only way. My children have never lived life ever where I've broken anything down into subjects. I've never said to them, this might sound crazy, but I've never said to them, you're doing math, you're doing science, you're doing English, you're doing social studies, you're doing this, ever. We have just lived life because we don't break life down into subjects, do we? As adults, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense for kids to do it either. However, if you were to break down their life into subjects just for the sake of understanding how unschooling works, when they have an interest in something, I bring as many resources into their life as possible to learn and grow from based on that interest and based on who they are, like how they like to learn and how they want to pursue things. It's the most perfectly individualized education you could possibly give a human being, to have them home, not have any curriculum, and facilitate their learning based on all of these things. So they do touch on all the subjects, but it's not separate from life. Unschooling is the most evolved approach to learning. It's on the leading edge of new thought. It's on the leading edge of the most evolved philosophy as far as understanding how children learn. And so I just am really, really grateful to have shared this with you. I know that we only have a limited time here together, and there's so much more I'd love to share. So this was like the tip of the iceberg on unschooling and peaceful parenting. But I just wanted to just introduce myself, and I really am really honored to be part of this Convergence event. It's something that means so much to me, and everybody involved in facilitating it are just such wonderful people who are really from the bottom of their heart to bringing you a gift. And so if you want to learn more about me or what I can offer you through coaching or support, there's so many different resources I could share. I'm sure they're going to put the link down below to be able to check out more. But I just want to thank you all for opening your mind for a few minutes and listening to something that I'm sharing so deeply from my heart. And thank you guys so much. Have a good night.
Fantastic video by Dayna Martin. Her website is daynamartin.com. She is a mentor of mine, and she nailed it on many levels. And I know she could talk for a long time, and she has a vast amount of information for parents to take in. And I mean, when you have kids, what's more important than the future generations? Our children. I've said this so many times in interviews that if parents don't start parenting consciously, we're just playing catch up. All right. And the situation's going to keep getting worse and worse. So that was fantastic.
Yeah. And when you look at the big picture in the world, if we really are going to make this difference, it's all about these next generations. And I would encourage people, when you get time, to go back and look at Rob and Jin's presentation from last year, Natural Childbirth. They gave a lot of good points and options in there for people to think about. This is crucial. It's so hard to reach the hardened minds of adults, but young children are ready for love and care, and that's what we can give them. So I think it's wonderful that we have this type of information on here, and I think later on today, Joe Roeland's got some kind of presentation aimed towards younger folks too, and I think that's crucial and important. Before we get on to the next thing, Will, I just wanted to mention that today is the anniversary of September 11th. Like one of the biggest hoaxes in history, the biggest magic trick in history is what I like to call it. But for me, it was a golden opportunity because it really gave me the opportunity to keep asking the question over the years: is like, what happened on that day? Why haven't people realized that it was BS? Because I knew from day one. I can still call my best buddy who I called on that day, and I said, dude, something's wrong. This is an inside job. And all these years later, still the truth, though most of us know it, is not really in the mainstream, and it's not thoroughly out there to where, it has been admitted, and it will never be until we come forward with the truth on all things and people start to recognize this real problem in the world. So I just wanted to throw that in there, Will, and then I'll pass it back to you.
Building 7, 3 towers. Yeah, man. Yeah, well said. And that was kind of, we picked this date for the harvest moon. Let's magnify this energy and but also 9/11 to counter that ritualistic ritual that they performed. What was it? 21 years? 21 years? 22?
2001, right?
Yeah.
So we're 2022, so it'll be 22 years, this coming September.
Got it.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right. Well, I think we have part 2 from Doriane Green's Through the Shadow. This is going to be great. And let's
Looking
do
forward
it.
to it. All right,
Yeah.
let's hear. Let's check it out.
You've returned. Remember, your shadow work has no end. They will always try to find you. Don't be scared. Self-awareness will protect you. Knowing the difference between right and wrong will guide you. Don't cause harm, but defend yourself. Your value is infinite, and freedom was always yours. Now go, without fear.
पाटवीगलज्जलप्रवाहपावितस्थले कलेवलम्ब्यलम्बितां भुजङ्गतुङ्गमालिकान्तमड्डमड्डमड्डमन्निनादवड्डमर्वयं चकार चण्डताण्डवं तनोतु नः शिव शिव.
Thing of beauty. I was again inspired, amazed, and just full of wonder. That, you know, what I really love about Doriane is you really feel this strong feminine energy and the female spirit, and you could tell she's a strong person. You know, she comes out there with that vibrant, just confidence. You know, and I love that. It's given us ideas. Leslie and I were just talking about that. You know, the importance of expressing ourselves in different ways. And expressing power, you know.
Absolutely. And one thing that was cool was in part one, she had the red and blue bandana, and it converged, and she's wearing the purple dress in part two. It was awesome.
Very
Great.
symbolic. I like that. Yeah.
Cool. So I think we're a few minutes ahead of schedule, and let's showcase some graphic illustrations by Sara Cross. Let me pull these up.
I got a couple of good quotes too we can read after that.
Actually, go ahead and can you read a quote? I got to pull something up.
Yeah, I got one right here in front of me that I just came across that I found pretty good. I've never heard of Robert A. Heinlein. I don't know Heinlein. Oh, I have seen the name before, but I don't really know who he is. But I like what he says here in this quote I found on brainyquote.com. I am free because I know that I alone am morally responsible for everything I do. I am free no matter what rules surround me. If I find them tolerable, I tolerate them. If I find them too obnoxious, I break them. I am free because I know that I alone am morally responsible for everything I do. I like that. That really cuts to the heart. And it also describes that there is this balance. You know, there's certain rules that we're still following, though, even though we know they're wrong, many of us, you know, and I sometimes fall a little short of being the full anarchist I want to be, because there's still a balance that we have to work in this reality we're in of this slavery system. And so, you know, every choice we make is important. And that's what this whole thing about is, starting to analyze all those choices and realizing that it's about our responsibility in how we make those choices and trying to make the right ones more often.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, well said. Yeah, that was a great quote too. Okay, let's here we go. Sara Cross, some two more pieces, fantastic pieces. The one on the left is titled "Run the Program," and the one on the right, Skull Vase.
Wow.
And again, Sara Cross is extending an offer to anyone that's teaching or making content for about natural law, the category of natural law and freedom, that she would work with you to get some graphics done. So if anyone is interested, you can find her on Linktree.
She has amazing art.
Yeah, and you know, it takes a lot to be able to put together images like this. It's not easy at all. And I've been working a lot on my skills on images, and so I'm very impressed by what I see here. I like this picture of the pregnant housewife smoking the cigarette with the heart on her chest, very symbolic. And then you see all the outside things coming in that are distractions, and the authoritarian dialogue that's going on in the media, you know, and it's very symbolic of us getting hit from all directions with all these unhealthy and evil forms of indoctrination, and the boxes all around us. And what does that create? It creates someone who's irresponsible. Look at, she's pregnant, smoking a cigarette. You know, it's just like the exact kind of thing we're pointing at, that this is showing where things are going if we don't make the right choices. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah, that piece goes well for my presentation coming up. It's the artificial society that we're living in all different types of forms and institutions. You see false religion, false health, false education, right? Artificial social constructs. royalty, which I'm pretty bummed that all those flowers got wasted on the queen that just died.
Yeah, what a waste of good life, huh?
Yeah, for sure.
The flowers, not her. I don't think there was much good life in that one. What do you think about that skull? I wonder, I'd like to ask Sara Cross about the octopus coming out of is that the left eye? It depends which way you're looking at it, right? The octopus I've always found to be a very interesting metaphor because it's sort of unlike many others. It describes, you can look at it in the negative connotation. The octopus could be like this evil authoritarian power we have on Earth that's been, it has many arms. So many tentacles that reach out across all aspects of our reality. And then there's this one head to it, that's not really an evolved brain. It's a squishy brain that just wants what it wants. And then you can also look at the octopus in a positive light in terms of how adaptable this creature is and how amazing it is. And how, that's what we could be doing with good, is reaching out tentacles of good all over the earth. But I wonder what her symbology was with coming out of the eye and choosing the one eye. I'd be curious to ask her about that.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on the chat. Maybe she'll put that in there.
That'd be great. Yeah, and the roses it's kind of like, I think the something that we look at as ugly and scary, the skull, a symbol of death, and then the flowers for like hair on it, which totally doesn't fit in a way, but it also does, because that's kind of the reality we're living on, where we're trying to put a nice top on something that's kind of ugly and scary and death-based, and we need to see it for what it is. That's the way I would describe that. But I would love to see her interpretations too. So hopefully Sara can pop in and give us some of her comments. That'd be great.
Yeah, absolutely.
So how are we doing on time here, Will? What's the story here?
Yeah, we're a few minutes ahead of schedule, but I think we're going to keep rolling.
Cool.
I don't think we should delay any longer. The next presentation is going to be a hot one. Sethikus Boza from Black Earth Productions. He's got a great video, and looking forward to it. So
yeah, this should wake everyone up.
Be deep. Yep.
Right on, Sethikus. Let's check it out.
Awesome.
back, everyone. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame Healing Arts, and Occult Science for the latest installment here on our platform. This is to be expected one of the most controversial segments that I've ever created. It is going to be getting into much of what has been revealed, and I'm going to be taking everybody back to ancient Kemet, which in turn is everything to do with Egypt. And in context to this segment, it is to note that Thoth has throughout the ages assumed multiple roles throughout the Kemetan Egyptian mythos. And it is here to state at the beginning of this segment that some of the most deeply occulted knowledge concerning Thoth is going to be presented in this segment and is not very well known with those that are privy to the occult. This includes most secular scholars, let alone with most occult scholars and researchers that are akin to any knowing, for the most part, when it comes to these things. I'm going to take things even deeper into the truth of everything. And with those who are modern day practitioners of magic and the metaphysical arts and sciences, I'm going to be putting a crushing silence on the disinformation and simple commentary individuals have presented that think they know the difference when it comes to Thoth, and have yet to come into the deeper truth of Thoth when it comes to all of this. It is to note here first that Thoth did serve as a certain power, and by the end of this segment, you will see that Thoth still does serve as a certain power, despite what is going to be exposed, especially when it comes to the forces of the ultimate good and the ultimate evil, because all of it goes much deeper than a manipulated polarity paradigm in context of the darkness of ignorance and the false cold light, reaching much further beyond what most people have said or have been led to believe throughout the ages in context of Thoth. And it's to further state that what I've been able to observe in context of memories I have tapped into to the ancient Kemetan high priest genetics I hold, akin to my personal soul code lineage, in order to heal this. It is to say that I've known the things I'm going to be sharing in this segment longer than the time it took to find any reference for it going into my personal studies with everything. It is to note again my direct experience when it comes to the brotherhoods, which is why I am doing this, so that we as shamans, so that we as magicians can get back to the real magic that our ancestors were cut off from, given over to all of the counterfeit systems that key you into nothing more than the lower astral grid works of consciousness. And all of this is going to be coming from a deep conviction within my eternal spirit, the soul code, blood code, genetic essence, which is no longer allowing me to remain silent to these things because of where things are now, back up on the wheel of the great year, coming out of the fifth cycle, which again has been the Atlantean cycle that humanity has been caught in for the last 26,000 fucking years. I've been very patient to the development of what has been happening in network, and to what I have observed, most of everything that is still being made public is still hitting the etheric ceiling. And with all of the spokes that keep getting thrown into the wheel, as they have been, to keep things within an inverted axis of consciousness, hopefully this dissertation is going to bring that shit to a grinding halt, so that we as individuals can get back onto the vertical in trajectory and step off the wheel of madness before what we think to know about anything has its course to all of the encrypted reversals. The fact is that most that think they know what is true concerning these things have not accessed some of the most important factors in context to know the real occult knowledge that needs to be known, let alone how important all of this is in context to Thoth and our true occult history. In this segment, I'm going to be revealing a lot of these things for everyone to consider at the expense of a heart-wrenching and gut-ripping process that I've had to go through putting all of this together. And it is to mention the levels of spiritual warfare that I've been facing the past 5 to 6 months. But this is going to be our charge by the higher force itself to end the 6 cycles that a lot of things have been on and make steps towards walking through the gates of awareness that I'm going to be opening for those that can. And if you can't right away, that's all right. You're going to be able to come back to these things when you're ready. And with everything that has led up to this moment, with what is unfolding on my end, it is to break through certain set barriers within the codex of what has been encrypted within the etheric realm in context to all of this. I've spent a long time in cross-reference, going over things again and again in order to make this presentation. And I'm going to make it as simple as I can to the extreme detail of everything that all of this really entails, let alone the effect that it's had on literally everything, and is going to set the record straight with things on my end when it comes to all of this. This is going to be part of the Magi Grail Shaman archives that I presented on Black Earth Productions as one of the most important segments to this, knowing what I know. And again, this is going to be controversial and will trigger certain individuals very hard to certain levels of awakening, let alone to any cognitive dissonance that is going to kick out with others. And honestly, this is what I expect, so that certain things can be burned away in the ashes of the blackening phase we have been going through as a collective, but even deeper with individuals that have been doing the real work and who also have a predisposition to know the occult in general. Now, as most of you know to what I do, I'm going to take things to what the Dark Ones have encrypted here in context to Thoth and bring things into a major deconstruction process and expose that which was basically an attempt to ensure that when things came to this point again within the current time cycle and stellar activation, now is around the time which was known by the ancients for those that would come to know more of the true occult history of Earth after the long dark night. They knew that it would eventually be revealed and remembered and start to be taught in all the ways that it needed to be. And within the distortions that were set in place over the aeons by the Dark Ones, it was to potentially ensure that neither those that think that they are the good, let alone those that are evil, would ever have a decisive victory over the other in context to the manipulated polarity paradigm, to the darkness of ignorance and the false cold light, concealing the real, and to make certain that the great deception would continue to go on and on and on in the same feedback loop to the grid works of consciousness on the dark wheel of the Ouroboros. Because again, without specific proper knowledge and wisdom, these walls within the etheric and physical realms can never be torn down, no matter what anyone has come to know about anything. It is very specific what I'm getting at here, and is a major key we need in order to unlock the gates if we are going to continue to evolve out of the dark night and blinding light that has enslaved mankind. And that is the point with things that I'm working to present and decrypt for everyone here on Black Earth Productions. And where I'm going to take things now in this segment is going to force you to stretch beyond current narratives that have limited our progression. And in the coming days and years, this is going to be a major turning point for those who are willing to catch everything I'm going to be getting into. Hopefully, you will be able to cultivate the fact that we are going to be closer to an actual fucking victory here in alignment to the ultimate good in context if we continue forward beyond the veils of where things are still at present and continue to deconstruct the lie and destroy the set barriers and set fire to these pits that would consume us, not knowing the difference, so that they can become beacons of warning for others to whom we are proceeding. It's going to be necessary to make the constant choice to be in alignment with truth, no matter what truth itself reveals, and allow what needs to be set in flame to be set in flame. And if you motherfuckers actually hear what I'm going to be unpacking in this segment and look into these matters for yourselves so that they become self-evident, it is going to be a major victory for all of us and for you as the individual. And so to this, as I operate with my personal path work, I expect our initiates of our mystery school to study the shit out of this at pace. Because as I go much deeper into some of the extremely hardcore occult material within this segment, it is going to continue to lead up where I'm going to be taking things with more that is going to be unpacked in the future. I know that it is still going to take a long time for everything to work its way out in context. And to what I'm going to present, it has only been spoken of with literally a handful of individuals. And I honestly still do not think that most of you are going to be ready to hear this. But as I was prompted and released to do this, it needs to be addressed on our platform here at Black Earth Productions and unpacked and known for those that are ready. And as levels of consciousness have been rising in our reality field more than they ever have been the last 26,000 years within the last 20 ancient records, which have been accessed by those that have the gift and have been allowed to pass through certain gates of awareness while going through the process of integrating the teaching and works of those who have preceded us to continue to expand upon a proper foundation. We are now due for a major occult reformation. And one thing that is very important when it comes to every authentic sage and mystic and magician and wizard and poet and philosopher and occult scholar and researcher and esoteric psychologist, it's to note that the true shaman lines are awakening as they have been. And this is going to be an ode to the ancestors and will be a cry from them to that which is within my blood and my bones. It is, as I've stated, that the real occult knowledge that we need to be tapping into is that which is within the eternal spirit to blood code and soul code genetic codex, given over to specific techniques for activation to take place that will take the individual to places beyond what I could ever reveal in one segment. And for those who come to know the universal laws of metaphysics and the eternal axioms and live them, taking it deeper when it comes to the knowing of how to wield magic correctly into all of the different forms and tomes and offices which can be accessed within the codex. It is this codex to what it potentially reveals to the individual with what you are meant for. We are the ones to determine which direction the rudder of reality is going to turn. No matter how big or small it seems, everything we do matters. And more pieces to the equation of our true occult history are going to be recovered in this segment as a massive upgrade of awareness in consciousness. This is going to be a major wall that is torn down to make clear the path behind us, taking things forward, and to find those gates from within beyond the trajectory of where things are still at present. It is to question, again, where the fuck is all of this going, everyone? See here, no one single individual has all of the answers to the questions that you, the listener, may have. And it is to say that the real answers to the questions that you seek are already there within you. It's just a matter of knowing how to extract these things and thus access what is there. And it's what I teach in context to the initiation with our mystery school. And as I've said over and over on Black Earth Productions, there is no arrival point when it comes to this path work. But without the proper foundation of initiation into the occult, no one will be able to come to any sort of viable conclusion once you hit the fucking ceiling. You will be cemented, and I still continue to see it happen. And to these ancient records that were lost throughout time, they have been unearthed again in context of what I'm going to be sharing with you. Be aware and take great heed, as I am now going to begin to weave pieces to this specific equation into something more comprehensive when it comes to our ancient past, our present moments, and the trajectory of future timelines that will be unfolding. First, I'm going to be getting into the role of Thoth as an archetype, which in context to the Thothian sect, along with their many suborders and secret societies, are controlled by a committee of dark sorcerers who proliferate their agendas to enslave humanity on all levels of society. In short, the Thothian sect had been in full alliance with the Brotherhood of the Snake since what happened did, along with the cult of Baal Lilith. And so goes the dark working of the three specific factions that most are pitifully unaware of, working in unison on all levels that you still cannot imagine. It is to state that all of this has its roots to the dark Luciferian rebellion in light of the Inyani massacre, which is touched upon with the Keylontic sciences. This was the main event in our ancient past going into prehistory that began the avalanche of betrayal among the brotherhoods and sisterhoods in the face of a Magi Grail shaman and the ancient wisdom councils themselves. Here in this segment, I'm going to expose the Thothian sect specifically in much more detail as I work to unpack what I've been able to trace within myself and confirm to my works. Get ready, strap yourselves the fuck in. This is going to be a lot that I'm going to be getting into. In 25,500 BC, this is when the Dark Luciferian Rebellion began. It is important to note that the effect that all of this has had is still the effect to why things are the way they are at present. And so to this, the aim at first was to offset the 23,500 BC stellar activation from taking place. And it's also happening with the current stellar activation, which started in the year 2000. Taking things back though, in 22,340 BC, it was during this time that Thoth was the one who was decided to orchestrate the Great Deception with the Anu Draconian factions. And because he was so trusted before this happened, he previously had been allowed into the colonies of the Inyani Magi Grail shaman, who had direct access to specific stargates running from the ancient Syrian Alfarian gridworks of consciousness straight into the earth here in Midgard. At this time, the Inyani Magi Grail shaman were finally in position to override the dark diotic crystal pillar gridworks that had been encrypted on the distortion in context to the destruction of Maldek within the consciousness gridworks of the planetary Templar complex, which happened over 560 million years ago. Which again goes back to the crack within the planetary Templar, sealing out the Grail of Consciousness and the original template onto the infinite feedback loop and time cycles of the Ouroboros. And to this, the Magi Grail shaman, along with the wisdom councils, have been working thousands of years to reach this point of breaching the rift. So to the true purpose of incarnation here on earth was to become a partaker of the biospiritual regenesis. It is again to note that past, present, and future are all happening now in our present moments in context. And if you haven't caught what I've said in context to that, you're going to want to go back to go and listen to what has been previously presented here on Black Earth Productions. And it's still to the fact right now that a lot of people in network didn't catch what the fuck I said back in 2016. And you are still in the wheel of the Black Knight ignorance to what has been actually unfolding here. All of this in turn also goes back to why the creation of Stonehenge took place with my ancient ancestors, along with many other megaliths here on Earth, including the pyramids that were originally built to offset the gridworks of the diotic dark crystal pillar, encrypted on the solar spiral and the galactic spiral creation before the pole shift of consciousness took place, both literally with the Earth itself and within the consciousness units of mankind. Thoth was originally supposed to assist to bring things back into alignment, but during this time, he was finally allowed to access what is known in the Keylontic sciences as CDT Plate Disc 11, which originally belonged to the Magi Grail shaman among the ancient wisdom councils. The CDT plates, they total in 12. And for those that don't know, the CDT plates store all of the proper knowledge and wisdom that has to do with every single blood code to soul code, race, line, lineage, to everything here in our reality field and universe and beyond. They hold all of our true occult history, and Thoth was supposed to translate CDT Plate Disc 11 verbally to his people. It was not to be written down, because there was too much corruption that could happen if things were written down here in context. With this, he was supposed to teach the truth to the original arts and sciences that were revealed specifically in CDT Plate Disc 11, and to other things with the CDT plates that need to be known. These are frequency holders and transmitters of knowledge. They transmit frequency that activates the signet shields. And again, as I've stated in other Magi Grail Shaman segments, that the word signet means Stargate. And there are 12 signet shields in context to the planetary Templar, which were all created at the same time billions of years ago in the original universe, when everything was in alignment with the true universal tree of life. The signet or Stargate shields encircle the CDT plates as protection, and were given to all of the 12 original race line Magi Grail Shaman of each original race, who were the original remote activators for their Stargates of consciousness and the overseers of their tribes, taken over by false gatekeepers. It is not the same as it is today, with corrupt rulers and power to government and sadistic corporate entities that have enslaved humanity, that rape children, that feed off the blood of the fucking innocent. That is the result of what is manifested due to what has happened. And it was the original overseers that acted as way showers for those who incarnated. And fact is to this, that you cannot activate the shields unless you have the CDT plate codex accessed within the blood codes and soul codes themselves. That is why blood code to soul code lineage is so fucking important to know, and can only be activated by certain individuals to unveil. And so for a time, again, Thoth was entrusted with CDT plate 11 in order to transmit this within his codex of the knowledge therein, and to assist the Anunnaki races in context to the biospiritual regenesis, to what was set forth. And with everything that happened, he made the decision to side with the Dark Ones, in context to the Thoth, Enki, Zephalim alliance that happened when decisions were made to side with the Brotherhood of the Snake, which again goes back to the Atlantean motherfucking warlocks. And is when the Thothian sect here in context with the Dark Atlantean warlocks started to rise up against the wisdom councils. And to the office of the Thothian sect, it was headed by Thoth, the Atlantean, who were, on a side note, later the Anu Draconian factions that created the Zeta Greys as hive mind drones, which have been used to observe and monitor humanity on an interdimensional level. And see, I know this shit is real because I had direct physical encounter with the Zeta Grey in 1994. My friend at the time, who was also witness to this, was there with me when it happened. So I don't give a shit what anybody else out there thinks. I know that all of this is real. And the things that need to be addressed here with Thoth in context to the Marduk bloodlines, they were still in full alliance with the Omicron Draconians. And the fact is that Thoth sided with the idea of a united Anu Draconian nation to become the gods, which is why he did what he did. And Thoth betrayed the Magi Grail Shaman, who he was allowed by them to what he had been entrusted with. And when he came into the region of the Inyani, Magi Grail Shaman in Lemuria, this is where the activator site for Stargate 12 was on Pangaea. And when Thoth came into this region, which was the region of Mu, he had previously handpicked a few of the Anu Melchizedek priests to work with him directly on a ruse, and further work to initiate many in that region into a 10-year process that was supposed to work things up to a point to where they could finally break hold of the diodic dark crystal pillar. But right before it was about to happen, they sabotaged the entire mission. And with no one seeing it coming, the brutal fury and murdering rage of Thoth was unleashed against the Inyani into our reality field. He gave them a choice, which was to the women specifically. They were told that they did not side with the Thothian sect, that their divine masculine counterparts would be tortured and murdered. It was also the fact that the Thothians needed women for breeding in order to get the blood code and soul code genetic codex of the Inyani. And everything here in context to who the Inyani are goes into the concept of authentic twin flames, who, as I have stated, have been at war with the Dark Ones for a very, very long time, and were the original gatekeepers here in context, and with potential access to signet shields that they were the protectors of. At first, the Inyani men were sent away and outcast, and as the women were told that the men would not be harmed, some of the women went willingly, betraying their divine counterparts. After this happened, Thoth then sent out a raiding party and tracked down almost all of the Inyani men, with those that went out from the Thothian sect on a blood-bathed slaughter. And it's to note that this is one of the greatest massacres of all fucking time, which has been forgotten over the aeons in context to our true occult history. And it's pretty much the main cause point to everything that has unfolded in our histories leading up to the present moment, into the major factors in context to the core wound of humanity. Also in context to what happened to Maldek. All of this is still encrypted within the ancient trauma and overlay within the etheric body on an unconscious, subconscious level, within the minefield of every man, woman, and child on the face of the earth, whether any of you realize this or not. And to the Inyani men that survived the onslaught, most were then raked into the dark Atlantean temples as prisoners and used as fodder for ritual sacrifice to the dark gods to feast upon for their codex. Others were used as literal living electrical posts that they could run frequency through to access the gridworks and codex within them, until it basically fried them the fuck out, reaching the point of death, and were drained out accordingly. And with others, some of the men got away and escaped the massacre, who then faded into time without a known trace. But they vowed to later reemerge when the time was right, to incarnate again and take total vengeance in force for what the Thothians did, coming into alliance with the Brotherhood of the Snake and the cult of Baal Lilith. And so just take a moment and feel into what I'm saying here, because there is a lot more I'm about to unpack with this segment. We're going to go and take a break now. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions. I will be right back. welcome back everybody from the break. This is Sethikus, Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts, and Occult Science. And so far, what I've gotten into with this segment has barely scratched the surface still. Take it back into the things that I was explaining before and continue here again to teach those that would hear to know the difference and walk away from all of the lies and let the dark priest class starve out and rot into evaporation to their compulsive consumption of life. And see, this is what the fuck I am doing, because I also have strong memory within my codex to all of this that happened with the Inyani ever since I actualized myself into existence. This is gonna be my motherfucking reckoning. So again, the Thothians seduced and tricked the Inyani women into thinking that they would let the men go if the women went with them. And it's to say, again, that some of the women sided with the Thothians knowing the difference, and were also in turn working with the Thothians behind the scenes before everything was unleashed, with no mind or heart to their counterparts, seduced with the promise of power over all creation as the new gods in alliance with the Thothians. The women here in context, in turn, became the cult of Baal Lilith. And it was Thoth himself that sanctioned all of this in alliance with the Brotherhood of the Snake. And is all the prime example of how things that were once beautiful and good became corrupt and evil and psychopathic. And during the massacre, they jammed all of the signals to Sirius in context to the Alfarian gridworks of consciousness, which was also unleashed by the Alcyons, who made alliance with the Anu Draconian factions when all of this happened, to first cut off the Inyani and then work to destroy the other Magi Grail shaman lineages among the ancient wisdom councils. The Inyani women were told that the Thothians had already had control of the earth when all of this happened. And to the deception, they also told the women that they would destroy the earth in the same fashion that Maldek was destroyed. They threatened to take the inner earth regions as well and destroy all races of humanity to manipulate for fear. Quote, "If you care about the other life forms on earth, you will agree to be our breeders," end quote. And without the Alcyon councils to hold Stargate 5 in alignment, their only hope was to stay alive long enough to try and figure out what to do next. But alas, we're all treated like meat to be used for inverted pleasure and breeding and slavery. Now, one thing about the Inyani specifically that I want to touch upon here, that the concept of twin flames comes from who the Inyani were, genetically bonded together on a 12D multidimensional level. This in turn all goes back to the cosmic law of gender. They have strands 1 through 6 polarized and separate in context to their physical form on a multidimensional level, but strands 7 through 12 are bonded and united with them. They are one being on a spirit to soul code level on strands 7 through 12. Yet on a blood code level, it is on strands 1 through 6 in context to physicality, which again expresses itself here in Midgard to the law of gender as male and female divine counterparts. The Thothians forced the women and raped them and sexually assaulted them relentlessly. And if they conceived in context to the Nephilim, they would keep them tied up and restrained till the time of delivery of their dark offspring took place, and were later murdered if they could no longer produce offspring for the dark priest class. Again, to this though, some of the women were directly part of the betrayals and sided willingly with the dark Luciferian covenant agenda. The deception was so fucking great that it literally rippled all the way up throughout the time matrix and is still the major aspect of what we deal with as humans in our present hour. And because Thoth allowed to have CDT plate 11 in his possession and the activator disk for Shield 11, this is the knowledge that the Dark Ones have been using against us for aeons. It's this right fucking here. And the Thothians thus assumed full control of the activator site, Stargate 11. And it's the one they actually wanted because that's the one that could basically close everything down on a D11 level, and then run everything from a reverse and inverted D11 matrix gridworks of consciousness, which all goes back to the Ari tree construct in context to Kabbalah, in reflection to the clip-off. This is everything to do with Thoth inverted, which was never fucking meant to be there, in context to the void, and to make it easier for the dark Atlantean priest class to the Brotherhood of the Snake. Thoth wrote and encrypted the Emerald Tablets. Now, you out there have heard about the Emerald Tablets, right? So you got to understand that is where they came from, everyone. That is what they are. They were created to be given to the dark priest class for full access to knowledge of what was stolen and to what people have come to know about the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. They are inverted, paltered fragments of what is truly there within CDT plate disc 11. Thoth ended up translating volumes on Templar mechanics, which again means template, and revealed how it all works so that the dark priest class could use it to get control over the gridworks of the lower and the upper astral and manipulate the DNA structure to fuel line their gridworks within the etheric realm. This is what the Emerald Tablets of Thoth in their physical translations were for. And Thoth was not supposed to commit any of it to writing because of the fact that the Anu Draconian Melchizedeks were already at war with the Magi Grail Shaman to take things over since the time of the destruction of Maldek. And there have been many battles. Many. So many battles over the fucking aeons, I can't even put it all into words. But this is when these bastards got access to these things, okay? And they knew how to reverse and invert things in context to specific gridworks of consciousness, and also the ley line grids of the earth itself. This was the betrayal that took place among the brotherhoods that set course to everything that has unfolded for the last 26,000 years. However, the absolute worst thing that Thoth did was betray the ancient wisdom councils and the Magi Grail Shaman and all of mankind. And it's where all of the genetic codes became corrupt and distorted with all of the Anunnaki and Draconian overlays, along with many other things in context to stellar genetics. And to those women specifically, women were and still are the main target. These are they who gave birth to the dark gods that needed gateways into this reality field. That's how the fuck it works. And it's to note that Thoth also took several of the women for himself and used them for the same purpose. This is when the seed of evil was copulated here in our reality field. Evil is a lineage, and in context to that, along with everyone else among the dark priest class. When the stellar activation came back around after aeons in the year 2000, also leading up to things in 2012, it's to note that we're about to cross a major threshold going into 2020. And it's to say in full conviction that many are still being raked the fuck out into their gridworks of consciousness via the New Age movement, which is all tied to the dark occult. With all of you that think that you've stumbled upon advanced knowledge, all of this in context to the New Age movement specifically was the true beginning of the externalization of the hierarchy, which was stated would happen by Helena Blavatsky on a massive decades-long ritual, rolling these teachings out to the masses, along with many other things for public consumption. And that's what the fuck has happened, everybody. You think you know, you still don't fucking know. All of you so-called light worker motherfuckers are running on their teaching, and you are part of their agendas. And to all of the Hermetic teaching that was first originally part of CDT plate disc 11, this is what those of us know the difference to and are taking it back in context to cosmic law. And a lot of other things in line with all of the other CDT plate discs and signet shields to what the fuck I've been working to do this whole time on Black Earth Productions. And we still got a lot of years to go. Years of unpacking and reintegrating to reinstate that which once was before all of this happened. And as I have stated for years now, I am taking things back to the fucking original. And for those that still don't know the game of the real occult history, if you don't know these things, then you've been part of the indoctrination, their indoctrination, and the dark occult false light agendas. And you're in alliance with the dark Luciferian covenant, so fucking realize it. You need to wake the fuck up and be initiated into the real to crush your indoctrination to slavery and reach into that which is beyond what the dark ones have encrypted. Listen, I'm saying all of this in great care because after a certain time in context to what is unfolding, there's going to be no turning back for you. And you will get leashed the fuck out on levels you still cannot imagine. I have already seen what the fuck is going to happen if people don't wake the fuck up. I'm not here to save the world. I'm here to speak to people that are going to hear. It's not up to me for you. It's up to you for you. This is about being the cause point, not being bound to the realm of effects. And so further, members of the ancient wisdom councils were originally in the position to protect and preserve the sacred wisdom records for the future benefit of the earth and mankind as a whole here in Midgard when it comes to the grid works of consciousness on both the solar and galactic spirals of creation. Thus, those assembled in the ancient High Syrian Alfarian Wisdom Council were among the primary lineage of the Magog Shaman as the Emerald Order. They were keepers of the blue flame grid works of consciousness upon the three spirals of creation and the true universal tree of life. They were the primary archivists of Earth's vast genetic library. They were scribes, teachers, wisdom keepers, mystics, magicians, wizards, and shamans who were responsible for assembling, cataloging, and managing valuable collections in context to magic in all of the metaphysical sciences. True historical information for mapping out the DNA codex that functions as the genetic library for creation throughout all of the 12 original organic race line timelines, and knowledge and wisdom in general when it comes to life. Their knowledge was originally compiled into 12 master copy disk technologies, again, the CDT plates, which were the original tablets of the Emerald Order. Not the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. It was the tablets of the Emerald Order. Again, CDT plate 11 is the one that Thoth hijacked for the Dark Atlantean Warlocks. And it was these original tablets to the CDT plates. There were specific groups of Magi Grail Shaman who were the keepers of these discs for their own specific races. And they were the encrypted principal teachings, which were known even before the era and the rise of the Lemurian and Atlantean timelines. Again, administered by an assigned Magi Grail Shaman dragon bloodline lineages. The Magi Grail Shaman went through trials of initiation chosen from among all races and went through the rites of passage in order to gain potential full access to the grid works of consciousness each disc contained. This was to succeed way showers for others incarnating into the reality field to these things, who in turn had to face all the trials before these codes of awareness could ever fully activate and integrate to unfold within these individuals who were to hold record of their specific discs. In turn to each of the individual CDT plate discs, there was specific blood code and soul code race line genetics that were the only thing that could activate them. Each race had their own specific trajectory to this. And the ancient wisdom councils were the original overseers who were in the position as guardians and teachers of specific planetary stargates among those to their specific blood code, race line lineages and tribes. And we're in the position to teach the consciousness mechanics of reality, manifestation, the unification of all expressions to sound, consciousness, energy, frequency, and vibration, streamlining into physicality in alignment with the higher force itself. As I'm teaching individuals with our mystery school how to tap the true core essence and codex that is there from within. These discs included extremely advanced technological information about all of the planetary Templar stargates, ley lines, metaphysics, texts, schematics, and potentiality to gain access to the true universal tree of life itself. See, though, with all of this, one must understand that they are protected and concealed and can only be administered to activate through the blood code and soul code genetics. To this knowledge specifically, this goes deeper into the planetary Templar and what the Grail of Consciousness actually is. If you want to know more about that, go check out Magi Grail Shaman, Mystery of the Grail of Consciousness, as a part of the Magi Grail Shaman archives here on Black Earth Productions. And see, that position specifically can't be for everybody, but it does not mean that you cannot know it. And more importantly, you must know thyself. That's more important than anything else, because you're not going to even come to the place of knowing how to wield the mechanics of the planetary Templar until that happens, which they must for what is meant to be as it was. But to be a keeper of these things, it has to be very specific with individuals in context to their codex. And you will be unbelievably fucking tested if that's the case. Magi Grail Shaman, who came into this position, were also positioned to assign highly trained members of their mystery schools to eventually become stewards of this knowledge as well. Note here that there is a difference, again, between a keeper and a steward. And see, nowadays, this has nothing to do with some kind of weekend seminar, and now you're certified to be a shaman or a magician or a witch after a few classes, which in most cases are watered down, let alone distorted in context to the teaching that's been presented. And to how the real works here in context to this, there are those, again, who are put through very real, rigorous initiations to be able to hold and carry and wield the sacred knowledge and wisdom throughout multiple timelines, which is to do with other worlds and other universes, to where we stand here in Midgard, which again is our physical world and physical universe. We are protectors of the related information access within our multidimensional DNA codex. And during our current and future timeline cycles for future generations, this is where I will continue to take things with our mystery school. Not self-proclaimed, but fucking proven. Even as it has been confirmed by others that know the difference to these things, I am being held accountable to a standard. I am being held accountable to a code. And so to this, it's to you as the listener to know a bit more of my personal background. And see, I'm not just saying this shit for no reason. All of it has hit me on levels that I can't even fully express to what has actually been revealed, let alone integrated to the trajectory of my personal path work. And I've been through fucking hell to awaken the ancestors myself. And it's put me into the position, whether I wanted it to or not. This is what the fuck it is. All of this goes back to Kemet and the ancient wars among the brotherhoods between the Sumerian, Draconian Empire, and Egypt. Literally losing my fucking mind and snapping back and realizing, holy fucking shit, this is actually fucking real. Next, I'm going to get into more in context to the galactic wars over the reseeding of all of this within our current time cycle race line lineages. For we are the 6 root races here in Midgard, meant to cross the threshold that we have now into the new Aeon, and to my specific race line and tribe codex, and to what each race line lineage holds, which are very specific things when it comes to the knowledge of the ancient wisdom councils. Not just the dragon shamanic lineages who are the keepers, but potentially to everyone as stewards for the future generations. I can only work from the codex that is there within my blood codes and soul codes to convey certain things. And it's the same thing with anyone else that is going to do the real great work. Now, taking it back in history, our true occult history to the time of the first Lemurian Holocaust, there was also a massive orchestration to bury and conceal the contents of historical timelines that are included in many of the specific CDT plates and their translations, and were seized throughout the chain line of the Hawaiian Islands, the west coast of the Americas, New Zealand, Australia, the east coast of Asia, Japan, all in context to Lemuria here, which also includes all of the island regions in between, going into all of the Pacific Oceanic regions. And with this, go back to how I said these things are revealed to a potential Magi Grail shaman in context. Again, they are buried within the fucking codex of the individual. And in context of things being unearthed, it is the same with the Atlantean chain lines of all the regions of the Atlantic. That is why it is called the Atlantic Ocean, in context to Atlantis, and to the boundary conditions of the spindle of the energy force itself on the axis mundi when it comes into our multidimensional DNA codex. And to this, you're going to want to get a hold of Lemurian and Atlantean crystals specifically. We have some here on our end that we work with as an extension of consciousness to actualize the mind. Crystals are fragments of the nervous system of the earth itself that streamline sound, consciousness, energy, frequency, and vibration into our reality field from within the earth to the authentic memories of everything, which are also going to be held within the DNA codex of individuals to be accessed to your own roots activated within the individual. They are meant to be used by Magi Grail shaman in order to teach and to protect specific sacred knowledge, which can also be accessed when working with these kinds of crystals, and should, if real, reveal things in context of the 12 original race line genetics here on Earth and the real occult knowledge when it comes to everything. Again, though, they are only revealed to those who know how to extract these things from within themselves, and who have also learned how to work with crystals correctly, because there's the right way and a lot of wrong ways that people are working with these things. And it's not as simple as owning a crystal. It's about knowing how to work with them. So to unlock and remember certain things that would be contained within the Lemurian and Atlantean timelines specifically. And further back, if it can be integrated. See, though, once an individual realizes that they are the actual crystal themselves here in context, that is how it will really come forth from within. And when wielded correctly, again, you must know thyself and what your personal mechanics are in order to do this. Which is why I have created our mystery school for those to whom it's meant. If you want to know these things about yourself, and you want to know how to do all of this correctly, then I'm going to encourage you to enroll in our mystery school and do the full pack initiation, having direct mentorship to lay the proper foundation in context to this pathwork initiation, which is also going to lead into more advanced initiations for those that had done this with our mystery school. And with everything that continues to unfold, again, this is what I'm going to encourage people to do. These things need to be known. They need to be known by you, the listener, to have the proper foundation into everything else that you would potentially come into. Again, take heed to what I'm saying. Give yourself the opportunity unto yourself, as is this pathwork, and it's how I live every single day of my existence now. We're going to go into another break. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame Healing Arts, and Occult Science. We will be right back. Chase the light through the shades. A rising moon ignites his ways. Failing to find a reasonable sign to crawl back, walking through space and time. Where would you go when the dew of thought fails? Chase the light through shades. A rising moon, eyes will glow. Hearts will take. I close my eyes and feel the gaze of life. Where would you go when the dew of thought fails? Lose yourself, hunted down. Choose to yield to higher grounds. Shoving off, sweeping away. The moon lighting another way. Welcome back, everyone, from the break. Going back into what I wanted to get into now, it's here to note that the galactic wars which have occurred throughout multiple dimensional timelines simultaneously are still happening now, simultaneously. Now see, this is the paradox in context to the secret of time and space. And until we reach back into the original timeline that humanity is meant to be on and catch up the soul cycles within the 6 root races going into 2025 and 2028, and even further into 2065 and 2085, then nothing is going to change. As consciousness levels in our reality field are lower than they have ever fucking been. I can't believe half the fucking shit that I see thrown out there into the ethers, proving the fact that Koran's on 333 is ruling your asses. Who is the thrice great in context to Thoth? Inverted logos. Void. And if you don't know what the fuck that is, you need to look it up. Go listen to Thomas Sheridan. He knows what the fuck he's saying in context. Knowing what the fuck I know, you people have no idea how deep this shit actually fucking goes. Unto the conviction of what I'm getting at here. You want to come at me and try to fuck with me? I've been in this shit longer than you can actually fucking imagine. And it really doesn't matter. What matters is what we do now to come into alignment. And stop with this bullshit and projection and denial. Fucking stop it. You are acting like fucking children to play these stupid games on a program you can't even see is running your ass. You better pay attention to what I'm saying. And for those of you that know me among the councils, you know that I'm not fucking around. Moving on now. Records among the ancient wisdom councils reveal, as it's been a long time since I've mentioned Tara. It is to note that Maldek, here in context to Tara, was the planetary bridge on the solar spiral of creation, point of navigation before Maldek was destroyed, and is when consciousness was fragmented on the solar spiral of creation over 560 million years ago now. And despite this absolutely devastating catastrophe, humanity survived. We have always survived. We have always existed. Do you remember the time you actualized yourself into existence? Go into that and realize that when the ancient wisdom councils are able to reassemble here on Earth, the knowledge of what once was will come again. And each of the 12 original race lines, at the core essence, still hold memory to everything. The Magi Grail Shaman are genetically key-coded to their demographic, planetary stargates, and locations on the first 2 spirals of creation within the galactic gridworks of Midgard. And to that, also with specific planetary dimensional spheres and ley line networks, as we have here on Earth. It was the same as when we did originally in context to Maldek, which again, for those that may be hearing this for the first time now, is the asteroid belt. Not only is it the asteroid belt, but it is our moon included with the other moons of every planetary sphere, and it is also the rings of Saturn, to which again, as I have mentioned, there are reports coming through stating that the rings of Saturn are starting to dissipate. And to that confirmation again with me, knowing what I know, it proves that fragments of consciousness that were blown apart on account of the cataclysm of Maldek are being integrated with those that are doing the real fucking work here on Earth. You have to remember, again, that the heavens above are within. And we have genetic time codes in our DNA codex related to these specific planetary stargates of consciousness and multidimensional systems that are part of our blood code to soul code human tribal identity codex when it comes to all of this, as was the original intention of incarnation, to know thyself. This isn't art and science. This isn't some slogan you can throw out there and now you know thyself because you say, know thyself. How do you really come to know thyself in context to the alchemical rites of initiation, working to activate your eternal spirit to blood code, to soul code, human tribal identity codex? This is what the fuck we were ripped away from. And we have to remember how to use personal planetary keys in context to planetary high magic, and as part of the foundation level teaching to this pathwork initiation into our mystery school, and will lay the proper foundation to evolve in context to the occult. See, the occult right now needs a major reformation, because all of this old fucking teaching, like I've said, it's not going to work for what's coming. But alas, if that is part of your path, then hopefully some of the things I've shared on Black Earth Productions are going to keep you from going completely fucking mad when this shit hits you for real. I'm not fucking playing over here. When we activate our inner core by running the 12D energy and string line, the 144 frequency of consciousness harmonic in context to the spindle of the energy force. Remember that 144 reduced is 9, just on a side note. This is how we are able to access the spindle throughout our bodies on a multidimensional level. So to eventually wield magic in full alignment and mastery of ourselves on every level of our physical reality field and also on a multidimensional level. This goes back deeper into knowing how to master drawing the circle of the magician and activate your blood code and soul code genetics and heal the ancestors and lineages and really take seriously to participate within the consciousness evolution cycle and work to assemble the DNA codex in context to the original Alpharian human root races. The Keylontic sciences also speak about things in context to the covenant of Palador, which allows the lost souls of Maldek Tutara access into this reality field to reclaim our true identity and cosmic birthright and eternal inheritance. And when these stargates are activated and open, the ultimate outcome of the real ascension cycles and context to initiation into all of these things, again, as I've stated, true ascension happens here on earth. That is why we incarnated. We didn't incarnate to be slaves or escape reality, but in order to heal, in order to remember, in order to become sovereign, and thus be co-creators in alignment with the higher force and potentially one another. And see, on this level of things, taking back jurisdiction in this reality field for ourselves, for our people, and for future generations, for something that has never happened before since our ancestors faced what they did. And it's what we are still facing now. Now, previous to the more current Atlantean and Lemurian cataclysm of Pangea, this is what happened to the effect of what Thoth and the Thothian sect did when the wars broke out against the Magi Grail Shaman bloodlines. And though it started with the Anyani, soon after is when the wars among the brotherhoods broke out in Kemet, when the Dark Ones tore a wormhole open in Sakura, Egypt, pulling gridworks of consciousness into the Wizadak system on an interdimensional level, which is something I'm going to get into more later. which amplified by the dark diotic crystal pillar, which was the cause point in context to Pangea for all of the landmass of Earth to split apart into the continents that we have today. When the pole shift happened, it is when the Great Flood happened, and then came the Ice Age, which lasted thousands of years, up to about 13,000 to 14,000 BC. And with those that survived were scattered across the earth and were cut off from one another. And over the course of thousands of years, the true history of what happened was lost in the wake of ruins. Some of those among those that survived did work to keep record of what they could. And there were still those that throughout our history have been entrusted, still holding extensive levels of consciousness and knowledge about the blood code and soul code origins with those that were stewards. Most of the keepers among the Magi Grail shaman were wiped out, and others sided with the Dark Ones for jurisdiction in trade for their codex. Some things to note about them can be taken into the philosophy of the cult of Baal Lilith, which in turn is the philosophy of the Thothian sect and the Brotherhood of the Snake. Understand here that Baal is the great storm god of the Sumerian Draconian Empire, who was worshipped throughout the timelines of ancient Mesopotamia and during the rise of the Dark Ones before the Atlantean Holocaust took place. Baal is worshipped by the Dark Solar cult, and the word Baal is a horrific inverted title to mean Lord or Master that has also been attached to several entities. Worship of Baal under several different names over time has been strongly associated with the practice of blood sacrifice, human sacrifice, and child sacrifice. The offering of one's firstborn is considered the highest form of worship and the most potent form of dark ritual at the disposal of the dark magicians. There are logistical and opportunistic motivations involved, as well as cannibalism. And see, this is where the legends of the vampire come from. And they are real. You need to understand this shit. Listen to me. Entities follow common archetypes of consciousness that are subsequently renamed from one culture to the next. And though they may gain or lose various attributes, this is most evident when comparing the Greek and Roman pantheons here in context, which can be applied to every form of religion, especially Christianity and Satanism, which all goes back to the Sumerian Draconian Empire, in context to the cult of Mithras. And all three Abrahamic religions are founded on Baal. The dark priesthood formulated the distinctive divisions of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam to continue their human sacrifice rituals and wars and perpetuated religious persecution and endless slaughter. All was molded after the ancient Atenist sun worship to Mithras and unto the black sun of Sethu, which was the fusion of the ultimate evil and the false cold light. And the god of the cult of Baal is a sadist of the highest order. To understand the fact that everything here in context to the mysteries has its inversion, they were the fathers of the inversions and all of the reversals and all of the distortions. They are everything to do with both the dark and false cold light variants of Freemasonry, the Ari tree construct systems of magic in context to Kabbalah in reflection to the Qliphoth, inverting the office of Lucifer unto many, many other suborders and organizations overshadowed by their umbrella of influence. You don't get away from reality, and this does affect you in every way. To the Dark One's cause for you, which is not our cause in alignment with truth. They are devoted to an ideology of sadistic self-interest above morality, and they do what thou wilt. That is their motto, no matter the consequence, to the inversion of Thelema, and consequently seek out individuals with an unwitting tendency towards narcissism and psychopathy to join their ranks so that they can be molded as puppets for various agendas. And make no mistake about it, that the dark Luciferians know metaphysical secrets to knowledge, having access to dark sorcery and magic and a pantheon of demonic entities to work with through them in alliance with the dark gods themselves. And many within their ranks are controlled by non-physical entities and new stellar alien factions on an interdimensional level. It's not happening out there, it is happening here, as within, as without. That is how the law of correspondence works. The as above, so below is the exact same thing as the as within, as without. And it's this control that is exerted through both direct communication channels and voluntary and involuntary possession. And for those that have dived into the occult for however many years you have, you need to hear me, because keeping you from the truth is nothing that I am in the business of as long as it depends on me. And most still have no idea that there is more, even beyond everything that I've shared, that is going to be presenting itself here on our platform. And I'm working very, very hard on all of these things, as well as mentoring with our mystery school 24/7. And the office of Tahuti, the position of the Magog Grail shaman, needs to be reinstated here in context to the Sirius Kemetan Egyptian pre-dynastic Magog Grail shaman lines, in context to my soul code genetics lineage. The position of high priest here in context is why I know what I know. The real work comes down to a personal gnosis, a personal path work. And you, all of this is more to do with our codes of consciousness and what I am releasing now within myself to heal doing this segment. And now we can, knowing the difference, giving Thoth his proper position as an archetype to the ancient wisdom councils, which is the office of your mind. It is the office of your own thought and connection and conviction to the core intelligence, and is what needs to drive the will force of true intelligence in our lives. If anybody out there is interested in our mystery school, check out our services page on the website at blackearthproductionswithac.com. To get a hold of me directly for any of our services in context to being initiated into our mystery school, send me an email at blackearthproductions@hotmail.com. Listen to the Great Mother, for only in the land of wolves can you face your fears and truly be human. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions. Stay posted for the next segment. I look forward to hearing from more of you very, very soon.
Yeah, buddy. You can always count on Sethikus, man. He'll take it deeper than you could ever imagine. Excellent video. I've seen that whole 7-hour video. It's fantastic. I recommend people go and check that out. I've been following Sethikus for years with his work. I mean, I don't know how long he's been doing it, 15 years or something like that. So it's incredible. Thanks, Sethikus. That was a great video. Powerful. That's one that people are going to have to go back and watch because comprehension is going to be a factor. But great activation right there. Sethikus Boza at Black Earth Productions. All right. So we're running a little bit early, but we want to take a minute and promote some events. We like to support our other freedom brothers and sisters that are creating action in the world.
We should try to bring that into the
I was having some mic problems there. Sorry about that.
Got it. Oh, that's all good.
Yeah, I was really impressed by that presentation by Sethikus. I was having this really interesting feeling where, like, on my crown, I was feeling like all these tingles, and really makes me want to dig deeper. That was powerful. You know, I've noticed in life so many times, like, these feelings from the past and like deeper knowledge, it's available. You know, and he really spoke to me in that way. It's amazing. I mean, it's mind blowing to hear him speak and the power he comes from. So I just wanted to make that comment, but go ahead, Will. I'll mute myself again.
Yeah, no, great. That's awesome. So we have Shattering the Illusion, a one-day online event about natural law, true anarchy, consciousness, mind control, and the occult. September 24th, just in a couple weeks. Fantastic lineup. Joe Murray and James Cordner are putting this event on. You can go to shatteringtheillusion.info. Chris and myself are also doing presentations there and looking forward to it. So yeah, check it out, shatteringtheillusion.info. And then another one that just pretty much came out, and Corey Indelit just opened up his website for pre-registration. It's a free event. This is the End of Slavery Summit, NEDA1/Summit, what the independent media and the mainstream media will not tell you. 35 plus speakers, freedom and action, free event. And Corey always posts a lot of resources. There's some, let me get that out of the way. There's some fantastic speakers on there. So definitely go check it out. NEDA1/Summit. Excuse me. And he hasn't posted a date yet, but stay in touch with that website and it's going to be fantastic. So we're rolling good on the streams, and I think we're going to play a video by Mike Mattingly. Chris, do you have anything you want to add before we jump into it?
I got another quote for you.
All right.
You know, I'm always ready with another quote.
Rocky.
This is one, I don't think I read this one yet. And this talk about social media, right? Like, what's the problem we're having with censorship right now? George Washington said, if the freedom of speech is taken away, then dumb and silent we may be led like sheep to the slaughter. And, you know, one other comment I wanted to make off the coattails of the power and energy coming from Sethikus is that we need to keep in mind that this is a spiritual war and this is a battle. And, you know, I like to make light of things and try to stay in a good mood, but this is serious work. And you know, that tone is good to remember that there is danger and perilous things ahead for our generations of humans if we don't do this great work. And it's important time in history, an important time right in this moment, everything we do. So yeah, I think that's a good note. And then let's cheer it up and hear some of another way of going about this same hard work with energy of music and that type of artistry. I love Mike. He always fires me up.
Yeah, man. Mike Mattingly, the funky father.
You guys like the WHO? Who? Yeah, who? Who are they? Do you like the CDC telling you what to wear? Yeah. I mean, it's like going to Catholic school around here. Get on your uniform before you go outside and face the day. Who own your body? Who own your body? Do the who own your body? And who is the who anyway? Yeah, who own your body? Do the who own your body? Who own your body? Do the who own your body? Who own your body? Do the who own your body? And who is the who anyway? Yeah, who own your body? Do the who own your body? Who own your body? Do the who own your body? If the who own your body, then you don't own your body, and that makes you a slave. Yeah, that makes you a slave. Yeah, I don't get my rights from the CDC. At WHO, you got no claim to me. Yeah, I get all my rights unalienably. That's how I know that I'm free. Yeah, who own your body? Do the who own your body? Who own your body? Do the who own your body? Who own your body? Do the who own your body? And who is the who anyway? Yeah, who own your body? Do the who own your body? Who own your body? Do the who own your body? Who own your body? Do the who own your body? And who is the who anyway? Yeah, who own your body? Do the who own your body? Who own your body? Do the who own your body? If the who own your body, then you don't own your body, and that makes you a slave. Yeah, that makes you a slave. Yeah, disease is spreading all across the nations. Believe that health comes from allopathic medications are brought to you by a global corporation funded by the United Nations. Come on, Tommy. Do the who own your body, and who is the who anyway? Yeah, who own your body? Do the who own your body? Who own your body? Do the who own your body? Who own your body? Do the who own your body? And who is the who anyway? Yeah, who own your body? Do the who own your body? Who own your body? Do the who own your body? If the who own your body, then you don't own your body, and that makes you a slave. Yeah, that makes you a slave. Yeah, who own your body? Do the who own your body? Who own your body? Do the who own your body? If you don't own your body, then don't own your body, and that makes you a slave. Yeah, who own your body? Say, I own my body. Who own your body? I own my body. Who own your body? I own my body, and I ain't nobody's slave. Yeah, who own your body? I own my body. Who own your body? I own my body. Who own your body? I own my body, and I ain't nobody's slave. Yeah, who own your body? I own my body. Who own your body? I own my body. Who own your body? I own my body, and I ain't nobody's slave. Yeah, I ain't nobody's slave. Yeah, I ain't nobody's. Who own your body? Do the who own your body? Who own your body? Do the who own your body? Who own your body? Do the who own your body? And who is the who anyway? Yeah, who own your body? The question of the millennia. These mother effers have been trying to tell me that they own us. Give me a break. I'm over these guys.
Oh yeah, I own my body. That's right, and I'm not no slave. I love it.
Mike Mattingly, the funky father. It's got
Wonderful.
it just puts you in a good mood. It's got a great message, and he goes out in the streets and he plays anywhere.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Mike never holds back. He just belts it out. He
that's
wants
right.
everybody to hear. It's great. I love it. And that kind of free spirit and not being afraid of anything, not having anything to hide. That's the kind of person you can be when you're right with the world and you're doing the right thing. You don't need to hold back, right?
That's right, man. You got it.
Yeah, yeah. All right.
Excellent. I hope everyone's doing well. I hope you guys are enjoying day 2. The chats are looking nice. You guys have questions for the roundtable. The roundtable is going to be fantastic. We got some really good. Actually, I think we got all the presenters coming in, except one, but it's going to be great. So we're collecting questions anytime, or we'll see them in the roundtable later on this evening. So we got John Roeland up next, and this is my partner John from Natural Freedom League. And we both have our individual work that we're working on, and John is he has a past in child development. He's very engaged into that field, and he's doing something new. He's creating his own art form, and I think it's gonna be pretty cool. It's for parents and for children, and yeah.
I want to jump in real quick, Will. I had a memory yesterday while we were watching FUNL, and it just popped into my head, and I was like, at some point, I want to bring this up. And this is the perfect time. I got this flashback of I was in Sacramento at the Capitol, and there's like the Proud Boys are out in front of me, and then there's people going by on the streets honking and waving Trump flags. And then we got Antifa, a little crowd showing up over here, and there's like everybody's fighting about Trump and Biden. This was before the election, and John Roeland's out there, and he's holding a megaphone. It's Will's megaphone, I'm pretty sure, and he's just yelling, "Politics is theater, politics is theater." Right? There's people are right there all around, and he's just going around yelling, "Politics is theater." And that's John too. Talk about not holding back, much like Mike Mattingly, and much like what we saw with Sethikus. Just that free spirit, that strong being, just letting their energy shine out and showing the truth. I love it.
That activation, man, comes deep within inside you, man. And when you're standing in truth and objective morality, you're standing for what's right. It can give you some spark, and I think people need to exercise that type of energy.
Self-defense at this point. We're in a spiritual war, and so yeah, let's check out John Roeland, the knowledge news, the trivium.
All right.
Welcome to Knowledge News with Mr. John. It's the news show where we try to know how we know what we know.
Hello, my fellow cosmic co-creators. Welcome to Knowledge News. In the Knowledge News today, the word trivium. Trivium, spelled Trivium. Trivium. What does trivium mean? To find out the answer of what any word means, we always turn to our reporter with the dictionary and the definitions in Studio D, reporter D. Fine. Hello, D. How are you today?
Thank you, John. I'm doing fine. Yes, I have that definition for you. Trivium means 3 ways. Specifically, it is a group of studies consisting of 3 steps to discover reality. Back to you, John.
Thank you, D. The trivium. 3 ways to discover what there is, what there can be, and what there cannot be in our world. The trivium is what makes humans unique from other animals in our world.
Humans use the trivium to discover nature and reality as it is, and we are also able to use the trivium to change nature and reality by using the resources that nature provides to us and creating things with those resources. For example, turning a tree into wood to create a bridge, or into paper to create a book. The three ways or steps of the trivium are experience, think, and create. There are different ways to name these steps, but this is my creative choice of wording to explain the trivium process. Experience, think, and create. The first step of the trivium is experience. Experience, spelled E-X-P-E-R-I-E-N-C-E. Experience. D. Let us know what experience means. Experience means a particular time when you personally encounter something. When you watch the sun go down, you experience a sunset. Back to you, John. Thanks, D. The main way we experience the physical world is through our 5 physical senses, which are hearing, smelling, seeing, tasting, and touching. When we experience something with our senses, we are inputting information into our body and mind about that experience. Our mind then creates memories of these experiences that we can use later through the trivium process. This is the only way to really truly know something, by experiencing it ourselves. There is a secondary way to experience things, and that is through someone else's explanation and description of that thing, usually through language or some other form of art. This step is also called grammar because much of what we learn comes from language, and grammar is the study of language. This step is also known as knowledge or input. The second step in the trivium is what I am calling think. Think, spelled T-H-I-N-K. Think. D. Let us know what think means. Think is the action of using one's mind to produce thoughts, to remember something, or to call something to your mind. When I get hungry, I think about what I'd like to eat. Thanks, D. Once you have experienced something through your 5 senses, you think about that experience by holding it in your thoughts and letting it mix with other experiences. You compare different experiences to see how they are the same or how they are different. You think about what different experiences mean and how they affect your life. You make judgments about experiences and come to conclusions about those experiences. You form your beliefs about the world through your understanding of those experiences. This same process applies if you are thinking about a secondary experience through someone else's explanation of it. As much as possible, you want to compare others' thinking with your own thinking about any particular experience. For example, if you are exploring trees and your experience informs you that trees have green leaves, and you read a book about trees with blue leaves, this would be a contradiction of what you currently understand about trees. D, I think this one's for you. Yes, I have that definition for you. A contradiction is both the truth and falsity of something. A round square is a contradiction. Back to you, John. In the thinking step of the trivium, we want to get rid of any contradictions if we can. So, you would then move that information about the trees with the blue leaves out of your overall understanding of how trees look. You may decide that the person who wrote that was using their imagination, or you may look for others who have seen trees with blue leaves. The thinking step is also known as logic, understanding, or processing. The third step in the trivium is what I am calling create. Create, spelled C-R-E-A-T-E. Back to you, D. The definition of create is to bring into existence. Right now, we are creating a video. As you are thinking about different experiences and building your understanding of them, your magnificent mind will possibly look at something in a way no one else has before, and you may imagine new ways of combining different experiences to create new experiences. Once you feel that you have gathered enough information to confidently express your own conclusion and understanding about an experience, you have reached the creation stage. You may create a piece of art, like a book, drawing, painting, sculpture, music, movie, invention, or any other creation. Hopefully, you will share this creation with others. Once you do share your creation with the world, this becomes a new experience for others to explore, a new piece of grammar for others to think about, and the beginning of the trivium cycle starts over again. The create step of the trivium has also been called rhetoric, wisdom, or output. Here is an example of how the trivium works. Most birds can fly. This is true in nature and reality. This is what we experience when we watch birds. Humans cannot fly like birds do, and used to not be able to fly at all. This was also known to be true in nature and reality, until a human used the trivium to think about their experiences as well as other people's experiences in order to create a way that people could fly. The human creation of a hot air balloon, or an airship, or an airplane, or a helicopter has changed our reality in many ways. Some ways seemingly for good, and some ways seemingly for not so good. This brings us to another aspect of how we use the trivium. This is the most important application of the trivium. We also use the trivium to understand morality. Morality, spelled M-O-R-A-L-I-T-Y. Do you have a definition for us, D? Yes, John. Morality is the discovering and understanding of right and wrong actions that humans take. Are the actions we are taking and the things we are creating helpful or hurtful to nature and reality? Do they affect our life at all? If they do affect our lives, do they help our lives or do they hurt our lives? Are they moral or immoral? Are they right or wrong? An easy way to tell if something is helpful or hurtful is if it causes harm to someone else. Remember, the ability to experience, think, and create through the trivium makes human nature different than the nature of other animals. Humans have a greater responsibility because we are aware of right and wrong, and because our ability to create can alter nature in ways that the other animals never could. This is why our understanding of right and wrong is so important. The different things that humans create can be used for right or wrong, depending on how we choose to use them. Since many things that humans have created do cause harm, we know that we have more work to do to create a better reality that is in balance with nature. Creating a world in balance with nature is what we are here to do. The more aware we are of how we use the trivium and participate in the creation, the better we will get at finding that balance with all of nature. We have one more special word to introduce from Studio D. D-Fine, what do you have for us? Yes, John. The bonus word of the day is discern. Discern means to recognize or identify as separate and distinct, as in to discern right from wrong. Thank you, John. Back to you. Ah, yes, discern. Another word describing what our minds were built to do. Thanks, D. We always appreciate your definitions. Next up, we have our book expert in Studio B, Read a Book. Hello, Reed. What book are you highlighting today? Yes, this is Read a Book here with the book review of the day. And today I am recommending The Giving Tree by Shel Silverstein. A wonderful tale about a boy and his friendship with a tree. It may make you laugh, it might make you cry, but it will definitely make you think. And that's the kind of book we like to recommend here at Knowledge News. Thank you, and back to you, Mr. John.
Thanks, Reed. Great recommendation. I love Shel Silverstein books. Well, friends, that brings us to the end of our show. Remember to be aware of how you experience, think about, and create reality. Talk to your friends and family about it. And let's continue to cause less harm and create a more balanced and harmonious world together. Until next time, my cosmic co-creators, this has been Knowledge News.
Can you say the alphabet?
A B C D E F G H I J K L O M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y Z.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. It's the alphabet. It's the ABCs. It's the alphabet. Come on, maybe we can sing the alphabet. It's the ABCs. It's the alphabet. It's making babies read. A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. It's the alphabet. It's the ABCs. It's the alphabet. Come on, maybe we can sing the alphabet. It's the ABCs. It's the alphabet. It's teaching babies to read. A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Yeah, kids, that's what I'm talking about. It's that A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. It's the alphabet. It's the ABCs. It's the alphabet. Come on, maybe we can sing the alphabet. It's the ABCs. It's the alphabet. It's teaching babies how to read. A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. It's the alphabet.
Please like and share and subscribe, and we'll see you soon. Hear all of our music at mrjohn.hearnow.com.
If you want to come sing along with Mr. John's hip-hop songs, all you gotta do is just sing the song.
Mr. John's Hip Hop Songs and Read-Alongs.
The apple fell down the tree.
The apple's falling out of the tree?
Yes.
This book is called The Giving Tree by Shel Silverstein. The Giving Tree. The Giving Tree by Shel Silverstein. For Nikki. Once there was a tree.
It's a tree?
And she loved a little boy.
A little boy?
And every day the boy would come.
His name is Robin.
And he would gather her leaves.
Is the boy doing it?
and make them into crowns and play king of the forest. He would climb up her trunk.
It's a boy, Dad.
And swing from her branches.
He's got
and eat apples.
It's sitting down. It's somebody wants sitting down. He's sitting down for the tree, Dad.
He's going to sit down for the tree.
Yeah, he is sitting down.
And they would play hide and seek. And when he was tired, he would sleep in her shade. Well, yeah, he's sitting down by the tree.
Yeah, he's sitting down. Let the boy lay down.
And the boy loved the tree very much. And the tree was happy. But time went by.
Tree's so sad.
And the boy grew older. And the tree was often alone.
The tree's so happy.
Then one day the boy came to the tree, and the tree said, "Come, boy, come and climb up my trunk and swing from my branches and eat apples and play in my shade and be happy." "I am too big to climb and play," said the boy. "I want to buy things and have fun. I want some money. Can you give me some money?" "I'm sorry," said the tree, "but I have no money. I have only leaves and apples. Take my apples, boy, and sell them in the city. Then you will have money and you will be happy." And so the boy climbed up the tree and gathered her apples and carried them away. And the tree was happy.
Apple's so happy.
But the boy stayed away for a long time, and the tree was sad. And then one day the boy came back, and the tree shook with joy, and she said, "Come, boy, climb up my trunk and swing from my branches and be happy." "I am too busy to climb trees," said the boy. "I want a house to keep warm," he said. "I want a wife and I want children, and so I need a house. Can you give me a house?" "I have no house," said the tree. "The forest is my house, but you may cut off my branches and build a house. Then you will be happy." And so the boy cut off her branches and carried them away to build his house. And the tree was happy. But the boy stayed away for a long time, and when he came back, the tree was so happy she could hardly speak. "Come, boy," she whispered, "come and play." "I am too old and sad to play," said the boy. "I want a boat that will take me far away from here. Can you give me a boat?" "Cut down my trunk and make a boat," said the tree. "Then you can sail away and be happy." And so the boy cut down her trunk and made a boat and sailed away. And the tree was happy, but not really. And after a long time, the boy came back again. "I am sorry, boy," said the tree, "but I have nothing left to give you. My apples are gone." "My teeth are too weak for apples," said the boy. "My branches are gone," said the tree. "You cannot swing on them." "I am too old to swing on branches," said the boy. "My trunk is gone," said the tree. "You cannot climb." "I am too tired to climb," said the boy. "I'm sorry," sighed the tree. "I wish that I could give you something, but I have nothing left. I am just an old stump. I am sorry." "I don't need very much now," said the boy. "Just a quiet place to sit and rest. I am very tired." "Well," said the tree, straightening herself up as much as she could, "well, an old stump is good for sitting and resting. Come, boy, sit down and rest." And the boy did. And the tree was happy. The end.
See ya. Okay, see you later.
Oh,
Bye.
that's the guy who wrote the book. That's Shel Silverstein.
Yeah.
Mr. John's Hip Hop Songs, Volume 1. Available now at mrjohn.hearnow.com. You can listen to it there or any other streaming platform. Enjoy. Have a good day. And don't forget, please like and share and subscribe, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah, man, I like it. I like it. My brother John, man, that's we need more channels like that. He's definitely got a talent with kids, and he knows natural law, the trivium. He knows how to teach, and that's great. That's awesome. I definitely would show my child that, and parents take note. Put John's channel up here.
Yeah, it's a resource. I think parents can use. I remember as a parent, my kids are pretty grown up now, but I remember you're always trying to find a way to keep them going, keep them interested, because they got so much energy, and you're trying to do a million things. As much as we hate to throw the kids on a video, parents wind up resorting to that, and it's gonna happen a lot, in today's modern world. But if you're gonna throw them on a video, why don't you throw them on John's video? Don't throw them on some engineered crap from the snake leadership of this world, right?
Yeah, I think that goes back to like Dayna's presentation earlier, right? Instead of sit with your child and watch the video with them, right? I watch videos with my daughter and stuff, but my daughter, we're like glue. When she's with me, we're stuck together and we go on adventures and stuff. And I think that's key for parents, is to do a lot of stuff. Learn with your children. I think the greatest gift you can give your child is the gift of falling in love with learning. And learning is an internal motivated process, right? This is why kids in public school, they're always memorizing shit, and they never remember. The summer comes, they go back to school, they don't remember shit that they learned in there, right? Because they're not internally motivated. It's like if someone told me that the next book I have to read is about building a car or something, I'm not really into that at the moment. So no, I'm not going to put down my mythos book for that. So
yeah, we really we learn best when we're engaged, and we're most engaged when we're in that state of enjoyment, having fun, right? And that's what they take advantage of, in the media. They're keeping everybody distracted with the football games and with the latest thing and the next violent show coming out. It's all getting your attention, right? And so we need to find ways to get these kids' attention and to get these adults' attention. And on the other note, the other side way, look at those of you who don't have children. This is a good reminder about your inner child, and that's a process that is part of the shadow work and becoming the people we're trying to be. As it is thinking about your own child, nurturing that own child within yourself, and what do you need to be hearing. And maybe some of us are needing to talk to ourselves more, our child, in a more way, kind of like patient and calmly, like John does, thinking trivium style, being patient with ourselves. So it can apply to everyone. That
absolutely
message.
Yeah, I mean, and the trivium, one of the most important categories one needs to take in, right? How to think critically, the methodology of truth discovery, and also how our reality, how we co-create a reality, and it manifests. So crucial category. And now we're moving on to health, another good topic: healing with nature by Patty Lager.
We are brought into this world in an unnatural way, birthed in a white room by someone with plastic gloves covering their hands, sometimes with forceps, and lights so unnaturally bright. This is how many of us have entered into this incarnation, into this physical form. After being born, we're injected with chemicals. We have chemicals rubbed over our eyes. And then the mental indoctrination begins. We're given a list of rules, and we learn about man's law. Our whole reality is shaped by these thought forms, by these mind viruses. We become so limited in how we interact with the world and what our true powers are. But something inside of us seems to have realized that we have forgotten something quite important. And that is the power of our imagination. Through public indoctrination or modern education, our imagination has been stripped. It has been diminished. It has been pushed down and made to feel incredibly small. And with this lack of imagination comes a lack of our ability to create. We have the capacity to create our own reality. But we do so within the confines not of man's law, which does not allow us to truly create anything from our own intention. It only allows us to create that which the powers that should not be want us to create. However, if we were aligned with nature, if we were not birthed so unnaturally, yet if we were birthed in a natural way, and we came into this world with loving hands, and we were not subdued with chemicals and injected with poisons, we would come to realize that when allowed to create within natural law, our imagination runs free. Our imagination can create any reality within the confines of natural law. And when we are aligned with the rules of nature, which is our guidebook to help us create our reality, our imagination can be used most powerfully to help us to create any type of world we want to live in. It can also help us create our own health. Our ability to heal is directly related to our ability to imagine, especially when we are aligned with the laws of nature. And what happens when we live according to nature's laws? Our body will never get sick. Yes, some people are born with genetic disorders, causing them to have a specific type of disease or ill health. However, many abnormal genes will never express themselves if surrounded by nature. It is often abnormal chemicals and stressors that cause abnormal genes to express their disease. So what are the tenets of natural law and healing aligned with natural law? These rules of nature are quite simple. Again, looking to nature, we can find many of these answers already. First, we will look at the foods we are designed to eat. Humans are more similar physiologically to other animals that are classified as frugivores. Frugivores eat a diet primarily of fruit and green leafy vegetables. The human anatomy and physiology are designed to help humans obtain their optimal nutrition to survive in this physical form. We have color vision to determine when a fruit is at its optimal ripeness so that we do not pick it too early, because the nutrition will not be as rich. We have opposable thumbs, and we can grab fruit from tall trees and peel the fruit. And when we eat the fruit, it not only nourishes us, but it also heals us. It's easy to break down, it's easy to absorb, and it fights off many of the oxidants that are produced during stress. It's the ideal food for human nutrition and human life. Another tenet of natural hygiene or natural law is taking in healthy water and being properly hydrated. It has been said that many humans really don't need to drink water as long as we're eating foods that are water rich. And the foods that are the most rich in the most beautiful water are fruits. Fruits, as they grow, receive water from their root system, and this is water that has been naturally distilled. And mixed in that water are many of the important nutrients that we need. And these nutrients are already bioavailable. Minerals, vitamins, phytonutrients, they all are delivered to us in this medium of life that has been created within the growing plant, producing the fruit for us. And when you think of the fruit, it is a gift of the plant. The plant doesn't need to die to deliver the fruit to us. It is an outgrowth, a release of the plant, meant for our nourishment. So, the best water comes from fruits. And eating water-rich fruits is an incredibly healing practice. In fact, when a person is ill, either water fasting, meaning taking nothing in but water, or eating nothing but fruit, doing this for an extended period of time can often easily release whatever is causing your ill health. Doing this right away will save you much time and money down the road. No need to run to the doctor, no need to pop a pill. Just give your body the ability to relax and focus on hydrating foods. The next law of natural hygiene, or living in accordance with natural law, is getting enough sunshine. The sun is an incredible source of energy. And there have been many correlations of the sun in our natural history to various entities and powers. But the sun is the source of all energy on this planet. And for humans, the sunlight hitting our skin is the first step of several that leads to the production of vitamin D. Vitamin D acts as a hormone in our body. And with vitamin D, we can absorb calcium and phosphates from the foods and beverages we take in. The vitamin D acts as a hormone traveling to our small intestine, helping the calcium more easily travel into our blood. And calcium is the most abundant mineral in our body. 99% of the calcium is tied up in our bones, but we need calcium for so many physiological processes, like muscle contraction, and for our nervous system to release neurotransmitters. Calcium is also needed for proper blood clotting and to maintain tissue integrity. Sunshine is the key to getting this calcium into our bodily fluids. The next law of natural hygiene, or living in accordance with natural law, is restful sleep. Now, the exact number of hours that a human should sleep every night will vary. Not everyone is exactly the same here. But it is important that you get an extended amount of sleep, hopefully during the darker hours of the day, when it's more natural for our body to sleep and rest. Humans have color vision, and we do our best work during the daylight, when the sun is bright and we can see the beauty of nature. Our photoreceptors in our eyes see more clearly during the day as opposed to nighttime. And that is because in the area of our retina called the fovea centralis, we have the highest concentration of cones, which is the type of photoreceptor that detect color vision. So it is much better to sleep during the nighttime than during the day. And getting enough sleep is really important. If you're only getting a couple of hours of sleep at a time, you're not going to benefit from the restoration and regeneration that takes place during proper sleep. Also, dreaming is more abundant the longer we sleep. What I mean by that is if you're only getting a couple of hours of sleep, the amount of time you spend in REM, sleep, which stands for rapid eye movement when dreaming is taking place, those amounts of time are lessened. But if you get, let's say, 8 hours of sleep, the more dreaming of time takes place during the last 4 hours as opposed to the first 4 hours. So there is something to be said for getting at least 6 to 8 hours of sleep a night. Some people may need as much as 10. After this, we do need adequate relaxation. Humans are not meant to work constantly. We need time to relax and enjoy our surroundings, our environment, and to appreciate the beauty all around us, and letting this beauty inspire us. A relaxed mind improves our physiology and our connection to nature. The next rule of natural hygiene, or living in accordance to natural law, is getting appropriate amounts of non-injurious physical activity. It is good to move the body. Our bodies are meant to move and run and climb and hug and kiss. All of this is part of being human. And not participating in such activities is not fully expressing what it is to be human. The next rule of living in accordance with natural law, or natural hygiene, is living in a comfortable environment. Now, not all humans like the same type of environment. Some people prefer cooler climates, others more warm. But if you're living in an environment that your body is not comfortable in, you're less likely to go outside and enjoy the beauty of nature. So it is important to find an environment that is comfortable for you, allowing you again to go back and relax or move your body and enjoy what the nature has to offer. The next rule of living in accordance with natural law is avoiding toxins, stress, and misinformation. Now, the majority of the toxins that we are exposed to are coming from man-made chemicals especially. These toxins come into us via injections in the form of vaccinations, via medications, via things that we rub on our skin, and also from agricultural sources. Many of the toxic herbicides and insecticides and anything that ends in "-side", which means to kill, they're not only killing the small life that might be in the plants or around the plants, but also it will negatively affect us as well. Stress has been touted as one of the leading causes of disease by modern medicine. Our bodies are meant to deal with stress, and we are constantly being exposed to a variety of stressors. A marker of health is being able to adapt to the stress appropriately. When we are chronically exposed to stress, sometimes our body cannot adapt, and disease is the result. So stress can be very dangerous because the longer we are out of homeostasis, meaning that we're out of a normal range of where our body works best, we start to see that our body becomes diminished and depleted. And long-term stress is very taxing on our physical form. We're not able to regenerate as easily, and we start seeing the loss of vital tissues within the body. So, as many times as you can, do your best to limit the stress in your life and make changes so that you don't have to be involved in stressful situations as much. And then with misinformation, well, my best advice for avoiding misinformation is to turn off the television. Mainstream media is the leading source of misinformation. Mainstream media is simply the talking heads of the powers that should not be. And again, this is part of the control system that is limiting your imagination. The goal is to enhance your imagination and not be limited by what those powers are trying to indoctrinate you with. So do your best to avoid this type of misinformation. What you see in front of you is usually all you really need. And last but not least, to help live in accordance with natural law, it is very important to nurture positive social relationships with other humans, with other beings, animals, plants, nature as a whole. Help to develop these social relationships. They not only allow you to connect and reflect back to yourself who you are, but connecting with other humans and even animals and nature does increase our longevity, it reduces anxiety, and allows us to develop empathy and have better emotional regulation. By respecting the laws of nature, we can regain physical health. Nature has everything we need to thrive. And once we have physical health, our imagination then can be unleashed so that we can become the creators of our reality.
Right on. That was beautiful. I love Patty's presentation. It was a really good compliment. We had yesterday morning, first thing we had Dr. Andrew Kaufman, and I've learned so much from Dr. Andy and also from Patricia. She was the one that actually I heard her talking. This was like well over a year ago about eating berries and the importance of eating berries, and that has majorly affected my diet. I mostly eat berries in mornings. I love blueberries personally, and I think that eating the right kind of foods for what we actually are is going to make a difference in your health. And I've found myself to be much more full of energy and light. And I really like how she took it back to the beginning too, from the time we're born. This really highlights the problem that we're in and the issues that start piling onto us from the time we're born with how we're treated like cattle, just kind of stamped into existence by this really cruel system. As Sethikus describes, we're in this terrible system from ancient problems, and it starts right at birth.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, modern birthing is a ritual within itself to create trauma. One thing about the fruits, I will say, I totally agree with you. Fruit, the water inside the fruit is alkalizing. It's supercharged water. Obviously, water is the essence of life. This is the antenna, the median of consciousness where memory is stored as well. So being hydrated, properly hydrated, is extremely important.
And that water is also structured. And that's something else that Dr. Andy talks about, because it's already the fruit inside of the fruit. It's highly structured. And that's something that, people should look into as well. Structured water, the fourth phase of water.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dr.
Hydrogen.
Gerald Pollock and the rest. Yeah.
Yeah. Hydrogen. It has it's perfect geometry. It actually makes a pentagram. So it's from the Pythagoreans.
Sacred geometry, like your shirt, it all ties in. You got that flower of life there?
Yep. Flower of life.
Beautiful. Right on.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, you're doing a great job today, Will. Thanks for all you're doing over there, engineering, putting this all together. Obviously, we got a little bit of schedule change, just some slight technical things that didn't work out. We just rolled with it. So we're just a little bit ahead of schedule. But I think everything's fitting together well. I'm really enjoying it. And I think the audience is, from all the comments I'm seeing. Please, folks, feel free to put in any kind of questions for presenters or any things you want discussed in the roundtable. Later, we're going to have a pretty awesome lineup of people getting together in a couple hours here to have that roundtable discussion.
Yeah, I also want to thank Nelson and Aaron for doing the live streaming producing on the One Great Work Network. We streamed the whole conference. We streamed the first funnel conference there. Shout out to Mark Passio for hooking that up. And if you haven't been to the One Great Work Network, you absolutely should go there. About 60 content creators, all with the message of natural law, freedom, morality, and just there's a plethora of information on there, and everyone's got their own creative expression. Chris is on there. Sethikus is on there. Patty Logger that just went, she's on there. I mean, a lot of people from this conference are on the One Great Work Network, and hopefully maybe bring on some more. We'll see. We'll see how Mark feels.
I also have a really cool presentation. Interview coming up on endevil.life with Patty Logger. We recorded recently. I've been lagging a little bit on putting that out because of my preparations for Funnel, but that's something for folks to look forward to. I also have a cool presentation interview that I did with Brandon Martin on the subject of the movie Aliens that'll be coming out soon. So I'm looking forward to sharing those. I got another
like the movie Aliens.
Yeah. Brandon
Okay.
Martin and both of he and I are both, we love that movie, and it has a lot of allegorical content that we were able to use to discuss natural law and freedom.
Awesome. Excellent. Well,
I got-
Brandon's phenomenal at that. Obviously, from his presentation yesterday, it was great.
Oh yeah, and even in the comments, he's just so chock full of information and wisdom to share. It's a beautiful thing. I got another quote I was going to read real quick before you jump on.
The quote man, bring it.
The quote man. We need a little the quote man's here. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe says, "None are more hopelessly enslaved than those who falsely believe they are free." And I think that's the situation we have with the mass majority is they may not, the folks who don't come to this conference, it's because they still think that we're free. So that's part of the battle that we're in, is trying to help people recognize the problem that we're in. And
absolutely, this is the universe, right? The university. We're here to grow, and they're just be like, if you're at it like a school or a universe, right? A university, right? And there's it's completely taken over by psychopaths. That's kind of the state of the world. So helping people recognize that. So like Patty was brilliantly and beautifully describing that we're born into this. So it's epigenetically ingrained and conditioned into us, into our genes. So yeah, man.
Hey, do you want to do another quick shout out for Joe Murray and James Cordner for the Shattering the Illusion?
Sure.
That's September 23rd. Is that correct?
September 24th.
24th. September 24th. Myself, Will Keller are both going to have another presentation there. Sean McCann, Mark Devlin, Joe Murray, James Cordner, Ivan Oyola, and Jennifer Rose. This is something to really look forward to. And of course, Mark Passio, our featured speaker today, will also be there. So it's something to look forward to. And good friends of ours, we're looking forward to that coming up this month too.
Excellent. And let's do Corey's as well. The End of Slavery Summit. NETA 1 Summit / 35 speakers, freedom and action, 100% free. You can go there. The date is to be announced, but you can go and register ahead of time and get follow-ups with that. So excellent.
Great examples of people doing the great work, and also great examples of what I'm going to talk about in the next presentation, and that I call our most powerful weapon, which is working together.
You just blew your whole presentation. I'm just kidding.
It's funny because someone asked that question last night. How do we choose our subject? And I think that it is sort of a difficult thing as a presenter to pick out what you're going to talk about. And for me, I really went back to my own life and the things that have really impressed me. And what I've seen over and over, this amazing thing in life, is that what really lights me up is what we're doing right now, is seeing the other human beings and the other people. If this universe was just all about our own personal selfish experience, there wouldn't be all these other people and interconnections around us. This is a pretty damn important concept and component of the reality we're in, is other people.
Absolutely. It sure is. Looking forward to, I haven't seen this presentation, so I'm looking forward to see what you got to say, Chris.
Right on. Humanity's most powerful weapon. Hello, my name's Chris Jantzen. Welcome to the Freedom Under Natural Law Conference. Number 2, the Convergence. My website is endevil.life, and you can also find me on the onegreatworknetwork.com. Very glad, honored, and proud to be here speaking before you today, and I really want to thank you for taking the time to check out what I have to say today. I did a presentation last year in the Freedom Under Natural Law Conference, the first one, and it was called The Ultimate Connection. Ultimate Connection was all about our connection to God, to reality itself. And there is quite a bit to be discussed there, and I would recommend going to freedomundernaturallaw.com and scrolling, finding my last year's presentation when you get an opportunity, because it's really good information to lead up to what I'm going to talk about today. Today's presentation is really aimed for a pretty specific audience. I really am reaching out to folks who have already looked into the topics of natural law and freedom and truth. People that have already kind of gone through the experience of making these major realizations about the world and the occulted secrets and this generational mafia that's kind of taken over the world in terms of the New World Order. If these ideas sound outrageous to you, this presentation really isn't directed at you, although I think there's something to be gained from what I have to say here for everyone. But I just wanted to say up front that the most people that I've come to recognize that have come to check out my podcast and my work on endevil.life have been folks who have already kind of been introduced to the work of Mark Passio and the whatonearthishappening.com website and podcast. And I really want to give credit to Mark Passio and his work. It's been the major influence that inspired me to do this stuff that I'm doing now. And his invitation that brought me onto the onegreatworknetwork.com was a huge inspiration and motivation for me to keep trying to reach out to others and learn to get better at helping to talk about these subjects. So as I've come to recognize the problems in the world, and you and I have all seen the amazing and wild things that have happened since 2020, I think that have been so extreme, it has really opened a lot of people's eyes to the extent of the tyranny and how embedded in our world the evildoers are at this point. And so real quick, my definition of evil, I'm talking about basically people stealing from one another. And stealing can take many forms. Lying, murdering, and I'm using that term, stealing, just like Mark Passio does, because it makes a lot of sense to me. And all these amount to what we're experiencing in the world right now is slavery. It's humans controlling the choice and rights of other human beings. And for many people in the mainstream, many people I even speak to, the word slavery comes across as too harsh. But for those of us that have really looked deeply into these problems in the world, we recognize that that word is actually quite appropriate. So if you're someone who's still struggling with this idea that, hey, we're free, we're in America, we have all these wonderful things, I want to let you know that I do appreciate the many things I have and the comforts. I'm sitting at a nice chair right now. I have the opportunity to spend the time to create a presentation for you, and that there is quite a bit of luxury of freedom that many people in the world do not experience. That being said, the problem of slavery continues, and I suspect, based on the trajectory we're on, if we don't change the way we're doing things and increase our understanding of objective morality and help others to understand natural law consequences, we're all in for a future that really we don't want to see. And many of us whose eyes have been awakened in 2020 and since see now just how bad this problem is. And that is motivation to change and do something about it. So this presentation is really after I've been thinking a lot about these problems and doing podcasting and coming to the realization that I need to come up with an even better tactic. And I need to find a way to give people information, motivation, and inspiration to move forward on actually making the changes we need to see in the world, so that our children don't wind up basically in like the Matrix, where you're born inside of a computer's control. And I feel like we're getting that way with the digital tracking of everyone, the censorship, and the lockdown type of maneuvers, and the furthering of the limiting of our basic rights. So let's move on to the slides, and please understand as I come through this today, my hope is to encourage you, to motivate you, and to inspire you. If I'm bringing up something that seems negative or difficult, it's only so that we can understand these obstacles and then get beyond them, not linger and get stuck on them. So what I'm here to talk about today is humanity's most powerful weapon. I think we have a very powerful weapon that hasn't been employed, and we have the potential to employ that. So I'm going to start with the first section. I also sectioned off this presentation into 3 sections based on the theme of this conference, which is a trivium style way of thinking, is to discuss first in the beginning the ideas, the problems, and then in the second section we're going to focus in on the issues in that problem and what are the sides and what are the arguments that we see in dealing with this problem. And then the third section is about the solutions and the action-oriented aspect of this journey that we're on. Those of us who care about freedom, those of us who care about truth, and those of us who have come to this understanding of natural law being the principle that we need to recognize in this world. So my first slide I'd like to share with you today is one that's kind of a leftover from my last presentation I did on endevil.life before I took a break from podcasting. And it was sort of a primer, a warm-up to this presentation I want to give you now. And I am pointing out here that there is inactivated potential within all of us. Everyone here today are people that do care about freedom, I hope, and that do care about truth and do care about exposing what really matters and teaching the next generations coming forward the importance of respecting one another's right to self-defense, one of another's right to choose whether we want to do something or not with our own body and our own mind. And really what this takes is us putting our energy together. Even if we have our own individual views, we can still all put hands together and unite when it really comes down to something important. And ultimately, that's the only way that we're going to deal with this problem with humanity, is working together. So this presentation is really to inspire, motivate you, the listener, to work on combining your energy with other people of like minds and forming groups, teams, tribes, whatever you want to do, word you want to use, maybe starting off with one other person, forming connections, and then working together and learning to coordinate our energy and cooperate until we can make powerful difference in the world, just as the evildoers have. So we need to learn in some ways from other people and other things in the world. So what I'm going to bring forward in this first section are some examples of basically teamwork is a good thing. And so many of us have trouble recognizing this truth. That teamwork not only is a good thing, but it is crucial to the advancement of freedom for humanity. So let's check out this quick little video here. So we see here these guys working together on a project. Each of them are individuals. They're each carrying their own tool. And yet when they work together, dangerous tools, no doubt, but they're managed to be doing it in a very coordinated manner. And they're all saving energy and they're all saving time. I would suspect one of these guys could not show up to work one day and the other ones would still know what to do. And they would still be able to pound in the stakes. So this is a good example and inspiration for all of us that things can be done better in teams and groups when we're coordinated and when we're on the same page. There is great power in working together, and teamwork is not a bad word. In society, I think often teamwork is hard to be seen as a good thing because it's so often used in such a way where authority takes abuse of people. And this dynamic makes teamwork seem like it doesn't work. However, when we all put our minds, hearts, and souls in the same place, we don't want to become collectives. We don't want to become a society that just does what we're told. But we do want to work together for a desired outcome, as we saw with the gentleman with the hammers pounding in the stake. And we also see many examples in nature, and that's something I'm going to repeat in this presentation, have you look and think about the symbols and the teachings of nature. As I pointed out in my presentation last year, I see nature as the living Bible, and it offers many lessons for us so that we can learn from the examples of nature. Although we're different from bees, we see how bees work together, and it's very incredible the technical skills that they employ and the way they're able to do things as a group, defend themselves, create honey. You know, without bees, would we be able to have harvests of our food? You know, we are already working together with the plant world and the animal world. We can't help it. It's the only way we do anything. And that's part of what I always like to symbolize with my tree of life symbol that I use on the end evil symbol, that we're interconnected with everybody and everything around us. That being said, there's been a purposeful division in the world. And what I like to call this is that we're like lost tribes. You and I and most of the people we knew, if we look back at our history of our families, we come from different places, different groups, different nationalities, different backgrounds, and we're all sort of shoved together, which, they call it the mixing pot. When I was young, I've heard it described as a salad, a mixed salad of all these different, which seems great in some ways, but the other side of it is that we're lacking a cohesive structure of our shared ideals and goals. And when you see, when you think about like a tribe, for instance, people are sharing information over generations, and we're lacking this information. And what is done is we'd scattered us in all different parts of the world. Many of our fathers, mothers, grandparents come from different places in the world, and we're all kind of a hodgepodge mixed up. Now we need to recognize that although there are some good aspects of that, the bad aspect is that we're not able to retain a lot of information and knowledge and support from a community, as you might see in a tribe, where people are living close together and they rely on one another, and they learn that the importance of relying on one another. So being that we're these lost tribes, we find ourselves very scattered and fractured and compartmentalized. And you can see this in many aspects of our society. We can see it in the traffic jams. We can see it in the housing tracts that are packed in close together. We can see it in office cubicles. We're very used to this lifestyle where we each drive around in our own little individual car, and we each go in our little individual house, and it has a zombifying effect. And there are some good things. We all want to respect our individuality, which is important, and people get to make their own choices is the idea, right? However, this compartmentalized lifestyle we live actually does the opposite of bringing us together. I've had the experience of living in both a city environment and a more suburban or a more country environment. And what I found is the more you get people packed in tight, the less they communicate with each other for the most part, and the more they learn to ignore one another and ignore one another's needs. And so we start outsourcing responsibility. So this fractured, compartmentalized aspect has been done great damage, and it's part of this problem I'm describing with the tribes of the world being lost and scattered and not having unity in purpose or unity in belief and understanding of what's going on in the world, and not sharing with each other the stories of our ancestors. So we've had to, very late in life, many of us come to these major recognitions and realizations about the problems in the world. One of the biggest problems in the world is that there's entrenched power. You know, when you look at something like one of these castles, you can imagine how long it takes to build something like this, how much money and energy and time it takes to make something like this. And historically, we know there have been kingdoms and kings and legacies and people who have controlled the power in certain areas for a very long time. The longer you control power in a certain area, the more knowledge, history, you could say they've saved up books, information, and in many cases that information and knowledge has been sequestered away, hidden. You know, like you can imagine in the top level of this castle, they have their secret library, and that information isn't generally available to all. It may be just within the family that owns this particular, and I don't know where I just got this particular picture of a castle online because it looked cool, but what it represents is this idea that much of our power is hard for us to really grab a hold of and use because it's been hidden from us. And we've had to come to recognition of the actuality of the situation in the world much later in life. I didn't realize until I was 40 some of these problems. So there's this thing of accumulated knowledge that happens over generations. And this is something that's hard for folks to understand when we talk about the New World Order, the people in power, the great conspiracy, we could call it. Many people have trouble with this idea that, oh, there's this one kind of mafia or bad guy who's in charge of the whole world. That can't be the case, right? But what can be the case is that there are entrenched families, dynasties over many, many generations that have accumulated knowledge and kept that knowledge to themselves, and they're using it against us as a power differential. And we can see that in history, when you look at many awesome structures, pyramids and such, that there was great knowledge and technological power in way back in history, some of which we still do not know how to access. And so it's very evident that this is the case, that there has been great knowledge and power in ancient times and in history that has been hidden or lost. Libraries that have been destroyed. And every time one group has defeated another group, they take with them the knowledge, and often it doesn't pass on to the next generation. So all this is just to say that we have a lot of work to do in terms of coming to the realization of the lost knowledge and power that people may once have had, or maybe coming to this knowledge and power for the first time as humanity. And we have a golden opportunity right now, because we do have this opportunity to come to realizations and share information that we've come to realize with others. And it's very important, because now is the time of like the great Pandora's box of information is all out in the world, and people are being fooled with all kinds of tricky false information. So what we need to do is get at the things that are most crucial, and this is where I come to principles and the importance of understanding morality and what's right and what's wrong. So we're at a huge disadvantage as people in this world who are divided, and we don't have that extra power and accumulation of knowledge and tools that many folks in the world have gathered. So what does that mean for us? Should we give up and get depressed, or do we use that as motivation to move forward and do better? And that's kind of where I'm going with this, is that what we do have the opportunity to do now, is to begin rebuilding our tribes, our lost tribes, and take these sections of society that are fragmented and disjointed and begin to integrate ourselves together. And the important aspect of this is that we have to take the responsibility for these connections and for solving these problems in our local communities, rather than having the expectation that government or social services are going to do those things for us. Because as long as we keep relying on those services, then we cannot rebuild our power. Our generational power will only be built with our willpower and our desire to want to live with one another and to want to share goods and to be willing to make certain sacrifices on that path, which is the difficult part of this whole process, is that none of this is going to come easy. However, to make it a lot easier, what we do is we work together. And what we're really lucky in this world is the great intelligence has provided us with all these examples in nature, our living Bible, to show us how things can be done. And obviously we're much different than the bees, as I described before, and the geese or the birds. However, we can notice what they do, and we can learn from their skills. And when we look at the geese, we can see how they have some pretty complex systems of organization. They're also very simple. When they fly together, they create a pattern in the sky, and that pattern has a lot of real world self-defense and self-preservation aspects to it. The geese, when they fly, they protect each other from wind shear. They take turns flying in the front, and that protects the bird behind them. They take turns taking that lead position so that none of the geese get too tired. When one geese falls behind or becomes injured, there's a system that people have observed where another goose drops off the pattern and goes and helps the one that falls. And they have a communication system where they honk, and it's speculated that honking is a way of encouraging and communicating with the rest of the group to keep the group moving and to keep the group on pace. I found, being a camp counselor many years ago, that starting a song and singing with the kids would help them work through the frustration and boredom of hiking and feeling tired. So one of the ways that we can really create strong unity is that we protect one another, and then we share our skills, and we learn to do things with other individual beings, just like the guys hammering the steak at the circus. We're all individuals. We all have our own responsibilities. We don't have to be a collectivist Borg, and we can still do amazing, great things together. And this is the trick that I think some people get stuck on, that things have to be all one way or the other, that we can't have teams and groups because there's going to be tyranny. Well, part of the way we eliminate that tyranny is by being strong as individuals, and we're going to get to that more in the last section. But for now, what I'm really trying to make the point in this first section here is actually what is a team effort, and why aren't more people voluntarily working together. We see it sometimes in churches and volunteer agencies and nonprofit agencies where people do come together and do things. And then we also see in society that teams perform the most complex tasks, whether it's a surgery, and I have the picture of the doctors here, or a team of carpenters building a house, or a team of accountants figuring out finances. We always use teams, and there's very few jobs that are just one person doing a thing. Most things require a group of people who all have the same understanding of the tools and the processes involved to varying degrees, and they all play their part, and that's what creates a cohesive whole. So we need to translate this way of doing things into the freedom movement, into the truth movement, into those of us that are teaching natural law. And I'm seeing this in some of our other presenters and workers, like we're doing here in the FUNL conference. We're coming together, we're converging to bring information from many points of view to make it have a stronger impact. And I see other people on the One Great Work Network trying to combine with each other and do interviews together. We need to move this forward, this process of coordination. It starts with making a connection with one other human being, and then from there we can build. But we can look at examples of nature and examples of things we actually do in nature, in society, to see that we do need multiple people. We're not a solitary species. We're not just, there's not just one ant, you know, and we're all alone out there. We're not alone. We're tied together with all the people around us, and the decisions and the choices people make around us affect us, and there's no way to completely escape that in this realm. It's just the way things are. So what that comes down to is, how do we be peaceful and how do we make change? Well, we have to recognize this aspect of reality, that we are interconnected with each other and we're interconnected with nature. And what nature teaches us is that it is possible to cooperate, and we can see that very clearly. Like I'm saying, if we look at the amazing things that bees do, or the amazing thing that ants do, or the amazing thing that geese do, obviously we're much different. We have a more complex brain. We're able to reason on another level. We have the prefrontal neocortex, which allows for some capabilities that bees and ants don't have. So that should allow us to do what they're doing and more. However, we look at bees or ants, and they seem to be outperforming those of us who care about freedom and those who care about love, because we, in the world, we're being owned and guided by evildoers who are doing terrible things to children and practicing human slavery and trading humans and putting most resources into psychological mind control. So how do we work against this tide? Is we recognize the power of nature and the power of what we can do to work together the way that nature does. Here's another little clip I'm going to share with you. I'm going to play this clip at fast speed because it's kind of a long one, but it really exemplifies what I'm talking about. Let me make you full screen so you can check this out. This is called Balance. You can look it up yourself. It's an animated short. I'm going to kind of go through it a little fast. We have these guys standing on this platform, what seems to be in the middle of space. Every time one guy moves, everybody else on the platform has to sort of readjust, right? And they're doing this fishing thing. I'll move it forward a little bit. And they pull this box up, right? Now, this is the part I'm going to let it play a little bit because it's kind of neat how they did this in this animation, where every time one person moves, everybody else has to move. You know, they don't want to lose this treasure, and they've already recognized, by virtue of the world they live in, that every time one person makes a movement, it affects everybody else. Okay? Here we go. Now we see as the one individual figures out this music box, plays music, it creates a stir. And the other people in the group want to experience that music, so they adjust the platform. And then this process goes on, and throughout the rest of the film, what you see is it becomes a bit of a fight, right? They start to argue over this box, and little by little, people start getting knocked off the platform. So the selfishness of the one overrules the peace of the many. And in the end of this clip, everybody falls off the platform, and it gets down just to the one last guy who's left there with the box that he cannot reach or touch without losing his own self. So this is a very symbolic of the problem, and I think I've done a good job here of describing the problem that we all face in this world, that selfishness and people wanting their own individual thing has caused problems where we've pushed other people aside, or we ignore the needs of the many and the way that we affect others. And really, this is the heart of what the teaching of natural law is about, is understanding that the things we do affect others, and the things others do affect us. And that's part of the reality we live in, and it cannot be escaped. You know, it's the same in that clip as falling off the edge of the world, the edge of the plane of existence, right? We stop being able to exist. So let's look at focus. Let's focus in now. We know the problem. People aren't working together well. They're not respecting individual choice on the one hand, and then on the other hand, individuals aren't taking that responsibility in order to have the group progress, right? And we're being owned by people that have power. So what do we do about it? Well, I'm going to give you some examples, and we're going to discuss in this section things we can do and examples of the way things are done and the way these problems can be solved. And so I look to the Amish community. Very interesting video clip here where you see a call went out to the Amish people. Within a couple days, hundreds of people show up, and they're able to put together a barn in a matter of days. I think they can put together one of these huge barns in 2 days or less. And doing it all without power and without vehicles, using horse and buggies and hand power. And then they have their own families helping make the food, and everybody knows what their job is, and those who don't are taught by the others in the group, and they all share similar values and morals and work ethic. And so they're able to accomplish a seemingly impossible and amazing task that most of society is not able to do at all. Why is that? You know, this is the crux of the problem. Why, you know, these groups like the Amish are able to complete things that the rest of us are not able to do. So how do we, you know, obviously we don't want to force dogma on one another. Many of us don't want to wear the same clothes as everyone else, and you know, I mean, it'd be pretty hard for most people to give up their electronics. I'm not saying to go join the Amish and become an Amish person. Just like I'm saying we don't need to try to be exactly like the bees or the geese. Obviously, we can't fly or make honey. But what we can do is learn from the examples of nature, and we can learn from these examples of people that have done powerful things in the world and accomplished pretty amazing tasks. So what is the actual thing that the Amish have that's so powerful? And I'm going to point out that it's the currency of trust. This is worth more than money. This is worth more than most weapons you could own, is being able to trust people and having people trust you. Ultimately, if things break down in society, if things get worse on the physical plane, this is going to be the most important thing you have, is being able to trust people and knowing people that trust you, so you're able to share energy and exchange goods. None of us are going to be able to come across every good we need all by ourselves. Where very few people have that type of level of skill or preparedness. There may be a few, but for the most part, and if we want to make this change in the world we're describing, all the more reason why we need to develop trust with our fellow human beings. And I think it makes sense to start with people that have the similar core values and similar understandings of what's going on in the world, so that we can focus and tackle those problems together. It's going to be very difficult with people that don't share the same understanding of what the problem really is, which is this corruption of authority and this misunderstanding of how our rights are supposed to work and what rights are inherent. So how do we actually do things without authority? Many people think it's impossible. When I talk about the concept of anarchy, to live with no rulers, people say, oh, then we're going to be owned by all these gangs and we can't protect ourselves and we can't do anything. And I'm going to go through a lot of those illusions and try to break them down. I'm doing more of that in an upcoming presentation called Shattering the Illusion, which is coming up later this month, put on by James Cordner and Joe Murray. And I'm really going to talk about those illusions that trick people into thinking it's not possible to work together. We're like these little ants trying to move this log. We have to communicate with each other. We have to make a connection with one other individual and start to come up with a plan. It's not always going to work the first time. It takes trial and error. That's why we need to get started and be inspired. If the ants can do it, if the bees can do it, if the geese can do it, we can put our complex brains to this task, and we can do it too. And we can do better. So I'm saying these things not to depress you and say it's impossible, but to say it is very possible. We need to get working on this. And it's really not a bad thing. It's not a scary thing. It's actually really fun to work together with other people. We look at people that work together for many years, like people that do productions together, and they get good at it. They're able to impromptu come up with the right line, like I'm showing here, people that are doing acting, right? These actors of Hollywood have managed to mentally manipulate our whole society, and the people behind them engineering these shows and what's being said. We can do a similar thing in a more honest way as a truth community and a freedom community, is form groups where we put on productions and we help teach other people a better way to live. We help teach other people about the problems in the world and illuminate the problem and then illuminate the solution, and we work on them together. So a small group can change the minds of many people if they work together. And when we're having fun and doing it because we care, we're going to be a lot more effective at that. So don't be discouraged, be excited about meeting other people and working together with other people and making these connections and forming these networks. It's really the only way to move forward. When we look in the world at things that have happened in the past, whether it be wars or new borders or things being formed, evildoers have done an excellent job of working together and forming tight groups that can be dropped into a place and take it over very quickly. And they're doing things in an evil way in many times. However, we can take some lessons from their methods of organization and training and preparedness. We can do these things by choice and without force, and in the manner of self-defense, and learn how, as groups, as teams, to work similar, to learn from what militaries have done. There are a lot of aspects that they do, for instance, training, right? Training, working together and working with the tools. In some case, that's weapons, right? Some of our weapons in the truth community are our computers and our programs and our ability to interface with these things. We can do this in a similar way in terms of training one another and working strongly together without authority forcing us to do it, can't we? If we can't, then we're lost. Then these teams of evildoers are going to be able to defeat us because they're just going to be better at it, because they know how to work as a team. And we can do that same thing, but better. And so this is inspiration. We can take lessons from the systems of organization that exist in the world now and reinvent them in our processes in a way that's showing how to do it right? What are the actual mechanics of how to do that? Well, part of what holds us back is we know that there's some people that are lazy. We live in a world where many people have been indoctrinated and trained that it's okay to let other people control our choices. And some people hang back and they don't know how to be part of a group. Well, that's why we need to start working on it and training each other and teaching each other and working on things together until we get better at it and working through those struggles. So that's really the huge emphasis of this whole presentation, is to encourage you to reach out to other people. And then we're going to get into soon the discernment that goes in that process. But the point being, you look at ants, they're mind-blowing. They will take over your whole kitchen if you like. And they don't seem to have the type of brains that we do, so we should be able to do better. So we can work out these details. We're smart. We have the ability. And if we don't, what's going to happen is we're going to be further divided and we're going to fall. And we can look at the technological power of the powers that be in the world, the governments, the systems in place now, and they have an incredible advantage over individuals. And that's because we're not united and because we don't know how to act as a group. And like you can see when people are flying these planes, it takes a lot of training, I'm sure, to fly planes in a formation like the geese, right? But if they're able to do that, it's very powerful. So what if we're able to follow this allegory, this metaphor, and use this in our systems of teaching natural law, of helping other people understand the importance of freedom and the importance of understanding inherent rights, right? And the definition of what natural law is and how it plays into our life. We're not going to be able to do this just by one person doing it alone. And obviously there are more than one person now. You can see all of us here coming together for this conference. But this is the beginning. Now I want to encourage all of you to go out and do similar things. Reach out to someone else in the community. This is called networking. And there's a natural energy exchange that happens in networking. I like the picture of the fish because it sort of shows there's a self-defense aspect here. When fish swim together in a group like this in a school, they protect one another. You know, the sharks might be able to eat a few fish on the outside, but they can't get them all, right? And the fish also hunt like this, and this is how they catch their food, by working together, by working as a team. There's a bunch of individual fish, they all have their individual minds, and yet they're able to work as a cohesive group, a cohesive team, using their instinctual ability. So we can take examples from this. We can learn from this. Each individual is necessary and crucial. We need all the people we can get. So we need to think a lot about the natural energy exchange that occurs between us and other people. And I'm turning a little bit of a corner here in this presentation because I want to start talking about this energy exchange. Anytime you have a conversation with another human being, anytime you have an interaction with another human being, there's an energy exchange. Some people are what I would call energy vampires. They go out in the world and they try to suck other people's energy. They're heavily critical. You know, you can tell after you spend some time with somebody who's draining your energy, you time and energy into a person that just sucks all your energy. So it's important who we choose to spend our time with and to be discerning about who we network with, right? If we're not getting back good vibes from someone and they're taking our energy and not giving it back and expecting us to do all the work and they're not willing to help, then there's somebody who's not providing that natural energy exchange. Maybe they don't have the ability, maybe they don't have the strength. However, what we need to do is build ourselves up to where we have this emotional strength and capabilities to give a fair energy exchange with people and balance, right? When someone gives you something, you give something back as much as you can. And that's a responsibility and the goal of all people that want to be part of this greater movement to make the world a better place, to make a better future for all of us. So this is the importance of networking, building a network. Building a network happens through trust. Like I said, the currency of trust. How do we build trust with other human beings? Well, it starts with communication. When you first make a connection with another human being, then you start communicating. You go back and forth. And when that person communicates back with you and you communicate back with them, you build a little bit of trust, right? And then over time, as you go through things together, maybe you have to have a little bit of a disagreement. If you're able to get through a disagreement or a little trauma with somebody, it builds even more trust and it makes the bond even stronger. If a little disagreement or argument completely splits people apart and they allow their emotions to get in between, then they don't have that opportunity to build that shared trust. So that's up to each of us to have the personal strength and skills to pursue a relationship, to keep trying, even though it gets a little difficult sometimes. And if you work through things and somebody else keeps putting out that arm of support, then you know you have someone who's worthwhile to be with. If someone else does not help you when you need help, it makes you wonder, are they somebody that you really want to trust? right? Were they there for you when you needed them? I'm not saying you only give people one opportunity, but we need to be discerning with people. And we want to build trust with the people that are deserving and that actually are there for us. So it's important that we are somebody who puts our arm out to help other people and help them through trauma when they're having a hard time, so that then they can reciprocate when we need them. And many of us get burned in life, and we start losing the want and the ability and the need to help others. And so what we need to do is work through that trauma and recognize that, we all have brain damage. We all have problems. We've all lived in this society where we've watched this Hollywood crap for years, and we've been inundated with this these religions and this religion of politics and government and these ideas that are toxic. And it's been thought out in think tanks. It's been thought out with social engineering as many ways to inhibit our growth, right? We've been inhibited chemically. There's chemicals going into our water, our food supply, GMOs, radiation coming from devices. We have off-gassing of chemicals coming from plastics, carpets, things all around us. We have chemicals being sprayed into the sky in the form of geoengineering and chemtrails. We have all kinds of toxic chemicals, stuff they spray on food, right, to kill bugs supposedly. And so many of us actually have physical brain damage. I think probably all of us to an extent, including myself. We have to work through these problems. So this is kind of like understanding where people are coming from, why they're hard to get along with. Part of it is having empathy for other people. They're damaged, they're screwed up, they've been through a lot of trauma. We all are, because we've all been in the system of indoctrination, slavery, and tyranny. So don't expect people to be perfect. None of us are. We have to give each other some tolerance, right? And that's part of this process of being patient. Patient is part of being a loving person, and part of caring is being patient with people. Now, the other side of this is understanding that not all people are we going to be able to work with. Some people are screwed up beyond what we can do, right? And we have to recognize our own capabilities. So when we look, what I've created here is the moral relativism spectrum. And I also call this the psychoscale. Now what I did was create this in sort of a silly way, so I don't have to necessarily offend anyone. You can choose to familiarize yourself with any of these characters. It's up to you. And some of them are going to remind you of people you know. But if you look on the green side of the moral relativism spectrum of the psychoscale, what you see is Eeyore and Rabbit and Owl and Pooh and Piglet and Tigger. These are characters that represent different personality types. And I'm not saying that any of these personality types are worse or better than the other. I just sort of sprinkled them around on the green side of the spectrum. Eeyore, actually, the depressed guy. I've known depressed people, or they're kind of on the downside of life, that are the hardest workers and the most sincere, loving, empathetic people. It does not make a person bad. Rabbit sometimes has a hard time getting along with Tigger because they have very different personalities. Yet all these characters are very caring. They all care about each other. Neither of them want to steal from one another or enslave one another. So these are the type of people we can work with. We need to recognize their different personalities, and that sometimes personalities are going to clash, and that we can work through these things. We can work through these people that understand morality, basically, that aren't out to hurt one another, that are not okay with justifying bad behavior. But when you start to get to the other side of the spectrum, we start to see people like this Gaston character, what we tend to call as people that are completely egotistical, that are caught up in their own self. I think they're so great. They think their shit doesn't stink, right? These people become so egotistical that they start to justify their egotistical behavior. Narcissist. Narcissists are kind of like starting to get out of the good spectrum of people that are morally in the right place, because a narcissist will justify bad behavior. I did that because you weren't acting right. They'll blame their bad behavior on something you did, which is not taking responsibility for your own emotions. So when you start getting into these people, or like the next one I got here is the zombie character, right, from Plants and Zombies, that represents people that are kind of go along to get along. And that's kind of not a good way to be, because they will be the first ones to compromise their morals when it doesn't work out for them. So when you start to see indications of this type of behavior from people, you recognize, well, that's kind of on the wrong side of moral relativism and the psycho scale. They're starting to become psychopathic, you know? And obviously it's a scale. It can be far worse. You know, you think of Daffy Duck. I don't know if he belongs that far over, but he was always a character who was in it for himself and, you know, not always trying to do what's best for the community. And so, you know, you got to be careful with people when they start to behave and share these aspects of themselves that come from mostly trauma and being hurt. They're going to justify crappy behavior. You know, Darth Vader, you know, you're getting into the real psychopaths, right? The sociopaths, right? Maybe Luke Skywalker was finally able to convince his father that, you know, he was doing the wrong thing, and he'd finally win against the Emperor. So maybe he wasn't completely on the psycho end scale because there was some bringing him back. But he's pretty far down that scale, right? Doing a lot of evil things, hurting a lot of people, and justifying it. So there's all levels. You know, when you get into like the Sauron and the Emperor, you know, there's really no saving these people at this point. They probably have to get eliminated from this earth in some way or another. I think it's good to keep our hearts open to people and to always hope the best for people and always provide that door for people who earn it and deserve it. But why waste our time when we're working on a project to try to teach freedom of trying to do a project with someone who has a Darth Vader personality? They're going to keep destroying the project, or a narcissist or a zombie, right? They're going to keep making choices that are best going to work out for them. And when you start noticing that in people, it becomes obvious and clear that they're not on the right side of the spectrum. They're still justifying bad behavior. So this is about us developing our discernment and seeing people for what they are, and recognizing that it's one thing to try to reach out to people when you have extra energy and time and money and trying to help people. That's great. But when we're trying to get a project done, and we're trying to create a presentation or a documentary to help teach people about truth or natural law or freedom, we need to be working with people that are on the good side of the scale, that understand morality, that understand objective morality, that the things we do matter, that aren't justifying bad behavior. So these are the people we want to seek out and work with and make connections with, that we're going to be able to build that trust because, like I said before, we share those core values. So keep this silly picture in your head when you meet people and when you reach out to people, when you start to take these next steps in making connections, and consider it. Are these people you're talking to making actions and saying things that are moral, or are they justifying bad behavior? And this will help you discern, not wasting your time and energy and getting burned again by people that make you feel like you can't team up or combine your efforts with other people. Many of us have been traumatized by past relationships and experiences. And that's partly because we're dealing with people that have been traumatized, like I said, brain damage through all these systems and all these cultural problems we have in the systems of slavery that are creating masses of people that are Daffy Ducks, zombies, Garstons, and emperors, right? And those are people that can be very hard to convince of truth. Maybe they'll learn on their own sometime. But where we're concentrating, we're looking for the Tiggers, the Piglets, the Poos, the Eeyores, people we can work with. And then even with them, it's going to be difficult. We're going to have to work with their different personalities, right? And that's not always easy. It takes a lot of effort. And that's what we're going to start talking about in this next section, is how do we actually do that? How do we actually get through these problems? And, you know, I wanted to point out that, you know, we can make one of these slides for each of these personalities. There's many different personalities, and it's important to learn about personalities and how people act. But basically, generally, we're looking for people that kind of have more like the Pooh personality. They exemplify patience and calmness. They show that they're caring people. They prove it by their deeds and their actions. They're curious. They're fun-loving. They want to learn. You know, learning is fun. Like I said with the actors, when we work together, it is fun, right? It's not fun when you have to work with someone who's vengeful, wants to get you back, or who's spiteful because you got something they didn't, who's angry at you and won't forgive you even though you apologize, right? It's not bad to be angry. Anger is a natural emotion. But if you're merciless, you know, if you're violent, and you're not a good person in that moment when you're doing those not good things. And if you see people consistently making those choices in their life, they're not the people that you want to team up with and combine your efforts with, they're the people you want to avoid for the most part. In this process of becoming truth speakers in the world and working towards this change, whether it be maybe you're writing a book together and ghostwriting it with another person, you need to spend your time making sure that the person you're working with is on the same page and is not a psycho. And that takes some time and energy. Get together with somebody, have a meal with them, discuss things with them, make sure they're on the same page, form a group. Mastermind group is a good opportunity to meet other people and see where they're all about. Create a weekly meeting. You can create a Facebook group. There's all kinds of social media groups that allow this opportunity to meet people and to take some time to see what they're all about before you get in too deep and find out that you're actually working with Sauron. You're maybe working with the enemy. And people are so often worried or concerned about controlled opposition, people working within our movements that are actually from the evil side. That's true. They're going to be out there. But if you use this discernment method, you'll be able to spot them very quickly, and they won't be able to corrupt you because you know what's right? And that's really what it's all about. Each of us has to be trained to have the skill, the willpower, and the intelligence to move forward in this battle. So it's a personal journey. And I like this slide because one of my favorite movies is The Princess Bride. And the man in black, the Dread Pirate Roberts, is here you see with the sword fighting the Spaniard. He had to defeat the Spaniard. He had to defeat Andre the Giant, the mighty giant, and he had to defeat the intelligent leader of this little gang that was holding the princess. And to me, it's a really good symbol because it's a three-pronged thing. Like, we have to have the mental aptitude, the spiritual aptitude, and the physical aptitude to move forward in this game. And that really requires a lot of motivation on each of us part to keep working on ourselves, to build up our skills, our internet skills, our communication skills, dealing with our own traumas, to build up our willpower and our initiative to move forward, even though it seems impossible, even though it seems like we're outnumbered and outgunned, like I said, in the technology of our enemies, the tyrannical forces in the world. And we have to have the intelligence, which means, both the left and the right-brained even view of things and being able to see things for what they are. So we each need to build ourselves up into this hero, like the Dread Pirate Roberts, who was able to save the princess. And then we're able to work as a team when each of us shows up with the training, the skill, the willpower, and the intelligence. We'll all be great team members and group members when we work on ourselves and build ourselves up to that point where we're a strong warrior. And so that's the goal. It's not easy. I'm not trying to say he had to climb the cliffs of insanity to get there, right? That's the situation we're in. We're on the cliffs of insanity. So we need to climb hand over hand, step over step, block by block until we're able to reach the top. And the princess symbolizes our freedom or the future of humanity. So, I took this picture. I think it was a picture that showed people on a boat passing a bucket along, and it reminds me of an experience I had in Mexico building a house where we did it like bucket brigade style. Trucks showed up and a bunch of bricks were unloaded, blocks to build a house, blocks, and we handed them across one person to another, with 30 people moving hundreds and hundreds of blocks in a very short time. It was so amazing to see. And this is how people used to put out fires, right? The bucket brigade. It's very possible. And what it does is symbolize that once we do get on the same page with other people, we make those connections with people, we begin to communicate, we get past the communication, we get good at the communication, then we can coordinate and cooperate with other people. And once we start doing that, things get so much easier. It's just like the bucket brigade. We just hand things along. Who's good at video processing? You do the video processing. Who's good at finding pictures? You do the picture finding. When everybody's doing what they're good at and they love, we can just hand a project along and we can all knock it out and get it done. So be inspired. It's not impossible. We see it in lots of things. We just have to do it, one bucket at a time. Okay, this last section is called action. Okay, so we're well acquainted with this problem, right? And we understand the importance of working together, and that somehow or another it's a crucial aspect to moving things forward. In terms of the world dynamic changing and humans not going further into the direction of slavery and authoritarianism and tyranny, that means that the masses of people have to realize that that's not the way they want things, and work towards a better future. That's going to require the masses of people, because right now the power is in the hands of the few. We've all studied this dynamic. So what are the actions we're going to actually take? Day to day, tomorrow, the next day, the day after. That's where I really wanted to concentrate on this presentation, and this last section is really for you to take home these ideas, to sleep on them, to think about them, and integrate them into your thinking and your day-to-day life, so that you can make these connections with other people, begin to coordinate and cooperate, because we need you. We need every one of you. Anyone watching this, we need you. This is not going to work with just a few people making presentations online. We need a lot of people, whether it's presentations, whether it's just like we have in FUNL. There's some people that dance. There's some people that sing. There's some people that write. There's some people that make art, visual art. We need all of you. And yet, none of you can do it all by yourself. Many of you are lacking certain skills. That's why we have to come together, right? And share our skills and share what we have. Here's another quick clip I'm going to share with you.
At any rate, it seems I've lost my religion.
I put no stock in religion. By the word religion, I've seen the lunacy of fanatics of every denomination be called the will of God. Holiness is in right action and courage on behalf of those who cannot defend themselves. And goodness. What God desires is here and here. And what you decide to do every day, you will be a good man. Or not.
So, what he says is that every day, every moment, the actual decision of being a good person or not is up to you and what you do. And it's about your heart and your mind. And I think this is a really important point. Many people get caught up in the traps of religion and symbols and ideology, but really it's about every moment and what you do and where your heart is and where your mind is and the actions that you actually take. And besides that, it's all just the past and the future and a bunch of ideas. So really what it breaks down to for most of us in practical terms is doing that inner work within the self and having our heart and our mind aligned and knowing what's right in every moment. And that gets really confusing when we're emotional, when we lose control of our emotions, when we lose control of the self, right? Now it's one thing to be angry because we know we're in the right and someone has harmed us. That's different. We don't lose our compass of morality. However, for many of us, I think my worst moments are sometimes when I get a little worn down, when I haven't been maintaining my health as good as I should have, or allow myself to get worked up in some emotional trauma from my past and my life. As we work through these things and we're honest with ourselves, we recognize that our emotions are ours and not anybody else. It's not somebody else's fault you're upset in most cases. And of course, when someone wrongs you, there's good reason to be upset, and to practice self-defense. However, for the most part, your emotions are completely yours to deal with. How you react to a thing is completely up to you, and that is your responsibility. And when we take this bull by the horns, other people notice that we have done the inner work and that we're not lying to ourselves and that we're able to apologize when we make a mistake, or we're able to see where someone's coming from and show empathy when we need to. And then we're also able to use the self-defense principle and not let people tread on us when we understand our emotions. So this is like the big part of the work here, is getting hold of our emotions and understanding what's going on with them and why we're having the reactions that we are. Okay, so what is your big obstacle? What's holding you back? I would like each of you to spend some time, just take a few days and just let that big rock question loom in your mind for a minute. What is your big obstacle? What's holding you back from doing the things we're talking about? From connecting with other freedom-minded individuals, from going out in your community and finding people, right? Whether that's making advertisements, whether that's getting on social media, whether that's standing on a corner with a sign somewhere. Whatever you got to do, there's a way to do it. And there are things that are holding you back right now from doing that. And as soon as we
are able to point out exactly what those things are and point at them and look at them square in the face, it's going to be pretty hard to get around them. This picture shows the kid holding the rock as if he's holding up that rock, when the truth is it's a supposed picture. All he has to do is move to the side, right? And that rock's not going to fall, but in theory, some of our big obstacles will move themselves if we get out of their way. Many of them are things we've created in our own mind, obstinate thoughts. They seem like immovable objects. When we face reality, we actually have to be very honest with ourselves, like I talked about in the last slide. We can maintain hope by recognizing that our biggest obstacle is something that we've created in our own mind. And the actual solutions are little steps we take. And many of those little steps are recognizing that a lot of the things, like I've said, in the world that have caused us damage, that have psychologically damaged us, can now become our traits that make us like superheroes. I like to use Spider-Man. Spider-Man got bit by the radioactive spider, right? And he became a superhero who has radioactive spider strength. Well, that's kind of like symbolic of the traumas we get in the world when we get damaged. It's hard for us to do things. We can go into our shell, we can get wounded, we can get frustrated. But opposition can be something that inspires us to do better, or it can be something that weakens us. So what I challenge you to do is look at your past traumas, look at the things that are holding you back, and turn them around into your strengths and become a superhero, because you can look at your trauma and now you can actually help other people with that trauma, getting around it, as soon as you're able to look at it square in the face and deal with it. How do you do that? How do you deal with your big life problems? Well, one aspect of dealing with these things is recognizing that there's unresolved trauma cycles, cyclical cycles in our life where the same things keep coming back and back. This is kind of part of the reality of the existence we're living in that sort of exemplifies natural law. If you don't deal with a problem or solve a problem, it keeps coming back in a different way. And it's the same thing as Lucy pulling the football away from Charlie Brown. We do it to ourselves in our own minds, in our own daily lives. We keep falling for the same tricks, right? We've all experienced this. How do we get out of this cycle? How do we get out of the unresolved trauma cycles? A lot of us have terrible things that happen in our childhood that we're still dealing with. And what's happening is we're still telling ourselves stories in our head about why we act a certain way. We're still making up these stories. Well, I was so traumatized that now I have to keep drinking a ridiculous amount of alcohol every day to feel better. You know, that's a story someone's telling themselves to try to justify their behavior, which is like holding you back from doing the thing you're doing. Like I'm saying, an obstinate, we have addiction problems. We have mental hang-ups. And the way we start to see these is to look at our own story. Look at the story you're telling yourself in your head. The only thing that really exists is the reality of the moment you're in. Am I okay right now? Is my body okay right now? Is there anything that's actually damaging me right now? All those other thoughts of the past and the future are made up, and they're not real. The only thing that's real is the moment you're in right now, and everything else is a story. And when you come to recognize that, you're able to be a lot more what you're doing in life and the choices you're making. So recognize your own stories and your own tales you're telling, and you can actually start changing those stories and telling better stories, right? Tell yourself, you're doing great, self. Yeah, you made some mistakes in the past, but we're trying, we're getting it. You got to encourage yourself. You got to bring yourself up. And that's partly listening to the own narrative going in your own mind, and that's part of your own obstacles. I know many of us are hard on ourselves. But really, so often, the root of the problem, where these things come from, are things that happen much younger in our life. We've been traumatized. For me, one of them was school. Being cut down by people who were acting like they knew more than I did, and like they were my authority. It left a mark, and I spent many years of kind of self-doubt and low confidence because of some of the ways I was treated as a child. But now that I'm getting to the root of the problem, I realize it's up to me to become confident, and part of that process for me is becoming a podcaster and a presenter, and not being afraid to speak out and not caring what people think if they disagree with me, even though I'm saying things that are very extremely different from what the mainstream are saying. And part of that is doing the self-work. It's looking back in your own life and getting to the root of the problem. And you can do this if you concentrate on it, if you take the time to do it. And if you need to, reach out and get some help from somebody who cares or who's experienced. Another presenter in the FUNL conference is Leslie Powers, an excellent therapist, someone that you might want to reach out to, like her, similar to her, that have that ability to help with problems. And I'm not sure that you know somebody, but if you seek somebody, you will find somebody, right? And you ask, you look for help, knock, and the door will be opened. It takes initiative, willpower, like I said in the past, to get to the root of your own problems. And it's work, just like everything else. And it might have to be done before you can make this transition to be working on a team that's working for freedom and creating presentations and documentaries. You might have to do some of your self-work before you're able to really work effectively with other people. Others of you are ready to go. You've been doing this self-work. You know the problems, and the only thing holding you back is that push, that drive, removing that obstacle. If you're having a lot of mood problems, you know, maybe you're, like I was saying, one of these Eeyore people that just kind of have a down personality. There's great cures for mood problems. Exercise, friendship, getting out in nature always helps me when I'm in a bad mood. Vigorous exercise is one of the best cures for anxiety and depression. And I've experienced a lot of anxiety and depression, trust me. Having a regular exercise routine, having walks you go on, having music you listen to, and people you talk to are crucial to get through these problems that we're all going to face, and some of us more than others. And then also the will to want to do it, the will to not keep getting stuck in that same cycle you've been stuck in, the focus, keep yourself on track, have somebody you check in with every week or every other day if you need to help get you back on the straight and narrow. You know, if you're stuck in your addiction problems, you might have to seek help with people that have been through it. You know, I had a great talk with Jonathan Wright, a member on the One Great Work Network, who dealt with a lot of issues with addiction in the past. He's somebody you might want to discuss that with, somebody who's been through it, right? They can give you the advice and tips you need to get through those problems. It takes will. And then overall, the number one thing is being grateful and thankful. And this universe has given you a wonderful gift of life, an opportunity to be a hero in this time of great tumultuous change in the world. This is a gift. It's an opportunity for you to be thankful for and appreciate. The opportunity to be a hero, the opportunity to be a freedom fighter is right in front of you. It's the door is open. And I'm grateful to be here speaking to you today. Grateful that those of you who have made it this far and are listening, and I hope you're inspired to not give up easy. And really, that's what it comes down to. You know, each of us do have to carry our own weight. We have to do our own personal work. But that being said, when we've done that, we have a little extra to give, and we can help someone else out. That's how we change that cyclical cycle of the individual getting beat up over and over. By groups working together, look at these ants. They can carry many times their weight, and most of us can do the same. There's plenty to go around. In a community where most people are giving, there can be a few people that are slacking, and we can make up the difference. Right now we have a society where the majority are slacking and not doing their job and not taking responsibility for their own emotions even, much less their responsibilities in life, right? So we need to start with these simple things. If you have extra to give, be generous by all means. You only live one life. Do you want to die being a miser with lots of money in your bank account? How's that going to matter when you cross over? Do you think you're going to be, you know, who knows what happens after this life? But I'm thinking everything matters, folks, and I'm pretty sure that it does from all the stories I've read and heard about people that have had experiences after death. There is a reckoning when you die. So this moment is your gift from the universe. And so much of our problems, like I was saying, the obstacles that we create for ourselves has to do with the perspective we're looking at it from. And that's why it's so important to have other people in your life and to build communities and be part of networks. Because sometimes we get stuck in our own heads and we see things with, you know, our own visors and our own little narrow viewpoint. And when we talk to other people, I hate it when I touch the mic, and we get other people's opinions on things, it gives us perspective and it gives us ideas we wouldn't have had other. And when we put our ideas together and we combined our thoughts, that's part of the wonder of having a conference like this. Hearing all these different points of views and perspectives we can take the best from each, and we get this new perspective that we didn't have. And that's part of reality, and that's part of why we are individuals that are interconnected in this universe, right? That's part of the purpose and the intelligence behind all of this. So get perspective on the situation. Get out of your own head. It's not doing you any good just being alone in your own apartment, in your own room, on your own computer. It's going to take other perspectives and points of views, besides just watching people's videos, interacting with people, right? You see the people on the lake here rowing, or the ocean on these rowboats. It takes everybody synchronized, making the same movement at the same time. That doesn't mean they don't have individual choice. That doesn't mean they can't get out of the boat when they want. You know, everybody has individual choice. But we are kind of on a boat right now because we're surrounded with problems in the world that will drown us. And so what we need to do is form groups that are all rowing in the same direction at the same time towards freedom, towards truth. And this is just a slide to inspire you and encourage you that that's the way things get done, folks. We got to rise up to the next level. We got to recognize that we're not alone. We're like the geese. We're birds of a flock. There are many, many humans on this earth, and we're all connected into each other. So if you don't have a good friend or friend, that's something you can cultivate and work on and grow. And you're going to need it, especially in the coming times where it's likely that things are going to get more difficult in the physical realm. So we can strengthen ourselves so we can survive. You know, it's really about survival. We have to do this to survive, is to form cohesive groups and to form networks and to form tribes, whatever it takes, so that we can rely on one another, people that we trust that understand morality. So it's a reciprocal type relationship. We help others so they can help us, so they can help all of us, right? And that doesn't mean we're collectivists. That doesn't mean that we're owned by others. We can all have our individual choice and work together. And so like I talked about it, there's many tips and hints: reading, going for walks, repeating mantras, exercise, poetry, methods of expression of art, listening to music, breathing practices. I'm a big proponent of Wim Hof breathing and Wim Hof cold treatment. Yoga, like these are wonderful things. Studying, these things bring you energy. They give you energy to help out other people. And ultimately, I would recommend and encourage you to only get your downloads from the source. And what I mean by that is when you spend time in nature or within your own self, in meditation or in deep thought or in clear thought, clear sober thought, you get the best answers, right? It's gonna help to talk with other people and communicate, like I'm saying, but ultimately you have to be able to discriminate things from the inside. And when you can connect to the greater whole, the all, the great intelligence, then you can receive the best answers. And I have something I've talked about in many episodes before, which is what I call the 3-day process of asking a question to the universe, to the God, to all, inside of your own mind, inside of your own heart and soul, honestly, and giving it some time. And you'll see around you, little answers will pop up here and there. It's just like knocking, the door will open, ask, and the answers will come. Get your downloads from the source, not from the media, not from other people. I mean, you want to listen to other people, but ultimately you have to be able to decide and what's right. So ultimately, what is the most powerful weapon we have? What is the most powerful weapon? It is all these little weapons I have in the little pictures. Is it the tank? Is it the tools we use? Is it the knives? No. It's our connection to each other. It's the power of unity. If we're united in principle, and we're united on freedom, self-defense, and we never back down on those things, and the individual right to choose, and we are 100% united on those principles, first principles, we can't be defeated. And that is what it's going to take to change the dynamic in the world. And that is the ultimate weapon that we need to conquer evil. Thanks, folks, for listening to this presentation. I appreciate your time and energy, and thank you very much. If you would consider checking out endevil.life, and I have a contact Chris page. If you got any questions, you want to talk to me, hit me up on the email. Through with this conference, I'm going to be working with the folks who have signed up for the One Great Work Warriors email list on chrisjantzen.com. You'll be hearing from me soon. Please be patient, folks who have already signed up. So that's part of my work, trying to build this community and trying to build a team of warriors who are doing the type of thing that we're doing here. Thank you, folks. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And be motivated, be inspired, get out in the world, make a difference. It does matter. We're living through the most important time in history, and the time is now to make the change, folks.
Yeah, Chris, well done, man. That was a great presentation. Unity. This is one of the themes of our conference, right? And your aesthetics were great. Your message was really good, and you got great responses in the chat. I think a lot of people were kind of resonating with that. And this is kind of the purpose of why we're doing an online conference. I mean, it would be great to do it in person. Maybe that's a goal for the future. But yeah, we do need to unify. And what's that foundation? Like you said, principles. First things first. So that was fantastic, man.
Yeah, I really like, in that interview I did with Dr. Andrew Kaufman, where he pointed out in the beginning when I asked him about unity, like, we don't want to be collectivists, and he did a good job of making that differentiation. And I tried to make sure, keep that part of what I was doing there, because, that's the fear on the other side of it, because we see that going wrong. We don't want to keep making that mistake. But, this other side of it is we're never going to get there until we start stepping up to the next level. And Will, you're like, the prime example of what being a team member is. And like, to me, that one slide with the Dread Pirate Roberts, that's you, man. You got the skills, you show up, you got the right mic, you got the, I'm noticing my sound, I got to work on my sound. Now I got to become a better sound engineer. That's my next challenge. But, we keep learning. So it's encouragement to other people. If you look back at my other one, you'll see, I learned a lot, so if you're starting to make your own presentation, you're like, this doesn't look that good. Yeah. Just do it. Just keep doing them, and they're going to get better and better. So, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just, you got to put in that, you got to pay attention, right? And you get something in return. That's
Stuff's
how I opened
expensive.
yesterday. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And, yeah, and it takes a lot of work and dedication and just striving to be better in all crafts. So yeah, man, that was a great message, and thank you for the compliment. That's awesome.
Yeah, you inspired me too, man.
My presentation is next, and it actually goes perfect with kind of how you left off on yours. So that's gonna be interesting. I dig it. So let's do some artwork from Sara Cross.
Oh, right on. Oh yeah, and we had you want to show that last one real quick, because remember she gave us a little explanation about that.
Oh yeah.
You still got it handy, or would that be?
Oh yeah, man.
Oh, look at that. Right on.
I got it on tap.
Yeah. She said, because I had asked her about the I put it in our chat here. Okay, here she goes. She goes, sorry I couldn't get on the chat. Do you know how to pronounce that, Will? Cheat?
Oh, I can't see it.
Chihihu? The ultimate madness of reality represents the madness of everything humans and others fall deeper into their own debauchery. When you let go of any and all, that is good. I got cut off, but I'll try to we'll have to look up a better quote. I didn't have it right in front of me. My bad.
Was that hers? Was that her comment?
Yeah. Yeah, she jumped in social media. It should be on the chat somewhere. Maybe you could highlight it. When
is the ultimate madness of reality and represents the madness of everything. Yeah. Everything humans and others fall deeper into their own debauchery. When you let go of any and all that is good, It did get cut off. Oh, because you put that in there. Okay.
Because I posted it. Yeah. That's good.
Yeah,
Anyway,
that's all
it's
good.
in the
Let's.
chat. Maybe if someone wants to track it down, that'd be cool. But otherwise, we'll just move on to our new stuff.
Yeah, we got some new ones. This is the last set, and a couple of my favorite actually. The one on the left, obviously, is Truth. I love it. It's got the seed of life in there in the triangle, right? The Trinity, thoughts, emotions, and actions. This is obviously I'm interpreting it. That would be cool if she gave a little like write up on each one and you know her state of mind that she was doing it. She's really talented. I think it's awesome. The one on the right is "You Let It Get Here," and yeah, that's great.
The
You got
police
the
officer
slaves,
in the middle
order
there with the whip.
followers. Yep.
Yeah.
The priest in the white lab coats. The other priests, you know, trying to be the median between you and Source and Great Spirit, Creator. So
Yeah, it was like before what we were trying to read. It was when you let go of any and all that is good, the ancient one of Chihihu steps in with his influence. I drew it as fan fiction, but I love the allegory H.P. Lovecraft makes for this concept. He saw the world for what it is. That's why no one liked him during life. No one liked him during life. It's spelled CTHULHU. Chulu.
That's
Probably
the great.
Chulu.
That's the Great Destroyer.
Chulu, the Great Destroyer. See, I should know that, and I'm just sorry for not knowing that. But that was what she said. It's Chulu, the Great Destroyer. So that was the skull with the hearts on the top. I mean, not hearts, roses.
The roses. Yep.
Yeah. Chulu.
Excellent.
Sorry.
Excellent.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Wow. Yeah. It's beautiful stuff. Thanks so much, Sarah, for your contributions and the time it took, and being willing to help create art for other freedom activists and truth activists. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and she,
that's exactly right in line with what I was talking about in my presentation. Someone's like, I have a talent, I have a skill, I want to put it towards the good of everyone, not just my own self. But that doesn't mean she doesn't get joy, and it's not going to give her immense pleasure to see her art being shared and other people thinking about what it means. I mean, what else could an artist want but to be shared, and to be enjoyed? So that's part of that natural energy exchange I was discussing. So
yeah.
Thanks, Sarah. It's great stuff.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, thanks for your contribution. And again, any content creator, she's making that offer. If you want, get title cards, get some graphics, contact her, work something out. She's there and willing. So that's awesome. And Sara Cross did my title card for my next presentation, which I'm going to apologize to Sarah publicly because I forgot to mention it in the presentation in the beginning. Lots of stuff going on. But anyways, anything else, Chris, or we can roll into it?
Let's check out Will Keller, The Return to Nature.
Welcome, brothers and sisters. This is Will Keller. Thank you for joining the Freedom Under Natural Law Conference. I have a special presentation today. My website is naturalfreedomleague.com. Let's get into it. The title of my presentation is Revolt Against the Modern World and the Return to Nature. Now, this is a big title, and the whole purpose of this presentation is to define this title. So you can understand a problem and you can find the solution in the problem, in the understanding of the problem. So here we go. Shift happens. There's a great awareness occurring. People can use logic and reason to discover what's going on in the world. Many cannot discern truth from deception. But there is also a feeling in our very being, one of disconnect. Most can intuitively feel in their heart that something is amiss. Why is it? What is missing? Is humanity spiraling with or against nature? People seek answers and crave connection. But from what source? The answers are available. In fact, just a shift of perspective can unravel the ropes of your worldview that bind you back from the truth and the mystery that has been awaiting your discovery. Will you respond with open-mindedness or just react comfortably to such blasphemy? As always, the choice is yours. That's my opening statement, this presentation. And I want to expand on this a little bit. So I said there's a great awareness occurring. I do not mean a great awakening. I think with the whole pandemic and all the dialectics that are going on in the world right now, and they're speeding up and just one right after another. But I feel that in the aggregate, humans don't have the knowledge that would qualify them as being awakened to the causal factors, the why these events are going on. So shift happens. Shift in perspective. This is what this presentation is going to be about. So let's talk about worldview. A worldview is one's perception of reality and how it operates. A worldview is based upon the information one has obtained from either direct experiences or secondhand knowledge by way of being taught. All behavior is based upon a worldview. Therefore, it is important to have an accurate perception. Welcome, brothers and sisters. This is, and what does this mean? Ever popular, and what does this victors? Therefore, his story exists. There's no such thing as the aether. It means that ever popular and nothing. And what does this mean? So there's two bodies or two categories of knowledge that are really going to come in important in play with this presentation. So exoteric history. What is exoteric? Exoteric is, the definition is known to the general public, the outside. History is written by the victors. Therefore, his story is relative to those who claim to offer reality. So, I don't know how that happened. A music track somehow got embedded on my video. Let me see. Give me 1 second, folks. Sorry for the technical mishaps. Let me try to pull the original video. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. Oh my gosh. All right. Well, for some horrible reason, using my Stream Deck actually played a song over my presentation that I could not hear as I was doing the presentation.
Oh no. That's terrible.
Yes.
Oh, frustrating.
Every time I go full screen on the card, that because I pushed the Stream Deck button, the music comes on.
Oh, wow.
Incredibly annoying and incredibly embarrassing. So sorry about that, guys. So
hey, it's the learning curve, right? Like,
Yeah,
you get
man.
really good, you hear where Will's at, this really top level ability to start bringing in all this technology, and then sometimes what happens is it doesn't all work. Things don't always come
weird.
together.
I
But,
know, yeah. I mean, you double check it before you do it. I've done it so many times, and I do not know how that happened. There had to have been some kind of weird preset. I didn't even have an audio track, a music track loaded into my OBS. But anyways,
well, let's do this, Will, because I'm really, obviously you can bring this presentation back and you can do it for us. Why don't we talk a little bit about what you were trying to communicate in that presentation?
I think it's such a tapestry and it's kind of dropping a bomb. So unfortunately, I would rather just upload it and have people watch it. But give someone a gist is just the title alone. I describe that. People think what they know what revolt is. Revolt actually means to turn back to, right? So turn back to and go back to an original point. The modern world is the current human condition. The return to nature is the natural default state of humanity is what I'll say. I'll leave it at. So, yes, Black Earth Production says upload that shit. Yeah, I'm going to have to, I'll have to get it up there later on. So my apologies. The FUNL conference was going so smooth, and it was my presentation that got messed up.
You know what, though?
Wow.
It's kind of perfect in a way that, like one of the things I really got from Mark Passio's class, where he's teaching us the technology and the things is like, sometimes like Mark would run into a problem and he's like an expert on this computer stuff and he's like having trouble doing something and it's not working right. This stuff's tricky. It's extremely hard. There's a lot that goes into a lot of work that goes into this and a lot of billion things that can go wrong. So
yeah, what's funny is best practices, right? So I played the playback, the video after I recorded it for I didn't get to that point. I would have recognized it, right? And I skimmed through the presentation like, okay, the audio's solid, the outro's solid, everything's good. Even trimmed up the front and the back a little bit. Didn't even hear the music. I must have skipped over it. So, I mean, it's a learning experience, folks.
Yeah,
so it is what it is. So what we can do is go straight into Mark Passio's presentation.
All right.
And then let the content creators know that we're running about an hour early and make sure everyone's on board to do the roundtable and that we got something funny to discuss at the
and
roundtable.
we have quite a few people for tonight's roundtable. So I think it's going to be a really good talk, and that'll be really cool to give everybody a little more chance to elaborate, because we have some powerful speakers here today with us, and that's a golden opportunity. So let's check out Mark Passio and De-Facto Satanism.
The hype on my presentation is going to be huge. No, I'm just kidding. It's hella. It is what it is. All right, guys. Mark Passio.
Welcome, one and all. I'm Mark Passio of WhatOnEarthIsHappening.com. I'm here today as part of the Freedom Under Natural Law 2 conference. Thank you to all of the organizers of this great event, and thank you for inviting me to speak here today. My presentation today is entitled De-Facto Satanism. And this is a topic that I've been wanting to drill into for quite a long time, and paved the groundwork for when I did the Demystifying the Occult seminars, especially Demystifying the Occult Part 2. So this is going to be sort of an extension and addendum to that second part of Demystifying the Occult, which I entitled Satanism and the Dark Occult. This presentation specifically is about what it is to be a de facto Satanist, which we'll talk about in a few moments. So let's jump in, and as always, before I deliver a full presentation, I always begin with some caveats to the viewing audience. You will not be seeing or hearing anything new here today. As the ancient saying goes, there is nothing new under the sun. This ultimately means that the truth is objective and eternal. It has always been here. It will always be here. All that I can do as a presenter is to present my findings in a personalized framework with my particular style and aesthetics applied to the presentation. But the truth remains the truth. And there is really nothing new in that regard. So for people who are always expecting new revelations and for all of this new information to come out, you're going to be disappointed, because this is basically the same thing that has been going on. It's just I'm explaining it in a way that hopefully will get more people to understand it and recognize it as the truth. That is the only difference in this dynamic of how I do my presentations. The second caveat I always give is, if you're a mental child, this presentation isn't for you. So this presentation is not for psychological children. It is for mature adults psychologically who are ready and able to hear the truth. And it is not for those people who appear to be adults bodily, physically, yet they have the psychological mentation of a small child who attempt to think and reason with their emotions. You cannot think with your emotions. You cannot reason with your emotions. If you come at a presentation like this from a perspective of feelings only or emotions only, once again, you're not going to be able to hear it, comprehend it, and truly incorporate it into your existing understanding of our world. So this presentation is not for those people. It is for people who have psychologically matured to a point where they can hear truth that is not sugar-coated. And again, that brings me to my third caveat before we begin. My presentation is very often intense and at times even combative. People have described it as such. I will not sugarcoat my words or my delivery. Some people who watch this presentation may very likely become very upset or angered by what I have to say during this presentation, and that's fine. So be it. That will never make this material untrue. The truth, by its very nature, is belligerent because it wages war against all forms of deception and mind control. I've never been a person that sugarcoats my delivery style, and I'm not going to start now. I'm going to talk to people like they are intelligent adults who are capable of critical thinking. And if you're not, then this presentation really isn't for you. And I say that openly before any of my presentations begin, at the risk of even frightening away people before they hear the first word I have to say, because I'm not about convincing everybody. I am about helping people who want the truth to understand what is taking place in our world. And then the babies can go and do whatever they want to do. This information is not for them. Here's why I do this work overall. I don't present information like this to be liked. This isn't going to get you many friends, to make money, or to make friends. I speak publicly because I recognize that in the crisis of overwhelming ignorance and deception in which we all now live, I have a personal moral obligation to communicate what I know to be taking place in our world in order to help others to understand it as well, so that they can then take action and do something about it. And I'm going to begin today with the dictum of what I really want to communicate about all of this, and about what we really should be doing as individuals in this world at the current time in history in which we live. And that's this quote from Immanuel Kant that is, "Do the right thing because it is right." And a lot of people may, disagree with that, or may think that that's some, statement that is seeing the world through rose-colored glasses or something like that. But that is ultimately what we have to direct our behavior toward, the moral right. Even if we cannot quote-unquote win. And I still think we have a chance of turning the world situation around. But I don't do this for reward. This lifestyle, this, speaking of this type of information to people who are often very resistant to it isn't going to get you much worldly reward. I do this because I have recognized it as the morally correct thing to do, and that's the only reason that I ultimately continue to do this type of work. As William Penn said, right is right even if everyone is against it, and wrong is still wrong even if everyone is for it. I'm going to stand for what is right. I'm going to speak what is morally right and communicate the truth regardless of what it means for me in the physical domain, because it is the right thing to do as an individual. That being said, there is some basic prerequisite knowledge to understand what I'm going to teach in this presentation. So I recommend the entire Demystifying the Occult series. As always, I recommend all of my podcasts at whatonearthishappening.com to get the full framework of this information. But in the short term, if you simply watch Demystifying the Occult Part 2, Satanism and the Dark Occult, a presentation that I delivered back in Philadelphia back in 2016, you'll get the general framework for what Satanism and dark occultism is in general. And of course, we're going to review some of that, but of course, time doesn't permit for the review of an entire presentation like this. So if you want a full framework for what I'm talking about here in De-Facto Satanism, do indeed watch Demystifying the Occult Part 2, Satanism and the Dark Occult. So let's jump into the material. This first section is entitled Satanism, Belief versus Reality. And there's a huge chasm, it's a huge divide of what people believe Satanism to be versus what Satanism truly, actually is in our world. So let's look at the difference. You see images like this in what people believe Satanism to be, a worldwide belief system of what Satanism is, and it's completely incorrect. It's childish, it's naive, it's kind of asinine. And Hollywood and religion continuously puts out such imagery, and you would absolutely find more Satanists in a court system or in a corporation that is selling products to the entire world, a multinational corporation, than out in the woods, black robed and hooded, sacrificing animals these are, again, religious and Hollywood-inspired notions of Satanism, and they're there to prevent the proper reception and understanding of what Satanism is as a worldwide religion and ideology that is actively at work in our world to control us. So we have to grow up and go beyond these immature, childlike notions of Satanism as being the worship of the devil and the sacrifice of animals and people out in the woods. Not to say that certain factions of Satanism may not practice such things, but this is not what Satanism is as a mindset and an ideology, which is infinitely more important to understand how that is at work in our world than these religiously inspired and Hollywood-inspired notions of Satanism. It is the average person's false belief that the religion of Satanism is about the belief in and worship of an evil deity known as Satan, in the Christian religious tradition, of course. Religion and Hollywood together have created this ridiculous and childish version of a religion that is far more complex and far more sinister in its true beliefs and tenets. The false variation of Satanism serves to hide the real thing and to keep its true intents undiscovered by almost everyone. That is the overarching purpose of the false notion, the false belief in what Satanism is. And we have to dispel this. And this is what I've been trying to do as a former Satanist for the last 15 years of my life. It's one of the most challenging and difficult things that I've ever had to do, is to try to explain to people what Satanism really is versus what they've been told that it is by their religious institutions and by Hollywood. So here's what Satanism actually is, and I don't say this from book knowledge or being told about it secondhand. I know that this is what it is from firsthand experience inside the religion as a former priest of the Church of Satan. Satanism is an ancient occult religion comprised of diverse, interconnected networks of worldwide adherents. That means it is a worldwide belief system, and it operates as a network that connects seemingly disparate groups from all over the world. At its ideological core, and this is what is of utmost importance, this religion, Satanism, postulates that knowledge of the human psyche, our inner workings as human beings, in our mindset, in our mentation, in our psychology, and knowledge of the laws of the universe, or in other words, the way things really work in the physical world, true science. That knowledge, combined of the human psyche and the laws of nature, should be occulted or hidden and held only by a small group, a few human beings, so that they themselves may retain power, may gain and retain power over the ignorant human masses. It is much more accurate to perceive the belief of Satanism, to perceive Satanists and dark occultists in general as ancient psychologists who hold and wield hidden information in ways which will exploit those who remain ignorant of it. That is what the occult is. It's hidden knowledge about how the human mind works and operates, human desires, aspirations, how we think, how we operate, and how the human psyche can be manipulated through symbolism, through imagery, through word choice, through fear, etc. And to hold that information and wield it as a weapon over those who don't have that information, who are psychologically immature, who have no understanding of how the average human mind works, and those aspects of human psychology and how they can be manipulated. And therefore, the master in that regard, with all of that knowledge, can wield a power differential over those who are not in the know. That is ultimately what this religion is. At the highest levels, of course. As we're going to see, de facto Satanism is low-level Satanism. It's the version of Satanism that is given to the masses of people to keep them under control. So through the power differential that this ruling class gain by the way of manipulating those who remain in ignorance of all of the knowledge that they occult or hide, the small minority who are in the know wish to permanently rule the masses of humanity and effectively become God on earth. That is their ultimate long-term goal of what Satanism is. It is to invert everything. It is to pervert everything, invert everything in the natural domain, turn everything on its head, and ultimately become gods of a prison society. They want worldwide slavery. They want to rule everybody as their master. They want to be gods on earth. It is important to understand that contrary to popular belief, the overwhelmingly vast majority of Satanists do not worship an externalized deity known as Satan in the Christian tradition, but instead see Satanism as an ideological way of being in the world. And they view the ego-driven self as the god of their religion. The self is the god of Satanism, not some Christian horned and hooved deity, as is depicted in Hollywood and ridiculous versions of what Satanism is by religious traditions. The ego, completely run out of control and run amok and wanting to be God, is what should be properly understood as the God of the satanic religion. And then the next question that people will very naturally and rightly have is, well, why do they call it Satanism? Why don't they call it egotism? And again, they want to take trappings of religious tradition to confuse people and get them thinking of it in terms of, oh, this is some quaint religious belief based on the Christian version of an evil deity, when in fact, Satanism is infinitely more than that, and far more sinister than just worshiping some so-called evil deity, externalized deity. It is the ego run out of control, wanting to be God and willing to do anything to make that eventuality, to make that goal happen in the very real world. So why call it Satanism? So there's two overarching reasons that they take that symbolism, imagery, and that wording. The symbolism and trappings of the Christian devil or Satan are often used in modern Satanism for two reasons. The first is to try to make outsiders see this religion, Satanism, as just another quaint religious belief that is based upon traditional Christian belief systems. And therefore people will dismiss it as something that doesn't have that much active power in the world. The second reason they associate it with the Christian tradition of the evil deity Satan is they want to associate themselves with what they refer to as the adversarial dynamic in nature, or as it is called in the occult world, the force of involution. So involution is the force which opposes true evolution in consciousness, that keeps consciousness held back, keeps it at bay, keeps it folded up and not unfurling and expanding. Involution is the opposite of true evolution in the mind. This comes from the ancient Hebrew word shaitan. The word Satan itself comes from the Hebrew word shaitan, meaning adversary or opposer. And what was it the adversary of? It was the adversary of true evolution in consciousness. It opposed that. It is trying to keep that held back, tied back, enslaved. Satanism, as an ideology, as an ideological way of being in the world, is ultimately about being opposed to the true order of natural law, the universal laws of morality which govern the behavioral consequences of beings who are gifted with the capacity for holistic intelligence and free will. Satanists ultimately stand against that true order, that true moral dynamic of natural law that is inherent to creation. Again, they want to be God. They want to destroy the natural order. They want to institute their own order, alleged order, which is actually chaos, an inversion of true order, of course. So that's a basic review of what Satanism is from my explanation of it given in Demystifying the Occult Part 2, Satanism and the Dark Occult. Now we're going to get into what de facto Satanism actually is, which is the whole purpose of this presentation. The first thing that we have to understand is, what does de facto, what does the term de facto actually mean? The term de facto means in deed, in action. It is derived from the Latin preposition de, meaning of, from, about, concerning, or regarding. And then the second part of the etymological breakdown of de facto comes from the Latin noun factum. Facto comes from the Latin noun factum, meaning deed, act, or achievement. De facto is often used to describe someone who represents or embodies something in action, in their deeds, without that person necessarily formally claiming to be that thing in words. So again, de facto means that someone embodies a way of being in the world in their behavior, through their actions, but they don't necessarily claim to be that thing in words. So if someone acts in a, quote, Christ-like way, they could be called Christian in their deeds. They might be considered a de facto Christian. Even if you ask them, do you subscribe to formal Christianity or organized Christianity, they may say, no, I do not. I'm not a member of that religion. I don't consider myself a member of that religion. But if they truly acted in a way that was described as Christ-like, because it was similar to the way Christ taught people to behave in the New Testament teachings, in the New Testament scriptures, that person could be called a de facto Christian. So you could be called a de facto anything after the word de facto if you behave as that being or thing is described to be in words, because your deeds are truly expressing what that thing is. So in this image it says, yes, just as you can identify a tree by its fruits, you can identify people by their actions. It's not about what they say. It's not about what they say they are. It's not about what they claim to identify as. It is about what their actions show you in the very real world that they are and who they are. Again, as is said in New Testament scripture, by their fruits ye shall know them. It's about what you do in the world that is ultimately going to tell other people who and what you are, not what you say you are in words. So this is a very important thing to keep in mind and to distinguish what people say they are versus the real thing. Their actions are going to define who they truly are. So the question comes up, can a person be a Satanist and not even know it? Can you be a Satanist and not realize that you are a Satanist? And the answer is absolutely. It is absolutely true that a person can be a Satanist and not know it. They would not have to claim to be a Satanist to actually subscribe to the worldview, to the tenets, to the belief systems, and to the behaviors of what a Satanism is in the very real world. So again, this picture describes it. Someone could deny all they want to themselves, who they are inside, depicted as the person on the left, not wanting to confront themselves, not wanting to look at themselves, being in a state of shame over who they really are deep inside. And the image on the right depicts someone who is wearing a mask. They could change every day to a different mask, to a different face. They could call themselves a million different things, but it's their deeds, it's their actions that ultimately define who they are. So you could have a mask for saying that you're a Christian. This being can say, I'm a Christian. This being can say, I'm a Jew. I practice Judaism. They can say, I'm a Muslim. I practice Islam, or a Buddhist, etc., so forth and so on. They can claim to be millions of different things through their mouth, through their words. Okay? But the words does not define who the being actually is. What defines who and what the being actually is how they behave in the world, what they do. Their deeds define them. So this is what a de facto Satanist is. It's a Satanist in their deeds, in their actions. They are defining themselves as a Satanist. And it's a little bit more than that even. It's your mindset. Because your mindset is ultimately going to determine how you behave. See, mentalism precedes everything. How you think is how you're going to behave in the world. What your belief system is, what your worldview is ultimately going to drive your behavior. So, the Satanist indeed has to first accept the satanic mindset in their mind. And that's what we're going to talk about here today. That's what ultimately defines. Those are the defining characteristics and hallmarks of what a Satanist truly is, whether they claim to be one or not. Someone can claim to be a Christian, and in their mindset and their deeds, they're a Satanist. They can claim to be a Jew, and in their minds and in their deeds, they're a Satanist. They can claim to be any number of religions or any number of philosophies, but it is their overarching mindset, their worldview, that then informs and drives their deeds that is ultimately going to define who they are in this world through their behavior. Above all else, Satanism is a mindset, and this is what has to be completely understood. One of the most critical principles of natural law is that all things begin as thoughts. Again, that is the principle of mentalism in natural law. This principle eventually extends to the macrocosmic law. As humans think in the aggregate, so shall be the quality of their collective experience on earth. Your mindset ultimately determines behavior, and your behavior ultimately determines the quality of your experience. That is how natural law functions to bring us the consequence not only of what we believe, but how we behave in the world. And then we have made that bed, and then we must sleep in it. If the slave masters of our world can give a lower level, far less informed variant of their own mindset, their own religion, to those they wish to rule over, it becomes that much easier for them, the Satanists, to control their would-be slaves, people who they give a lower level variant of their very own mindset and religion to, that those people, their slaves, don't even understand is the lower level mindset of their ruling class masters. Again, the principle of mentalism dictates that the all is mind, and that the universe is ultimately a mental construct derived by and directed by mind. These are teachings that are taught in the Hermetic traditions and many other traditions that teach natural law. But here is the variant that I've explained to people that I hope communicates through pop culture, the idea that we are thinking like our own enslavers. Their greatest trick that they pulled was not even convincing us that Satan doesn't exist. It's giving us the lower level variant of the satanic mind, what I call mini-me Satanism. They have to give you a lower level variant of their mindset in order to rule you. If you get out and come out of the satanic mindset, truly exit it, truly emerge from it, you cannot be controlled by the higher level dark occultists in the world. Ultimately, you can't be controlled. Physically, yes, they can manipulate other people to do their dirty work for them, but you yourself would be at least free, mentally and spiritually. Okay? So again, I call de facto Satanism, the name that I've coined and given to it, is mini-me Satanism from the Austin Powers series of Dr. Evil being the nemesis of the, a protagonist in the series of movies. These are comic movies. And the Dr. Evil character representing the embodiment of the narcissistic villain has a small version of himself that he calls mini me. And that is what they're essentially doing in an allegorical way, as an analogy. They are giving you a small version of who they are mentally, in the mindset, in the belief system. And that enables them to control people because they are in a controllable programmed state in the mind. So mini-me Satanism could be another term, or it's my term really, for what de facto Satanism actually is as a mindset. So then the question becomes, what in fact is the satanic mindset? We've described that Satanism is an occult religion. It's ancient. The rulers of our world, the people who are truly enthroned behind the scenes, the ostensible corridors of power, who are truly enthroned behind all worldly institutions, are dark occultists or ancient psychologists who are manipulating the people of this world into compliance and submission to their will. But what is their mindset? What is the defining hallmarks and characteristics of their belief system that they then give to us at a lower level that enables people to be able to be controlled? And again, this is going to be some review from Demystifying the Occult Part 2, but it's necessary as a setup to help people to understand de facto Satanism. There are four main tenets of the satanic mindset or religion. The first is selfishness or egotism. Again, I would claim that you could call Satanism egotism or the religion of the self, and it would be highly accurate. But I think, referring to it as Satanism really connects it with the concept of the adversary, the adversarial dynamic in nature, involution, the force which is holding human consciousness back, which is highly accurate. So the first tenet of Satanism is the dictum that self-preservation is the highest law. And it's not just self-preservation, it's self-advancement, and it's really the apotheosis of self, of ego. It's ego as God, as we're going to talk about. But put in other words, the first satanic dictum of self-preservation is the highest law really means this: the survival and comfort of the physical self is always a more important goal than doing what is morally right. Live for yourself only and care only about you and yours. Okay? That's the ultimate driving directive of Satanism, of the satanic mentality, pure egotism. If you even must step on others to get what you want, then so be it, for this is a dog-eat-dog world. And how many people think exactly like that and live exactly like that? See, this is the key that I'm trying to connect in people's minds. If Satanism is about pure egotism and selfishness, how many people do you see embodying that ideology? How many people do you see living like that in the world and making that their mindset and their ideology? It's most people. It's not a question of how many people are in the satanic mindset. It's a question of how many are not. It's a tiny handful that are not in this mindset. They have inculcated most of the world into a lower level variant of the satanic religion. The tenet that clearly defines the overarching worldview of Satanism is perpetual me thinking. So I asked the question in breaking down the very first tenet of Satanism as egotism and selfishness. Would you or would you not agree that the vast majority of individuals in our society, in our world, subscribe to such a worldview? And I think if you're being honest with yourself, you realize that it's virtually everyone. It's a matter of who have they not gotten. Who have they not converted to this religion of selfishness? This is our entire culture. This is our entire worldview as human beings, as human society. And that's what has to ultimately change. And that's a tall task. That's why it's called the great work to change it. The second tenet of ideological Satanism is moral relativism. Again, when we break down what it is, you'll see most people subscribe to this worldview. Moral relativism is the ideology that there is no objective difference between right behavior and wrong behavior. There's no real objective moral standard of behavior. It's purely arbitrary. So human beings may arbitrarily create or decide for themselves what right and wrong are, based upon their own whims and their own preferences. It's just a subjective construct of the mind that we can say this is right, this is wrong, if that's what's comfortable for us, if that's what feels right for us. In other words, that which we consider right for ourselves is what is right, and that which we consider wrong for ourselves is what is wrong. Since, according to the inherent and objective laws of morality, the aggregate amount of morality present in the lives of the people of any given society is directly proportional to the amount of freedom in that society. That is how natural law functions. Aggregate freedom determines aggregate morality. Then true freedom can never exist in a society that embraces moral relativism, because that society will almost always behave in an immoral capacity, or allow behavior in an immoral capacity to go on unrestrained and unchecked and unchallenged. So I ask people to ask themselves honestly the question, and honestly answer, more importantly, honestly answer the question: do you agree or disagree that the vast majority of human beings in our society subscribe to the ideology of moral relativism? As a matter of fact, again, I tell people the anecdote all the time. I've done many social experiments, literally going to street corners in different geographic areas and just asking people. We have a quick poll that we're conducting. Do you think right and wrong are inherent in the natural world, inherent to nature? Or are they subjective human constructs of mind that we get to invent and decide upon? And we've gotten upwards of 70% of people. In some areas, 75%, 3 out of 4 human beings. In what I might call slightly better moral areas of the human population in certain geographical regions, the lowest percentage that we've gotten in these social experiments is 2/3, 2 out of 3. Never even once in all the social experiments that we've done over the years gotten even a 50-50 breakdown. Minimum 2 out of 3 people are moral relativists. The highest that we've gotten in any one given geographic area is 3 out of 4, over 75, slightly over 75%. Imagine that. This is where we're at in human consciousness, and it's rapidly growing worse, not better. Until we do something about it, it will continue to get worse. So that's the second tenet of Satanism, moral relativism, the belief that there's no objective right or wrong, they're constructs of the mind, and we can make them up and say whatever they are. This leads to the third tenet, which is social Darwinism. And again, these are loosely defined tenets. You're not going to find like one book or document that just says this is exactly what they are. From me being in the religion for many years, I garnered this through speaking with people, through also reading texts and seeing what people who espouse the satanic ideology say. This has to be understood. This is a condensing of many years of research, and not only research, but personal lived life experience on my part, being around these people and having very in-depth discussions with them on many occasions. Social Darwinism is the third tenet. This is the extension of the theory of Darwinian macrobiological evolution into the human domain, into human society. So you're bringing animal behavior and theories regarding it into the human realm, which is a big, slippery slope, if you properly understand it. The proponents of Darwinian macrobiological evolution postulate the notion of survival of the fittest animals, meaning that animals who are the most dominant will rule their social strata in the animal kingdom. Applying this then to the human domain, this theory puts forward the notions that, number one, it is the quote-unquote natural order and even desirable on the behalf of human beings for human society to be ruled by the most dominating and vicious of humans. And two, the second notion is that such human beings' genes are the reason that they acquired their position of power in the first place, and the reason that they maintain their positions of power in human social strata. So would you agree or disagree that the vast majority of human beings in our society subscribe to such an ideology? That they're perfectly fine with there being this hierarchical construct of rulers over other human beings that make the decisions for many, many, many other people? And they believe it's just fine, and it is actually the natural order for a small group of dominant, vicious, domineering, control freak human beings to really seize and maintain power over other people and dictate how they must live. And I'd say most people are perfectly fine with it. That is generally being perfectly okay with the concept of government, because that's what it is. Government is a form of slavery. And it is basically saying these human beings can get to dictate, that's called making a law, over how all of the rest of human beings are going to live, because they consider that they know better, that they're just, better fit to rule, better fit to make those decisions for others, and then other people must obey their dictates. And that's just a form of slavery through violence and coercion that we euphemize with the word government. And that all comes out of the belief in social Darwinism. If people did not believe in social Darwinism, they would never put up with the slavery called government. And that is how this satanic mindset gets into the minds of the average person and just rules over their entire mentality and ultimately their spirit. The fourth and final tenet is taking the other three tenets of the satanic mindset to their natural conclusion, you might say. And it is eugenics, or what I like to call, even better than eugenics, it's actually dysgenics. Because it's not the passing along of good expressions of genetics, it's actually degrading human genetics over time to make people easier to rule. But in Satanism, they would call this eugenics, and here's what it is. The word eugenics is derived from the Greek adjective eugenes, which means well-born. Eugenes as an adjective in Greek is in turn derived from the Greek adjective eu, meaning good, and the Greek noun genos, meaning race or stock. So we put that all together. Eugenes means well-born, those with good genes, okay? In the mindset of those who are postulating what their variation or version of good and bad are. So eugenics, as practiced in our world, is a social ideology advocating the promotion of higher rates of sexual reproduction for people with traits and characteristics desired by its proponents or desired by the ruling class, and reduced rates of sexual reproduction and sterilization for those with undesired traits and characteristics. This tenet describes the ideology of Satanism taken to its ultimate conclusion, the final solution, you might say. It goes something like this. Since man is God, and he gets to make up what right and wrong are, and since it is simply the quote-unquote natural order for the most ruthless of human beings, whose genes are the fittest, quote-unquote, to rule the rest of the human herd, then that, quote, elite class of human beings in the highest positions of worldly power have every right to decide who is allowed to live and procreate and who must die and will not be able to procreate and pass along their genetic characteristics. And again, as I talked about in many other presentations and podcasts, this even extends into the realm of mind and becomes a mind control method of having people actually remove characteristics from the gene pool on their own without them having to do it through physical death, through physically killing people or preventing them from actually having children through coercion. The people are doing it through a form of mind control to themselves, and I call that epi-eugenics, or again, what I would describe more accurately as epidysgenics, giving people a mindset that will degrade future expressions of human beings. So going beyond traditional eugenics and not even practicing truly eugenics, good passing along of characteristics, but it's active dysgenics, and I call it epidysgenics is my term for it, which is through mind control making people degrade themselves so that you come out with a weakened variation of the human being on the other side that is an easy slave to rule. And that's what one of the big ideologies of Satanism is, degrading the gene pool, degrading the expression and characteristics of what a human being is, not just through genes, but through behavior as well. So to define ultimately what a de facto Satanism is, it's embodying, believing in, and expressing the general tenets of Satanism at a lower form of expression than the high-level member dark occult ruling class, through your deeds, through your own behavior, through the expression of your behavior, but which is ultimately directed through your mindset. A Satanist in their deeds is a Satanist indeed. And here are the defining characteristics expressed ultimately once again here. There are the 5 points of the inverted star, the inverted pentagram, which originally represented the 5 elements of earth, air, water, and fire. And then the 5th element of spirit, which should be in a defining higher level position, which is ultimately directing the other 4 elements. And the top point of the star would be the 5th element of spirit. And Satanism, again, seeks to invert everything. So they're trying to destroy the spirit. They're trying to destroy spirituality and keep it suppressed by these other tenets of pure selfishness, egotism, and materiality. So selfishness and egotism is one of the 4 points of the pentagram, the inverted pentagram. Moral relativism, social Darwinism, eugenics, and dysgenics, all ultimately designed to destroy human spirituality, to destroy the human spirit so that people can be ruled and kept slaves in our world. And that is exactly what the human condition is, covert slavery. And it is all done through the destruction of human spirituality through the other tenets of Satanism, and getting people to do it to themselves by subscribing to this belief system which they are ultimately inculcated into from the moment they're born. And a lot of people wrongly insist that if you're nice, you can't be a Satanist. And I just want to emphatically state, niceness has nothing to do with this, folks. You can be a nice person or put on the air that you're a nice person and absolutely be a Satanist in your mind and in your deeds. Niceness is not the determining factor regarding whether a person embodies the mindset of Satanism in their lives. So nice people can be de facto Satanists. And as a matter of fact, most people in our society who are perfectly nice to the average human being that comes into contact with them on a daily basis, inside their mentation, in their psychology, and in their behavior, they are de facto Satanists. And they're just wearing a mask of niceness. You know, if you peel away those layers of the onion, if you peel all those masks away, you're going to find a Satanist underneath. And this is most people. This is the average person. Okay? We're not talking about a small minority of people. The active ruling class, higher level Satanists are a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction of human beings, far less than 1%. Your everyday average person who someone would consider a perfectly nice human being, deep down in their own psychology and ultimately in the behaviors they enact in the world, are satanic. They're de facto Satanists. Most people falsely believe that just because someone is quote unquote nice to others makes them a truly good person, when in fact that is not the case. A truly good person has to properly understand objective morality and natural law and willfully choose right behavior over wrong behavior. Most people don't even understand what right behavior is versus wrong behavior. That's why they advocate for so much immoral, wrong behavior in the world. De facto Satanists seem like quote-unquote nice people and still completely espouse and embody the satanic mindset regarding what they believe and how they live in the world through their actions, through their deeds. This is a very important distinction to make, a very important concept to understand, and it's a difficult pill for many people to swallow. Yet it is true nonetheless, whether you are triggered by this or not. This is exactly what is going on in our world. This is exactly what de facto Satanism is and is about. And it has nothing to do with whether you treat other people nicely in your day-to-day interactions with them. It's all about what you believe and ultimately what behaviors you yourself are either conducting or espousing that others conduct. Another defining hallmark characteristic of the mentality of de facto Satanism is only ever thinking about you and yours. It's me thinking all the time, and others are left at the back burner. And people will underestimate how often they do this. They don't really put their mindset in the mentality of thinking about the whole world of human beings at large and how the entire human condition is enslavement. Most human beings only ever think of their own personal life situation from the moment they wake up in the morning until the moment they go to sleep each night. That's all they ever think about, is themselves and their own. Again, they may perhaps consider their immediate family, their extended family, their friends, etc., right? People who are close to them and help them in their daily situations in life. People may consider them in addition to themselves. And I say may, sometimes they do, sometimes they don't even do that. But very little beyond that, if anything. For anyone who is genuinely attempting to be honest with themselves, and that's the first dictate of awakening. If you're going to truly awaken, you can't lie to yourself. You have to be honest with yourself about the dynamics that you see at work in the world. So if we're going to really be honest with ourselves, okay, that fact cannot be denied. Most people only care about themselves, only are concerned with themselves and their own life situation, and very little beyond that. Again, they may consider family and friends, may not even do that. But if we're going to be honest with ourselves, we can't deny that fact. We have to accept that that's a daily fact of everyday life. And that's what defines de facto Satanism. Perhaps nothing better illustrates de facto Satanism. Selfish thinking is the primary defining hallmark of the satanic mindset and ideology. So again, I ask you to be honest with yourselves. How many people think this way? How many people would you honestly estimate are in this me mindset all day, every day, from the minute they wake up till the minute they go to sleep at night? And if you're honest with yourself, You're telling yourself the truth about an important dynamic of the world. How many people are completely self-centered? How many people are just in me mentation? How many people don't really care what's going on in the world? They only care about their own comfort, their own life situation. Be honest about the dynamic, and then you're going to truly understand what our work is to do to truly enlighten and wake other people up. They can't stay in that mentality if the whole world dynamic and the whole world situation is to change for the better. It's not possible. And that's a sobering reality that most people do not want to accept in life. The overwhelmingly vast majority of human beings are rarely, if ever, consider the wider situation of human reality and the human condition. They never think for 1 second of the day about human freedom or how it is being destroyed by the tyranny of government. Most people. They are unconcerned with the continuation of human slavery. They don't even consider that dynamic as the human condition. They care nothing for the suffering of others as long as they themselves are comfortable in the immediate sense. This is exactly what Satanism is at its foundational core. I can't stress that enough. Not caring about anything wider than yourself, your immediate family and friends, is exactly what Satanism is. That's what Satanism is. Care for the self only, no care for the wider issues that are taking place in the body of humanity to improve the human condition by, of course, improving the human mindset within the self first, then helping others to become enlightened and improve their condition, and therefore help the world improve its collective condition, its aggregate condition. It's only done when we first change our own mindset and come out of the de facto satanic ideology. And we're nowhere near that state. We're deeply entrenched and entrapped by it. Another hallmark, defining characteristic psychologically of being a de facto Satanist is always wanting immediate sensate gratification, immediate pleasure in the moment, regardless of what the long-term consequences are, because one has no willpower to change. How many people would you say are like that? Almost everyone. Most human beings have been conditioned to believe that the end goal of human existence, indeed our very purpose for living, the purpose of life, is to accumulate as much sensate pleasure and comfort as possible in life. That describes almost everyone, with a relative few exceptions. They live in a state of conditioned response, desiring only immediate sensate pleasure, to such an extent that they lack the basic willpower even to stop engaging in habits that are ultimately leading them into a condition of sickness and disease. They can't bring about internal willpower and strength of will to even act in their own interests. That's how conditioned in an immediate response mechanism they are to pleasure and sensate gratification in the immediate sense. In this sense, the satanic ego that they embody actually acts as a mechanism to degrade and weaken those who subscribe to it, making them easy prey for the dark occult ruling class, to poison, to degrade, to damage their ability to think properly, to have proper health to even wage any counter war against this dark occult ruling class, and not to understand their psychological strategies, because the degradation of the mind will inevitably lead to the degradation. The degradation of the body will inevitably lead to the degradation of the mind and the will. And very few people have even put this dynamic together. Very few people have even put this strategy, this way of going about accomplishing the dark occult agenda together. They can't see it for what it is. And that's because they're stuck in that I want immediate sensate gratification all the time. They cannot even delay gratification. They want it immediately. And again, this is a very important dynamic to consider and to understand, especially in light of how the dark occult interact among themselves and raise their own children. who are going to be the future, groomed to be the future rulers of the world. The inability to delay personal sensate gratification until a later time is one of humanity's primary weaknesses, and that's one of the dark occult's primary strengths. Interestingly, the ability to delay gratification until primary goals have been met is a defining characteristic of dark occultists, and a skill they always strive to teach their own young, who will eventually inherit their worldly power, especially if worldwide consciousness does not improve on a grand scale. Very, very important concept to keep in mind. Very few researchers actually even ever talk about that. Again, another primary aspect of the mentation, the psychology of de facto Satanists, or in other words, just about every human being, is the ego or the self raised to apotheosis, or God-like position in the mind. Seeing the self as God, seeing the ego as the highest force in the universe, seeing human beings in general as the highest power in the world. How many people who have no spirituality, and whether you're religious or not, they simply do not consider any power in the world higher than the power of a human being. They think as long as they do something and get away with it in the physical sense, that's all that ultimately matters. Is if you get caught in the physical, that's the only way that you're going to experience negative consequence, when that is in fact not the case. Most human beings would not specifically themselves claim to be God or to even see themselves as God, yet their behavior is how you will know them as de facto Satanists. How selfish is their behavior? Most people in the modern world do not think there is any higher power than human beings, and if they exercise immoral behavior in their lives, the only way they will ever experience consequences for that behavior is if they are caught and punished by other human beings. See, they don't really consider the dynamic of natural law and karma. They might say that they believe in karma, but they don't really behave that way. Again, it's not a matter of what people say, it's a matter of how they behave. And most people see human beings in general as the highest power in creation. They don't see anything that has created in the natural world a set of laws that will ultimately hold them to account for their behavioral choices and bring the consequences of those behavioral choices to the world. That is in fact what natural law is and what it does. And most people don't understand natural law. They don't recognize it. They will not even claim that it exists, let alone do they truly understand how it works upon the aggregate human behavioral choices and ultimately the behavioral conditions that we then inherit through those choices. And that is how our laws of consequence are, the laws that govern our behavioral consequence actually works. And that is what natural law is. Most people will just do whatever they have to get ahead in life, even if it means stepping over other people or using them as stepping stones. They care very little as long as they don't receive consequence in the physical world. But the real question is what are they doing to themselves thinking this way and behaving this way at a soul level? And again, I'm not talking about the minority of people, and I'm not talking about the very tiny minority that are actually in the ruling class. I'm talking about the everyday average Joe and Sally, okay? The everyday person. And you would be disturbed if you are honest with yourself and really look at that dynamic. It would be highly disturbing how many people think like that and how many people are inculcated into this de facto satanic religion and mindset. If you're being honest with yourself. If you're lying to yourself, you'll tell yourself a drastically different story. But if you look at the dynamic honestly, you'll see it for what it is. Another aspect of their psychology is the ego acts as the arbiter of right and wrong. And this is the whole biblical allegory in Genesis, in the Old Testament, of eating of the knowledge of the tree of good and evil. It does not mean to consume a fruit. The fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil is about being the arbiter of right and wrong. To take it into oneself, to consume it, is to arbitrate that decision of what right and wrong is, allegorically. It's not literally about picking a physical fruit off of a tree and eating it. It's about taking right and wrong into ourselves to make the decision about whether it is right or wrong, instead of recognizing right and wrong as inherent characteristics in nature, because it is about whether the behavior initiates harm to another sentient being or not, and then willfully aligning our behavior with right over wrong. Most people do not understand those characteristics and have not made that judgment, and therefore they're still operating as an arbiter of right and wrong, based on whims, based on their comfort levels, based on what they want in the world, what they consider right for them, etc. So most human beings, as we've already talked about, talking about moral relativism, obviously this directly relates with moral relativism, believe that right and wrong are subjective human constructs of the mind. They see no inherent moral contradiction even with man-made laws being completely different in different places or at different times. That's one of the most blatant characteristics of the laws of man, is that it is completely morally relativistic. One thing could be legal in one place, illegal in another place, across an imaginary line called a state or national boundary. It can be perfectly considered moral and legal, quote unquote, at one time, and then the law changes, and then you could do the exact same behavior at another time and it be perfectly seen as okay or moral. This is absolute nonsense. It's absolute garbage. Anybody that thinks that way cannot exercise true logic, true reason, true morality, and they are moral relativists. I'll give an example in a moment. But they are perfectly comfortable with the idea of what's right for me is right and what's wrong for me is wrong. At any given time or place, that can change. That's why it's moral relativism. Such morally relativistic thinking is what truly defines the mindset of a de facto Satanist. It's one of the biggest defining psychological characteristics of a de facto Satanist. And again, we could just look at an example of any type of laws. You could look at gun carry laws. You could look at the permitting of certain behaviors. And you could look at, again, prohibition in certain states versus certain states saying it's perfectly okay to use what they call marijuana, which should be properly called cannabis, in a medical capacity or even in a recreational capacity. So the blue states have recreational usage of cannabis. The green states have medically prescribed uses of cannabis, and the gray states in this graph are still saying that cannabis is going to be tightly controlled, and if you use it or distribute it there, you can be caged. You can be thrown in a cage, and your freedom can be taken from you. So the question is, who's right? Which of these states are correct? Which of these states are incorrect? Is it a right to imbibe a substance into one's own body because you own your body? Of course it is. Anybody who's making any restriction on that is committing a wrongdoing by preventing the exercise of a right to decide what you will place into your own body. That's separate that if you act irresponsibly after imbibing any substance, whether it be cannabis, alcohol, or liquid bleach, what you're going to go and do to another person is completely separate from the first behavior of imbibing a substance or a compound. That's nobody's business of what you put into your body. It's secondary in another decision and another behavior if you go out and harm somebody else, and you don't have the right to initiate harm. So again, making up laws in different state boundaries at different times and at different places is all moral relativism. And again, the satanic mindset thinks that that's fine. It doesn't see the inherent moral contradiction in that. It doesn't see the moral illegitimacy of man's law. It perfectly accepts that, and it's perfectly reasonable to it because, again, it's only considering what it considers to be right based on the way the individual being feels. It's not considering what's objectively true regarding right and wrong based upon whether the action that is actually being done initiates harm to another sentient being or not in that moment. And again, this is the majority of the world on both sides of the political spectrum. Doesn't matter what aisle people come down on, side of the aisle they come down on politically, or even whether they consider themselves anarchists or not in many cases. Most people are moral relativists, regardless of what they claim to be politically. And most people do not see the inherent contradiction in the moral relativism of man's laws. Everybody who's very rigidly politically defines themselves, through the left-right paradigm politically, certainly thinks that. And then libertarians to a lesser degree, and perhaps anarchists to a lesser degree than them. But even in the anarchist community, as I've talked about many times, you have that type of satanic, morally relativistic thinking, unfortunately. I've done a lot of work to try to dispel that. Here's a huge one that I see even in the freedom community, unfortunately, and it's a shame that people keep ascribing animal behavior and bringing that into the human domain. And this is, again, connects directly with the tenet in Satanism as of social Darwinism. The false belief of a human being as, quote unquote, just another animal. Literally a quote in the Satanic Bible by Anton LaVey is that human beings are just another animal, no different than any other animal in the animal kingdom. Part of the mindset that Satanists give to humanity is that human beings are, quote, just another animal. This is, of course, a false belief system because human beings have a far greater complexity in thought and exponentially more of an advanced capacity for holistic intelligence than the rest of the animal kingdom. That's why we can reason truly if we make ourselves capable of it, and we can understand why a behavior is morally right versus why a behavior is morally wrong. And then we can use our capacity for holistic intelligence and free will also to choose the right behavior over the wrong behavior. That is the exercise of conscience. If people latch on to this false belief of humans as just other animals, we make the dangerous mistake of accepting animalistic behavior in human society and human civilization. And that's a very steep, slippery slope to proceed upon. This is taking the construct of Darwinism into the human social domain. That is, in fact, what the mindset of social Darwinism is, why it's a tenet of worldwide satanic belief, and why they give us that belief system at a lower level for people to latch on and subscribe to. Because if we are thinking in a lower level form as them, not even understanding how the entire world's power structure truly works and the religion that it is ultimately ruled by, we're easy prey to these dark occult predator class elitists. And that is, in fact, how they have inculcated us, and that's how they continue to rule us. Again, belief that we are nothing more than animals brings animalistic behavior into the human world, into the human sphere of influence, the human domain. And again, you can see this in no better illustrated in the realm of statism or the belief in government. Back in black slavery time period around the American, prior to the American Civil War, the plantation owner says, it's my right to force other people to work in my fields. Imagine believing that you could own other people bodily. That's overt slavery. Today we have the covert slavery of government that says it's my right to force upon others to pay for what I want. Force other people to pay for what they want. Takes from them whatever amount they deem necessary. Forceful confiscation of wealth to pay for what they want to see enacted in the world. I mean, imagine this. And people think it's fine. See, that's what Satanism is. thinking that immoral behavior is just perfectly normal and okay. And this is what they're inculcating the world into. It's not only forcing people to pay what you say they want, it's now forcing people to put things into their own bodies that you say that they should have in their body that they don't want in it. There's no better definition of slavery. You're making a direct claim on the body. Even something like this, with taking money from people, you're taking the fruit of their labor that they performed with their body and mind. And you're taking the product of that, the fruit of that labor. That's an indirect claim on the human body. Literally saying you must put this into your body is a direct claim upon the body. That's slavery, folks. By any other name you want to call it, I don't care how you want to euphemize it. It's slavery. It's the claim upon the body. And this is what people have to understand. Every single person who believes in any form of taxation, you believe in slavery. And that makes you an immoral being. Believing in government is just believing that one class of people can construct dictates that another class of people must follow. That's slavery. It's not my belief that it is. It's what it actually is. And if you don't think so, you are incorrect and wrong, and you're morally wrong for thinking that that's perfectly okay. That makes you a bad person. That makes you an immoral being in your mind, in your consciousness, and then what you condone to be done. And we have to be honest about it. We have to tell people that you are a bad person for thinking that way. You are a bad person for condoning that other people behave that way and continue to behave that way, and that another class of people continue to be subjected to that violence and coercion and duress. It's not okay. It's immoral. And it's a defining hallmark of immorality and Satanism. And you know what leads to all of that? What leads to even the belief that statism should be put in place? Oh, we're just bad people by our nature. And then you have other people, oh no, people are all just good. They're just good people by their nature. You know, a lot of religionists think that way, or a lot of people who are often, wonderland somewhere that don't understand what's really been done to the human mind, to the human psyche through the type of covert mind control that has been conducted against the population. They think in this dialectical construct of human nature is either good or bad. It's a complete false belief and false notions of what the actual nature of a human being is. And again, this is very combative because people feel very strongly about this to the point where they make it part of their religious belief system in the mind. And all of them are wrong. There's so few people who accurately understand what the nature of a human being is by nature of reality in the physical world, without anything being given to them. How we come into the world inherently through our nature is a programmable state. And if you don't understand that, the ultimate chess master, slave masters of the world, who are playing a game of chess, and the average moron in this world doesn't even understand what checkers are, let alone how to play checkers, has not sat at the chessboard with the chess masters, and is not even on the same level of being able to even understand how this game is played. Okay? This is how unsophisticated psychologically the average person is. They have such a low-level, unsophisticated psychology that it's child's play for these people to deceive them and manipulate them. Because they don't even understand something as basic of what human nature actually is. And this is a proven, it's absolutely, completely proven to be this way. It is not an opinion. It is not subjective. Human nature is neither good or evil. It is neither good or bad. We don't come in. What human being pops out of the womb behaving a certain way? This is all people have to stop and ask themselves. A simple question that puts the question to rest once and for all. If you're any kind of an honest person, or if you even have a modicum of average intelligence. It doesn't require an extremely high IQ. No one comes into the world a psychotic murderer and control freak. No one comes into the world behaving saintly and, understanding everything. Information is what determines how one behaves over the course of one's life. If we're very high information and we've really seen the big picture of what is really going on in our world and how things really work, we can willfully change our behavior, willfully mold our behavior, and have positive outcomes, have good results on the other side. If we don't do that and we're low information, ignorant people, we're easily led, we're easily deceived, we're easily manipulated, and we're always putting out garbage result into our lives. And then we want to scream and complain about it as if it isn't us doing it to ourselves. This is how human nature really works. So let's look at the information on this slide. Most people hold a completely erroneous belief about human nature. They falsely believe that human beings are either good or bad by their very nature. Completely contrary to these popular but incorrect beliefs, the reality of human nature is that human beings are simply programmable. We are programmable beings. I'm sorry, I'm apologizing. I accidentally keep knocking this microphone. It's the first day I'm using it. I'm using a new mic, and I'm not used to being in the position, so I have to be more careful with my hand gestures. So I apologize for that. This is a live recording. So, we are not computers, but we, like computers, are programmable mentally. What we believe eventually becomes our behaviors. So if programmed beliefs can be inserted into the mind like a computer virus, bad output happens on the screen of life. If good coding happens in the mind and we understand accurately what's going on within ourselves and in our environment, then we can put good behavior out into the world, good output. It's the garbage in, garbage out dynamic of computers, often called GIGO, garbage in, garbage out. Okay? Good behavior in, good behavior, good programming in, good information in, good behavior out. That's what we have to understand it as an allegory for, or an analogy of. So we're not computers, but much like computers, if a human being has a bad file system format, which is the conditions during a child's formative years, their formative years. It's like laying the file format onto a hard drive. When we format the drive, we're doing that with our children when they're in a highly programmable state in the first 6.5 to 7 years of life. That's their formative years. Then we might give them a bad operating system. That's our culture that that's at work in our environment. That's culture, which is the collective belief systems. And bad software, right? If we install badly written software programs into the human mind, then that's erroneous, rigid, and dogmatic belief systems that people just accept as being true. If we put all of that in, what's going to be the output? The output, which is behavior, which is the way of being in the world, onto the screen that we call, the screen is life, our environment, our daily operating environment, is also going to be garbage. If all that garbage programming goes in, do you expect good output onto the screen of life, quote unquote? Or do you expect horrific, tragic outcome? Total garbage result. What do you think is going to be the manifested result? It doesn't take a brain surgeon or a genius to figure it out. Once again, if we're honest with ourselves. So, if garbage goes in, garbage comes out, and the behavior that we output will be bad and will contribute to deteriorating conditions on a mass scale in our world. Similarly, like a computer, the behavior of a human being will largely depend upon its programming, the quality of information that is input into the being, which will enable it to process and create efficiently, if it's good. So if good information / programming goes in, the good result comes out on the other side. If garbage programming goes into the being, garbage result comes out on the other side. When we take this into the aggregate, that's the consequential results that we get societally, worldwide, and that's what natural law actually is. This isn't difficult to figure out for people who step back from their garbage, programmed, conditioned response belief systems given to them by religion and whatever ideology somebody else has tried to program into their mind, and you sit and think about it properly for a long period of time. That you can't really come to any other logical conclusion than that if you're honest. If you want to lie to yourself, you keep telling yourself somebody comes in inherently good, somebody comes in inherently bad. It's all complete garbage BS. But if you want to lie to yourself and tell yourself that, you feel free, go right ahead and keep lying to yourself. You're not doing anybody else a disservice but yourself. But then you do a disservice by teaching garbage beliefs to others that aren't true. And unfortunately, that's what has happened in our world. This is a very important dynamic to understand, because if people don't change their view of human nature, they stay in the satanic mindset. This is exactly what will help get you out of not only a satanic mindset, but a religious mindset. Most people in the satanic mindset believe human nature is bad or flawed from its inception, and even religionists think that. And people in a New Agey or other type of religious mindset will often think, oh no, people are all just inherently good. Neither is true. They are both dangerous mental subscriptions to subscribe to, because they don't accurately describe what the human condition really is. The human condition is a programmable state that is capable of being changed through information. When you understand that, then you'll understand how important putting correct information out into the world is. You'll make a one-to-one correlation between those things, and that's a huge part of the true awakening process. Again, the negative belief in human nature, believing that humans are just bad and need to be controlled, is another defining hallmark characteristic of the psychology of de facto Satanists. Because then the next thing that they'll want to do is they want to put an authority system in place. The belief in authority, the belief in a hierarchical master-slave relationship in our world. Or in other words, a command structure, a power structure. And really what it is it's a chain of command and obedience. That's what it really is. It's people who blindly believe in authority and obey authority. And that's the thing that has led to the most death and destruction in the history of our species. And this is where the de facto satanic mindset is designed by the higher level Satanists to lead us. They're giving us their beliefs, their false belief system, at a lower level, so that we will believe all the things that will allow them to create that power structure and ultimately enslave us. It's genius from their perspective. From the chess master perspective, it is a genius strategy. From the perspective of the people being ruled, unless you wake up to it, you're not going to understand how it works. I've been for 15 years trying to give people the playbook here, folks. From an insider perspective, not from somebody who read about it in books, not from somebody who listened to other people to understand it. No, I was inside that structure at a higher level than most people will ever see. I'm trying to give you the enemy playbook, taken right from their whole sphere of influence and brought over to the other side of the playing field. Here's the plays they're running. Here's their strategy. This is their agenda. And still, people just aren't intelligent enough, unfortunately, to figure it out. And then they want to come down on the person who's trying to tell them the truth about how you've been played, how you've been fooled, how you've been manipulated. These people look at you like a joke, believing in their authority. They look at you like a tool. And all the people doing their bidding, the order followers, they look at you with nothing but contempt, and they're using you like a tool. And when they're done using you like the tool that you are, they're going to throw you in a garbage dump. And that's exactly how they see you, boys and girls. Exactly. All the little children out there who are doing these evil psychopaths' bidding, all the police, the military, all the people in government, all the people who are the order followers, You're a joke to your masters. You think you're involved in the power structure truly? You'll get thrown under the bus at their earliest inconvenience. At the most convenient time that they can throw you under the bus when they're having a hard time, you're going right under the bus, little child. That's exactly how they see you, and that's what they're going to do to you. And history will tell you the truth of that lesson if you really pay attention to it. But most people are too stupid and ignorant to study a long view of human history. That's part of the problem. If they did, they would see exactly how this power structure eats them, and when they're done eating what they want and chewing them up, they're going to spit your bones out. That's how it really works. That's how ruthless the people at the higher levels really are. You ain't going to escape that. You think you're going to be the last ones fed to the big beast, as if that's some kind of a winning situation. Yeah. Keep thinking that way and see where it gets you. Okay, but this is a huge part of de facto Satanism. So everybody that believes in this authoritative power structure and this hierarchical power structure, you're all Satanists. You are Satanists at the core of your belief system because you don't truly believe in freedom, and you've bought falsely the notion that all of humanity is bad. No, we've been given bad information. Being given access to the correct information, we can make properly informed decisions about how we will behave. We are conditioned to act in the ways that we act. It is not natural behavior. It is programmed behavior. And we were programmed at an earlier stage of our development in our lives in the formative years. And it's very difficult to break that conditioning. It can be done with a lot of work and with a lot of knowledge. And that knowledge, most people don't have it. They have not acquired it, let alone put it into practice in their lives. Another defining characteristic and hallmark of de facto Satanism is not even giving a damn, not caring about freedom in the presence of tyranny. You'll just watch tyrants destroy freedom, not say a word, not even look at it, not care, not speak against it. A huge hallmark of de facto Satanism is staying blind, deaf, and silent regarding the activity of tyrants in our world because it's cowardice. Deep down inside, de facto Satanism does not truly create and inspire courage. It's all about being a coward, acting only in your own little egocentric self-interest and never doing anything to put yourself at possible risk, because these people are in fact dangerous and violent and should not be allowed to do what they're doing totally unchallenged. But only the courageous person is going to speak out against them. The de facto Satanist is going to sit back, hide in the shadows, cower in fear, let them do whatever they do, because they're a coward deep down inside their heart. De facto Satanists have been well trained only to care about their own comfort and not to speak out against or even recognize injustices that are done to others. This is cowardice to the ultimate degree. Cowardice to the ultimate degree. It is also one of the highest forms of immoral behavior because it completely ignores the destruction of justice and freedom. And, there's no worse crime against humanity to sit back while tyranny is enacted and say, I don't care. It's not actively in the moment being done to my physical body, and if it's done to other people somewhere else or at another time, I couldn't give a damn. And be honest. See, part of this program, part of this whole presentation is I'm not only laying out the facts, I'm asking you to ask these questions to yourself and be honest when you answer them. How many people think like this compared to how many don't? If you're honest, almost everyone, percentage-wise, really deeply does not give a damn about human freedom to the extent that they're actively involved in trying to reverse the current trend toward tyranny. It's not about what you say you want, it's about what you're doing. See, that's the difference. If you're not doing anything, you don't care enough. It's not just about you paying lip service to freedom. Another characteristic is just always doing what's easy instead of what's truly right. Most people don't have the fortitude, the courage, the willpower to truly do what is right. De facto Satanists in our world always strive to take the easy way out. of just about any situation you could imagine. If that means doing the wrong thing, just not to be hassled or ridiculed, toward themselves even, or others, then they choose the wrong thing. Whatever's the most comfortable path, they're going to take it. They don't give any question or any care to what is morally right. And this describes most people. Doing what is right is not always what is easy. Admittedly. In fact, it is almost always the harder thing to do in life, doing what is right. And again, that's where I began this presentation. Choose the right thing and do the right thing because it's the right thing. Not for any personal reward, simply because it is the morally right thing to do. That's the consciousness we have to work toward and to actually step into and live in the world. Most people are not doing that. They're still always concerned about their selfish situation. De facto Satanists have been conditioned into this form of spiritual and mental weakness and cowardice. Not only do they take the so-called easy way out all the time, but they also try to influence other people, especially their own children, to make the same immoral decisions and the same immoral choices that they have made in life. And if we're honest with ourselves and we ask ourselves how many people are like that versus how many people are not, you'll get the correct answer regarding how many people are truly good in the world. How many truly good people exist on this planet at this time, and what our work is to do to change human consciousness so that people can actually build themselves into truly good people. That's the whole goal here, folks. The what's in it for me mindset defines de facto Satanism. Above all else, this is what defines it. De facto Satanists almost never think about doing something because it is the morally correct thing to do, but only think about whatever behavior they're going to decide upon in terms of what's in it for me. Is it safe? Am I going to profit? Does it put me at an inconvenience? Etc. That's the de facto satanic mindset. This kind of purely selfish thought is what has turned our entire society into a self-centered dog-eat-dog culture. First principles and moral correctness should always be the factors that guide our behavior instead of purely selfish reward. This is one of the primary reasons so few people even speak out against the rampant evil that is at work in our world. They don't want to inconvenience themselves. They're cowards. It's not expedient for them. They don't see what's in it for them. They don't see the immediate gratification, sensate reward. They never think in the long term, only in the short term, self-centered, self-gratifying way. And that's not going to get it done, folks. We have to come out of that satanic form of thought. That's not higher consciousness. That's debased, degraded, satanic consciousness and mindset. That's what de facto Satanism ultimately is. So I'm going to conclude the presentation with a few slides about getting out of this mindset, because I don't want to leave people with abject hopelessness. That's never my intent, folks. A lot of people think I'm some doomer, and I am not. I'm a realist. I'm not a wild-eyed optimist seeing the world through rose-colored glasses, but I'm not a total doomer black pill person either. Okay? I tell people you got to reject the black pill and you got to get to the gold pill, right? Yeah, take the red pill first for the information, but get the gold pill about what your actions should really be and what mindset to put your mind really in. And I'm not saying go and say everybody's angelic and this is just in the hands of God or it's all going to just work out. No, evil can win. I repeat this over and over again. Be realistic. Evil is winning and evil can win permanently. And tyranny can be enacted and tyranny can reign for thousands of years. And if you want to leave that kind of a world to your children, then, go and think whatever the hell you want and, not really strive to learn what the truth of the matter is. And keep staying in your satanic mindset. But if you want to change the result, the manifestation for not only ourselves, but for those who come after us in this world, our children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, etc., our future progeny, then you have to understand the mindset that has to be formed to get out of de facto Satanism. And it's not easy. We've been inculcated into this religious mindset since we were young. You know, this religion has existed for aeons, for thousands and thousands of years before any of us were ever born. To get out of it is going to be a challenge. So I want to leave people with, it is possible. Is it hard? Exceptionally hard. Can it be done? Yes, it can. With enough willpower, with enough knowledge, care, and will. It can be done, and people can reverse this mindset and come out of it. I did it. It took enormous shadow work upon myself for years of my life. Not weeks, not months, but years. Okay? And that's why it's very important that people understand this and begin immediately if they're going to ever reverse that condition. And the first thing is you have to at least care about yourself enough to even start that process. The true human awakening process always begins with the development of true self-respect. You have to care about yourself enough to want to come out of the mindset that gets you to care only about yourself. See, because that's the thing. It's false. It isn't really caring about the self. It's caring about the ego's desires, which have to be eventually not 100% buried forever. They have to be put in their proper place. This is what real spirituality and shadow work strives to help the individual to do. There's always going to be an ego. There's always going to be worldly desires. There's always going to be some level of selfishness at work in the world. The goal is not to try to be so perfect and saintly that you look at it as an impossible condition to reach, to enlighten yourself and choose something different for yourself and the world. This is a very practical way of looking at becoming truly spiritual and enlightened. And it starts with true self-respect. And to understand this process, or the beginning of it, I can't explain it all here, right? I'm giving you the very building blocks of getting out of this mindset. You have to first simply understand what respect truly is. And respect is this. It comes from the Latin. The etymological root of the word respect is the Latin prefix re, meaning to look at, to examine, to see, and the Latin verb spectare, which means to look at. I'm sorry, re means again. I stepped ahead of myself. The Latin prefix re means again, or to do over. Okay, and then the Latin verb spectare, meaning to look at, to see, to examine. True self-respect means that we re-examine ourselves. We take another look at our own mindset, our own worldview, our own beliefs, our own behaviors. And then in light of seeing ourselves in a different way through that process of self-re-examination or shadow work, then we willfully decide to make changes about the things that we know are shortcomings in ourselves and that we do not like about ourselves. We're honest with that. We don't try to push that off to the side and say, oh, only good vibes. Okay? No. You look honestly at what falls short. You look honestly at what really does need to be improved. And then you willfully decide to change those things by an act of your will. And in doing so, you are then able to recreate who you are and how you think and how you behave in the world. That contributes in the collective, in the aggregate of human behavior, and that is how the world is improved. By the individual changing themselves and their behavior, that contributes to the collective change in human consciousness and behavior. And that starts with self-respect. It then has to move into the realm of courage to take action, an internal quality within the self that one cannot get from someone else. This has to be built like building a muscle by training, by going to the gym, by doing physical activity. Courage is built like a muscle is built. And, it can weaken if it is not practiced and used. We have to find the courage to sacrifice for human freedom, to get out of our comfort zone. And that's very uncomfortable. We have to become comfortable in discomfort, in how other people may see us. Exercise courage to speak out to others exercise courage to even face the truth and look at it and answer all the questions that I ask people to pose to themselves in a very honest capacity. That's going to require tremendous personal courage, and that's no short order task. That's a very tall task. And again, that starts with self-respect, and then courage will come as we do it more, as we engage in these dynamics more in our lives. And then finally, we have to actually activate the will. That's the external aspect of courage. And you got to care enough to do all of this. This all ultimately stems from changing your heart intelligence. The mind intelligence is going to ultimately be driven by what you care about. And then you're going to go out and get the information that you need to make the changes that you need to make internally, and then help to inspire externally. This is what real love is, folks. It's not a wishy-washy notion of romantic love. That's not to say that there's not a place for, romantic love, brotherly love, etc., familial love, wonderful things in life to experience. But we need to find and activate a higher love, what is called agape in different occult traditions. A new view of love must emerge in our world. This is what true right action ultimately expresses, that we cared enough to act in the morally right capacity. This new view of love must emerge in our world in order for human beings to leave the state of consciousness that I have referred to during the course of this presentation as de facto Satanism. One must find this higher love within oneself in the form of caring enough to take right action in the world. This means getting involved in the spiritual war that is before us, before our very eyes. Yourself, getting involved yourself by first improving yourself, and then by speaking out to help others become enlightened so that they may then improve themselves as well. And that is how this chain of improvement continues on and on in the aggregate of humanity. By improving ourselves and then helping to inspire others. That is how we do it at an individual level, and then it expands out to an aggregate or collective level. And doing that process of awakening the self out of this mindset of de facto Satanism, and then helping to explain this to others and teach others and inspire others, is the true activation of the will for the purposes of performing that great work of helping to elevate human consciousness out of de facto Satanism and the condition of human slavery. I'm going to close the presentation the way I began it, at the beginning in the caveat section, with a quote from Immanuel Kant. Do the right thing because it is right. Put the earthly or physical reward off to the side. Even the self-enlightened goal, selfish, enlightened self-interest, one might call it. Put all of that reward off to the side and simply look at what the morally correct thing is to do and choose it for that reason, because it is morally true, correct, and right. Morality means doing what is right regardless of what you are told or regardless of how many other people are doing it. Obedience means doing what you're told regardless of what is right, and just because everybody else may be doing it. That's what we have to properly understand to begin the process of coming out of de facto Satanism. And I'll leave you on that note. Do the right thing simply because it is the right thing to do. That is how the great work ultimately begins, and what will ultimately drive it to a positive end. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your kind attention during this presentation.
Yeah, what a hell of a presentation to end on. Mark Passio. Obviously, he's got phenomenal work, and that is getting down to the source, the psychology, because it's all about your state of mind, and he just nailed it. How you guys doing today?
Doing great. Just feeling really inspired.
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Chris, your volume is pretty low. Hi, Patty.
Hey, how are you?
Doing well. Doing well. Thanks for joining.
To end on Mark Passio.
How's it going, Mark?
Hey, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. We were just talking about your presentation, man. That was phenomenal. It's right on the bullseye. The state of mind that doesn't get down to the causal factor. That's it. That's it right there.
Well, I appreciate it. I think that it's a topic that I've held on the back burner for far too long. I'm glad I got an opportunity to present that at the FUNL 2 conference. I want to thank all of the organizers. You guys did an incredible job. All of the speakers were incredible. I'm just completely blown away by the quality of information, this whole event, and I was really honored to be asked to be a part of it. So thank you.
Well, thank you for coming on, Mark. It's our pleasure. And to all the presenters that contributed, I think the content was just outstanding. The topics, everything flowed really well, except mine. But, it happens. The tech stuff happens. But other than that, all in all, it was solid. It was solid. So from me to all the presenters, thank you so much.
Yeah, it was so impressive. Am I coming in a little better there, Will?
A little bit. Now? Yeah, you're still. Let me see if I can raise you up on my end.
Yeah, this little mic isn't my best, but
yeah, no, I got you raised up a little bit.
Cool. Yeah. I loved how Mark, your presentation was fantastic. I love how it tied in, and so many of the other things we talked about. You always, obviously, you've been saying it a lot longer than we have, and you really have a good way of just putting it all together and sending that message and explaining to people the difference between what they think is okay and what is really absolutely not okay, and it's such a major difference.
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that. I really wanted to try to really help people to understand the difference between even Satanism at a higher level, like in the organized functional network that we talk about as the dark occult, versus how it really affects the everyday person. That if you ask them and say, do you want this agenda? Do you want this complete loss and destruction of freedom? They'll pay lip service to it and say no. But if you really drill very, very deeply into their inner psychology, you'll find things there that are really helping this agenda to move forward, this dark occult agenda. And, they don't understand how they have to purge that from their mentality before they can ever attempt to purge it from the world. So I hope that this presentation showed them that work is what we really all have to do at an individual level internally.
Yeah, and that one part there where you talked about people so often they think we're like animals. That's so common. I've run into that so much. It's like conversations, and they, you're right. It's just really where people are at, and there's a lot to go in terms of raising this vibration way of thinking. But I've talked too much today. I want to pass it along. I'm really happy to have other people with here. Sethikus just showed up, and Doriane's here, and Leslie and Patty. Why don't I pass it to you next, Patty, and then you can pass it along to the next person.
Well, thank you for inviting me to this conference. I really enjoyed, having the commitment to make a presentation. I've never really made a formal presentation like the one I made today, and I was just very honored to be part of this amazing group. I thought everybody that presented in their own unique way, it was just astounding. I was blown away, and I just feel so grateful to be part of this community. It is, I think, one thing, and those of you that spoke of, community and bringing things together, Chris, I really liked your presentation of, the teamwork. It gets really lonely out here, when we're all by ourselves. And, I'm in the Midwest, and even though it's not as liberal, as Alex Jones calls it, it's so liberal. We're not liberal in the Midwest as much, but still people are very rigid in their thinking, and I just feel very isolated, and I work in academia, so that makes it even worse, higher education. So it just brings joy to my heart that I am a part of a community that is putting forth this work. And I always think to myself, as long as I do what is morally right, I'm on the right path. And every decision I make, that's what I look at. Is this the right thing to do? And it's as simple as that. And that's what, finding Mark over 10 years ago, that's what taught me to kind of feel at ease with every choice that I make. And I make mistakes all of the time, but I'm just truly grateful to be a part of this community. And I thank you all for presenting and sharing your gifts. It was amazing. So thank you.
That's awesome, Patty.
Thank you, Patty.
Go for it, Chris.
Yeah, why don't we pass the mic to Doriane? I really want to hear something. We so enjoyed your art, and I'm glad you're here. I'd like to hear anything you have to say.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me well? First
Yeah,
of all,
you're coming through.
Okay, great. I was checking the sound. Great. Thank you so much, first of all, for inviting me to this event. I must say, as an artist and a dancer, it is a honor, and for me, it's one of the highest achievements in my dance to have been invited to showcase my art and to share it for freedom, for natural law, for this message, more than any performance, more than any dancer would like to perform on stage or dance for some artists. Sometimes that's the highest dream in the dance environment, the dance community, to be a backstage, like a dancer for a main artist or something. For me, it's really, this event is a very big opportunity. And I would like to really thank you, the organizer, Will, Chris, everybody behind the scenes, and of course, all the participants for sharing the knowledge you shared today and yesterday. And I think we all put quality in this weekend, and we will put quality out from all the knowledge we got. And thank you to all the participants for watching. And yes, for me, sharing my art for this topic, for this message, is for now like the highest thing I could do with my art. So thank you so much.
Doriane, I loved your performance and the bravery that it took, to be filming in the community. I loved the symbolism. It was very beautiful. And I danced, and I really appreciate your dance, your skills. So there's a question for you from Still Stormwaters. He says, curious about any training you may have done to create such a beautiful presentation.
Thank you. Yes. Well, I've been training since I was 4 years old, for 30 years, in different style of dances, ballet, contemporary. And my whole life, I was more interested by other people's dances. I never really looked to my ancestors' dances. So I'm French, half North African, and we have a very rich heritage in dance in North Africa. And recently, I have started to merge contemporary dance, how I learned it in France, very based on improvisation, very free, and North African dances. And it's the first time actually that I have shared a piece where I mixed the two, which you could see in the second video. So I've been training really on this, on my own style this year, and since June exactly. And so this whole summer I was training in that personal style. And I've incorporated Saidi dance, which is a dance style from northern Egypt, with the stick, which is actually a martial art from Egypt, where I wanted to illustrate the principle of self-defense. And in Morocco and Algeria, there's also a dance with the stick, which is very powerful. And it's the first time I've added those elements in the dance. So you can see this vocabulary in this second video. So that's the training I've been working on, plus organizing really a training that can align my thoughts, my emotions, to then create through actions, through the art, through the dance. So I will start with meditation and then warm up, and then through the dance vocabulary I want to practice.
That's
and also
beautiful.
I've been inspired by the last quote you saw at the end of the second video from the book The End of All Evil. So that was in front of me for each one of my training.
Nice.
That's
Thank you.
awesome.
So it had
Thanks for
the
asking.
intention built into it, and it very much came through in your movements. And I like that self-defense aspect. I treasure that. That's very important. It's a huge part of this message, and that I've learned a lot from Mark. And tonight I learned a lot from Sethikus as well. I'm still, reacting, internally from all you shared. Really appreciate your work. Anything you'd like to talk about, Sethikus? Thanks for joining us.
Oh, did you ask me a question? I didn't catch that.
Yeah, I was going to just go ahead and have you comment what's on your mind from. I wanted to thank you for joining us, and then just kind of check in, see your comments on being here and on the conference.
Well, yeah, I want to thank both of you, Will, for inviting me on to give one of my most important presentations that I've uploaded onto Black Earth Productions. And as far as I'm concerned, the hour that we are in right now predicates upon a lot of what I got into with the first hour and 20 minutes or so. It's a seven hour long dissertation, and goes much, much deeper in terms of the occult history that's been revealed to me, and not only to what's been revealed to me in terms of the research and study that I've done, but actual experience in terms of being on the front lines for years, not even knowing what the fuck is really going on. And then you come into all of this. And I remember seeing Mark about 15 years ago, and I said, oh my God, finally someone that fucking gets it. Because I was surrounded by people that didn't understand what the hell's really going on, let alone the dynamics and how deep it actually fucking goes. And it's still just barely scratching the surface from my point of the table, and we're all coming at table from our different points of reference, different experiences. And so being able to see the correlations and how the puzzle pieces fit, all of us here and other people out there doing the real work, we are weaving this cosmic tapestry back together, and being a part of this community and the One Great Work Network and everything is definitely going to continue to expand. And I got goals and plans and things I want to communicate. And I just moved to a new area where I'm living, and the area that I live now is sacred ground in terms of grid works that are firing up, that are going to help perpetuate the advancement of consciousness and bringing this community together in a way that has never been done before, as far as what I'm going to be doing and sounding the horn when it comes time, man. So yeah, I'm glad to be here, and I was grateful for the opportunity to be able to present one of my presentations here.
Excellent work.
Yeah,
much appreciated. Will, did you have any questions or comments from the community or from the social media chats that we could bring for our presenters?
Yeah, we did actually have one. Let me see. Let me pull it up. This is from the sheep will sleep. If objective morality is based on immutable, permanent, unchanging principles, but the nature of reality is constant change, doesn't that leave room for morality relative to circumstances?
it's a paradox. Yeah. What do you guys say?
I would say that laws of nature don't change, and that's where the essence of morality is embedded into the fabric of law. That's why it's called natural law. conditions in reality are constantly changing. That's the idea of the universe being the one change. The word versare literally means to change. People will often interpret that as, the verse of a song. So it's like the universe is the one, song that's a continually changing expression of vibration. But just like when we say conversation, that's to change together. Again, there's that root versare in Latin, meaning to change. Versatility means a capacity to change. So yes, the conditions of the universe, the expressions of the universe are constantly changing, but laws of the universe do not change. That is where morality is embedded into the fabric of law.
I sometimes think it's a little strange how things get so turned backwards in that sense in our modern reality, where people are using laws to try to generalize in all situations, when the truth is all situations cannot be ever generalized. Situations are situational, and that's why we need something that applies in every situation, which is, this defining characteristic of our reality, that there is morality, and that in every different situation we apply the same morality, and it helps us decipher the different situations. The situations are different, the morality stays the same.
I would say it's a common code that we are meant to live by. There is no common code of conduct in the world. It's just a free-for-all, like you're speaking about, in terms of things being relative. So whatever's right to a person at any given time isn't necessarily going to be, well, it's not going to be what the fuck leads them to freedom, let alone puts them into alignment in terms of proper knowledge and wisdom. So having an actual code that we live by, especially in terms of One Great Work Network, is going to exemplify the foundation to which we build upon everything else in the future. And without that code, it ain't gonna fucking happen, as far as I'm concerned. What do you guys say?
Yeah, and plus, I mean, we're living in a creative, intelligent field that we can interact with, and we can observe the effects.
Yeah.
Something that I've said, I think farmers were the original philosophers, right? Because they know if they're going to plant zucchinis, they're going to get zucchinis. They can see the rhythm of life with the seasons, cause and effect. Even mentalism. I mean, they can think deeply, and it's practical, right? You're interacting with the physical, in the physical realm, with the unseen laws. So it can be experienced. And this is something that, people need to understand. We're having a subjective experience in an objective reality. So there are laws that are binding and immutable.
Right, and taking it to the first cosmic law, this is predicated upon everything that I get into with people as far as laying the proper foundation. It's all about your state of mind. And if your state of mind is completely fucked and not in alignment, and you don't know what's going on, and you don't even know how your own psyche operates, taking it back to what Mark was explaining, at the highest levels, they are dark psychologists, and they know the human psyche through and through. But how much do you think people would assume to even know how their own psyche operates, or what the fuck is going on within themselves? It's all of this mental projection, but it's a mental projection that is manipulated to get people distracted and pulled into 20,000 different fucking directions. And you can't even pull back for a second and go, holy fuck, like, why am I being the way that I am right now? In any given second, any given millisecond, you come to that place and you're able to see clear in terms of your connection to hardcore intelligence, truly ignited from within the full spectrum perception of the flesh of Ra, when it's accessed. And this is the goal of consciousness. This is the goal that they came to harvest in context of the massacre and all these things that I got into with the Betrayal of Thoth segment, and the inversion of fundamentals and principles that at one time were taught and were common knowledge, but now being used against us. They use cosmic law against us on a daily basis because they know it's all about our state of mind.
Yeah, well said. It's ultimately, there's one overarching agenda, right? It's like the agenda against natural law, to control our perception or to manage our perception. Then we are self-regulating. So it's behavior control. And ultimately, the information we're talking about is the most fundamental, foundational knowledge of self and reality. It's the elements, the elementary information that we should have, and they just invert that and give, like what Mark was saying, give us the artificial ideologies, and people don't know themselves and can't discern deception from truth.
Right.
That's why I like to talk about the origin or the etymology of the word conscience itself. I mean, people constantly think that conscience is somehow feeling or action, when in fact it is knowledge. It comes from the Latin con, together, and where we get the word science from, the verb sciere, which means to know. I mean, it kind of goes back to what Brandon Martin was talking about in his presentation on word origins and green language. I mean, if we don't understand what our words that we speak actually mean, we're not really stepping into a place of knowledge and power. I mean, because words unlock the meaning to things and can ultimately then help us to understand our purpose. That's why they want to distort words. That's why they want to distort language and distort definitions and not have anything really mean what it truly does mean. Because the conscience is just common sense. You bring those words together, it just means common knowledge, what we should all know together, what should just be commonly known among everybody on this planet. It shouldn't even have to be explained over multi-hour presentations as all of us do. It almost seems ridiculous that we have to do that type of work. But this is how far out of common sense, unfortunately, most of humanity has gone. And it's up to us to act as, not, leaders or rulers in any conceptualization, but as simply way showers to show people back to the path of common sense, and just let them take it from there. That's all this is ultimately about. It's actually, I feel, easier than a lot of people make it out to be. People over complexify, and that's part of obfuscation and taking people off of the spiritual path. It's actually easier, and people are absolutely capable of doing it without the level of complexity that they often bring into it.
Excellent. And we have a question for you, Mark. What is the difference between Satanism and Luciferianism as far as its tenets?
I would say, as far as their main tenets, they're quite similar. The difference between them in what I explain in my work is that Satanists often are atheistic in their worldview, in their view of higher power. They view life as it's parentheses between eternity, and we're here for a brief blip and then gone. So it's a more of an atheistic mindset when it comes down to it. But Luciferians seem to have, as I personally understand the dynamic, a more spiritual worldview, and have fully understood and yet rejected natural law. They understand that there is a creator of our entire physical reality, and that consciousness, that intelligence that underlies everything, has placed laws into the fabric of our reality, into existence, that cannot really truly be undone at any appreciable level of reality. And the Luciferians rage against that mentally. The Satanists may not even consider those dynamics. They're, again, more atheistic and purely worldly. You could look at them. Yet the Luciferians are operating at an even higher level of mentation and understanding of our reality than I would describe just regular Satanists as. And they are, again, in a level of understanding of how the laws of natural law function, and yet they reject those laws. And that's, a lot of people have described that as that they're ignorant. They're ignorant insofar as the following of natural law, but they know about its existence and operation. They just don't want it to be the case. You could liken it to a person that knows eating horrific poison-laden foods is going to undermine their health, but still does it anyway. It doesn't mean that they're ignorant about the damage that food is going to cause. It means that they don't care enough to make the change to not do that, and they want it to work a different way. That, you know, you'll talk to people about health and they'll be like, but I just want to be able to eat this and still have health. Well, reality doesn't work that way. The Luciferians know that natural law exists, but do not want to be bound by it in their behavior and have negative karmic repercussions coming at them because they enact certain immoral behaviors. And that is why they themselves don't do the behaviors. They mind control other people into the acceptance of a worldview through the manipulation of their perceptions and through giving them bad information. And then they get those people to do that behavior for them so that the brunt of the karmic consequence does not come down upon them individually. That's the difference between a Satanist and a Luciferian to me.
And you put out a segment some years ago getting into the contrast between the two. I think it was about 2.5 hours, man. But that was one of the very first ones I actually heard from you, and is, as far as I'm concerned, is one of your best in terms of the question that was asked. So I just want to add that as well.
Yes, that one was called, for the person who asked the question, Sethikus is referring to my presentation called Demystifying the Occult Part 2, Satanism and the Dark Occult. And I do get into there a breakdown of the ability to distinguish Satanism.
Yeah. There was that one, but there was the one that I'm talking about where you spoke about both. You talk about Satanism and then Luciferianism, and then, you know, got into the cross-streaming context to the contrast, and then the difference between the alignments versus inversion.
Right. That may have been one of my podcasts.
It was older, man. It was older, actually.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
And real quick, we have Brandon. Yeah, we can hear you, Leslie.
Okay. Right on.
Awesome.
Yeah, we got
Brandon
Brandon
Martin
here.
in the building. Sorry if I left you hanging, brother. I didn't scroll down and see you down there.
It's
So
not a
welcome.
problem. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, you're a tad bit low, but I can make it out.
Okay. Hold on. Is that better?
Perfect.
All right, awesome. Don't mind my dog in the background. I have a dog in heat, so he's kind of very animalistic right now, pretty obsessed with her. So he's in the other room. I'll mute myself when I'm not talking. Very good to see all you guys here. You know, you guys put on a wonderful event. Everybody did great work. You know, it's amazing to see all these like-minded speakers coming together, and for you guys to be inspired by, Mark Passio's work and then the Seed Conference. Just such an honor to be here amongst such conscious beings at this time, because it's just showing that we are making a little bit of a difference, at least within this community. So it's very amazing. You can hear him. He's a wild one.
He's excited about the FUNL conference too.
Absolutely. He's super excited. He's been watching it with me all day.
That's awesome. Yeah, thanks for the compliment. It actually, I love seeing how James Cordner and Joe Murray, they start a conference. So we're seeing this kind of microcosmic of the ripple effect, which is what we're trying to create on a mass level, right? Getting more people to do the internal work and wake up and spread this knowledge. So it's awesome. And my philosophy is elevate and motivate. So this is, we have the convergence. We're converging under mental principles, freedom under natural law, and then we can come together. And it's awesome. Thanks for that comment.
Yeah, I think it's a good point too that I wanted to point out. Like Patty's work and Leslie's work. This actual physical world we have to deal with. All these toxins in our bodies and the indoctrination from all these different levels. And I really like how their presentations help deal with that aspect of care of both our own spiritual, mental self and then our physical self in terms of what things we put into our body and how we care for it on the health level too. So if Leslie, you want to make a comment on that?
Well, something different. I've been kind of holding on to it when I had technical problems, had to change computers. Sorry about that. But it was kind of going back to the idea of the universe is constantly in flux and changing. But that does not create justification for moral relativism. And I wanted to just bring up this idea that, we're in interaction with the living, moving, changing universe. And that's our role here, I think, is to learn how to master the laws of nature and the laws of the universe in order to create and develop through right action. And so what our guideposts are would be natural law. And then in working in harmony with that, with our free will, then we can create amazing things. And that the changing universe does not mean that we have the right to change the laws. So I wanted to bring that up. And I wanted to point, I think that's also related to the involution evolution, right? Our choices will lead to one or the other. There's a lot of chat going on here about moral relativism. Well, kind of coming from that, but the law of attraction, and what is the true law of attraction? So I thought maybe that could be brought up a little bit.
Yeah, let's bring that up. I just wanted to put Patty on the spot for a minute to see if you want to throw in any comments, Patty, before we move on to that topic.
Oh, about toxins in the body?
Yeah, and just, the physical aspect of this.
Yeah, well, I mean, from my understanding of health, I think, toxicity is the cause of all disease. And by eliminating that within us, which is causing aggravation and irritation, that getting rid of that is really the only true way to heal. You can't turn off the alarm system that's telling you something bad is in your body. You have to get rid of it. And so from a physical perspective, removing toxicity is kind of where it's at. But I also believe, that healing the physical is not just where you end. You also have to look at the emotional and the spiritual body, because I also believe that a lot of times we get a sense of something going off or wrong in our body before it becomes physical. And, we can attract disease to certain areas depending on the things we're not dealing with emotionally and spiritually. So it's, I think, a little bit complicated, but I liked Leslie's presentation because, finding your happiness, finding, what brings you joy, that is part of our journey. And if we ignore that, if we're being ignorant of that, that too is going to make us more susceptible to these toxins, digging their way into various organs and tissues and settling there and then expressing themselves as some sort of, disease or irritation.
Thanks, Patty.
Yeah,
it's very
absolutely.
holistic. Yeah.
I love it because that's what I'm really excited about this conference is seeing the balance, the male and the feminine aspects of ourselves, and both the spiritual self and the physical self, how tied in and how holistic this whole conversation is. So I'll pass it to Will. Let's see what we got going on in the comments.
We got a whole conversation going on.
Yeah, and some of these questions and combos are between them in the chat as well. Let me see. I'm not seeing anything directed to presenters at the moment, but people, you can put question in any of the chats. I can see them all.
There is a question. Do any of the presenters know about ARCHON, Architecture for Cooperative Heterogeneous Online Systems, and whether these constructs can affect us energetically, similar to looshing?
Absolutely, 100%. Yeah, that's all that AI shit.
Well,
we can go into the details, but yeah.
Cool.
So the biometrics agenda. I studied transhumanism for years. Actually, was in a band. Mark was in bands as well. Putting these concepts and lyrics, and we wrote a song called "Predatory Disdain for the Underclass," where I pretty much laid it the fuck out in lyrics, and was bringing it with the passion and intensity that I had on stage back in the day. The message has always been the same, which is the truth, right? We switch vehicles from time to time. I'm actually thinking about possibly doing music again. But the biometric agenda, the fusion of AI technology with the human vessel and the AI timeline, and all of this stuff that's happening with the advancements of technology, this exoteric technology, that it continues to strip us away from the true technology, which is our physical beingness and our connection to the force of the Jedi itself. Patty, you were talking about toxins and all this different kind of stuff. One of the main fronts of the ground of warfare is food. Straight the fuck up. It is so unbelievably important to be physically healthy in context and tapping into the true technology, as far as I'm concerned, because we still have yet to realize the capabilities that we've been cut off from. In terms of the 5 areas that I work to teach individuals that are initiated into the mystery school on my end, which is first the physical vessel, it's the mental and emotional capacities. It is from there your spiritual capacity, and then of course mastery the temporal existence, so that we have enough time, mastering survival, coming into a place of thriving, where we have time to have these conversations and do these sorts of conferences, because we're on our Orlog and we're not being pulled onto this AI shit that's driving slavery further and further into the fucking ground in terms of consciousness integration and the fusion and the simulation factors, all this different kind of stuff, all attributes the answer to the question.
You know, I want to jump off one thing that Sethikus is saying on the physical level. I've been very inspired. I talk about Wim Hof quite often. He's, to me, a human being that has proven that we have capabilities that are, you know, I've been trying to say this. I've known this deep inside for many years. I think it's almost limitless, but, you know, here we see a guy who they've had to rewrite the books, you know, from things he's done, breaking every record possible. And then I've actually integrated some of the things he's taught into my life and, you know, found some pretty miraculous results and find I'm able to do things that I wasn't able to do when I was much younger. So, I mean, I recommend people that definitely take seriously this journey of the body, learning how to your own
people want to negate the physical body too, man, like it's some kind of an illusion. That bullshit teaching that's out there, and we're living in some kind of hologram, right?
Simulation,
right.
Hologram, yeah.
And the difference in terms of that, as far as the contrast and how I observe it, the real illusion, the miasma, is what the fuck has been constructed by them in terms of the structures of slavery, not nature, not the universe, not your physicality, not your beingness here. And as far as I'm concerned, it could possibly even be stated that we are in the highest realm. We've just forgotten our potential here.
I like that.
This is our temple, you know, like Leslie's a dancer. And I think when we use our body and we respect it as being a temple, you know, that gets us into that higher place, right? Because that's, you know, it's the opportunity we've been given. Doriane would be another good one to talk on that, but go ahead, Leslie.
There's a question I think coming out of this chat that I want to raise that I think is interesting. And it's like the difference between detachment versus resistance. And is there a role for resistance? That because the presumption is that resistance is based in fear and creating the polarity of opposition, and that will not serve serve us, that we will not make proper progress with that, as opposed to the detachment. But what, you know, so what is our role here around that resistance?
Well, I'll jump in and say I think there's a balance, right? Something that I was going to talk about in my presentation was symbiosis and parasitic, which you can also look at this as evolution and involution. It's the give and the take, and the growing and then the breaking down in nature. So I think there's not going to be a utopia where everything is perfect, right? We're in a university. We're here to learn and grow. So there's going to be slight resistance, and that can push us forward. The question is, we are so far imbalanced that we're in the red zone, and we're affecting not only each other but the environment as well, the whole system, the whole ecosystem.
I think also of the boundary, like we have to set boundaries or lines about what we're willing to accept. And one could call that a resistance, right? A line like the picture in your presentation, Chris, but how I set a boundary could be from a place of fear. It could be from a place of aggression or resentment. It could be also from just a place of confidence in knowing who I am, and not allowing other energy to encroach on me or push me. Right? The self-defense principle is a type of resistance that's justified, under certain circumstances.
Yeah, I'll speak to the dynamic of resistance briefly. I think there's really, two kinds of true resistance that a human being can offer, and that is either resistance to evil or resistance to truth. And resistance to evil is a positive form of resistance. It means that you're not willing to accept the continuation of the destruction of rights, the destruction of freedom, the destruction of that which is good and in alignment with nature and natural law. And resistance to truth is always going to bring about more evil. There's two ways that people can resist. They can resist truth or they can resist evil. And that goes to the quote by Thomas Jefferson. Resistance to tyranny is obedience to God. When we're actually resisting tyranny, we're in alignment with the laws of nature and of morality, because there is no greater destruction of what is good than tyranny and evil, taking our freedom and just stepping on it and destroying it. It goes along with the concept of, the original wording of, the prayer of serenity, which is, give me the grace to accept with serenity that which cannot be changed, and the courage to change that which should be changed, which should never be accepted. See, there are things that should never be accepted, and if they are happening and they are in place, we should strive to change them. That's the natural, order of things. And there are things that can never be changed, and we have to learn that is just how reality works, and we need to accept those laws of reality. That's how I see resistance being in proper balance of understanding what we should strive to change because it should never be accepted, and what we must accept because it can never be changed.
Excellent.
One thing I want to mention in terms of physical training, without resistance, you're not going to gain strength. You got to add resistance and tension, to the sinews and your muscles, and you got to go through that tearing. You got to go through that pain, the process of evolution, forging the clay, so to speak, take it to Neter Kanum, the self-actualized intelligence that's there within us. So what I have observed, everybody, is the weakening of our culture, the weakening of our world, the weakening of our society. And living by a code and having this as part of my code personally is something that has greatly reinforced shadow work, the process of being able to ground, and you're not being pulled out into the ethers because of templating. Everybody's different in context, but without fucking resisting evil, you're not going to even have the strength to overcome. You can know about it, you can talk about it. What the fuck are you going to do about it? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you, Sethikus. And so often it's like what we don't do are some of the most powerful things that we do are the things we choose not to do.
Right.
Like for me,
just think about it. You're not taking action, man. Right.
Someone brought up in our chat today about when the masks, and for me, that challenge of being sure of myself and knowing that I wasn't going to wear a mask and that I didn't have to, and that it was no one had the right to make me, brought me into all these situations of resistance where my part of myself that wants to be kind and get along with people, I had to bump up against people that were saying something to me they absolutely should not have been saying, and I had to force myself to push through resistance. The resistance inside of myself was like, oh, just take the easy way out and just walk away. But the other part of me was like, no, you really need to say something right here. Something needs to be said. And pushing through that resistance was just like pushing against weights and building my muscle, my confidence muscle, and like what Mark was talking about today, of building your courage muscle. There's a lot of resistance to courage right now.
Physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, and temporal leverage.
I wanted to share something about the psychological aspect of resistance, because we all have parts of ourselves that resist our intentions to do good things. And those parts generally come from a trauma that is based in fear, right? So we have an anxiety that floods us because that part of us that is afraid that we're going to be hurt or damaged if we go do that thing. And so that if you fight it, or if you say, no to that resistance may only get stronger. So one of the tools in, psychotherapy is to get to know. It's to be, to ask questions, to be curious, to have care about that part and why it's resisting, to understand the source of the wound that's causing that defense. And when you start to integrate and recognize that that was an immature part of yourself, that's a part that maybe was developed when you were in junior high, you know, and being seen got you bullied or whatever, right? So then you understand that part to neutralize its fear, and then in building yourself from your center, you kind of, you know, you let that part know you got it, and you don't need that resistance. The resistance relaxes. So I think, you know, resistance, dealing with
it's like a redirecting of the energies.
yeah, and a softening of some energy, of some of the energy. And I
Where
think
where I discover people get triangulated into resistance instead of needing to go into that in terms of, how can I say, rising above the triangulation factor, because it's a polarity paradigm that we live in, obviously, psychologically speaking. And when you're polarized against yourself in terms of the true core intelligence, you will always do everything you can to resist the pain factor. Does that make sense?
it's like
So
the Chinese toy.
it's
You put your finger in, the harder you pull it.
taking the pleasure principle, and they think that this is what's going to heal them. They think this is what's going to make them better, and it's just making them sicker. It's just making them worse in terms of not going into it like they need to.
Here's a good question that I want to bring up from someone. This is Jane in
And it's
YouTube.
hard. It's fucking hard. Everybody runs. You know what I'm saying? I have. Yeah.
Here we go. Jane, how do you know when you're ready to do this work?
Well, if you're
I'll
asking
take
that
I'll take a
question-
shot at that.
Yeah, go right ahead.
If you're asking that question, you're ready.
Yep, I was gonna say.
Yeah,
You know?
man. I was just thinking that. That's
Yeah.
great.
You know, if you feel like you have something to contribute, I would say don't wait. Again, I talk a lot about in my work that perfection is the enemy of good. A lot of people have this notion that they have to wait and wait and wait and wait and wait until they have everything exactly perfect. And this is an illusion, and this is something that will often prevent people from putting out work that is good. It's one of the tenets that I talk about in how to become the true media, because I see a lot of people like constantly striving to be perfect when it comes to, you know, technology or putting out media. And as you will see, there are always going to be mistakes and errors. No one is perfect. Look at you know, a technical error that occurred during this conference. You know what I say regarding that? So what? This event was phenomenal. It doesn't make a difference if there were some technical problems. It still stands on its own.
I
It's
still really want to
fantastic.
see your presentation, Will. For real.
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah.
I'm gonna upload it. But yeah, Chris and I were talking about it afterwards when we started Mark's presentation. We were just laughing at it, like, hey man, the conference was pretty badass. It's like, you know, it's the show goes on. It's all good.
Problems happen all the time. I encounter tech problems all the time. You know, no one is perfect. So, you know, it's one of the things that I find is mentally stopping people. They have some mental block because they feel like they're not good enough to speak on something, or they're not ready to speak publicly. If you're asking that question, you're probably ready to speak publicly because you probably feel like you have something valuable to contribute. And if you do, you shouldn't wait to try to get that dynamic perfect. Create something that is good and then improve upon it as you go. But the important thing is to start.
Yeah, I'll speak because I was that person that waited about a year before I started kind of going public and talking about it. I wanted to make sure I had all the pieces in place and all of this, and it actually took the pandemic to jump off, and then I started doing conversations with like Chris and doing interviews and created the podcast and stuff like that. So and Mark, you know, was great fire under the ass to get the motivation going. But I waited for a year, and even now I'm like, man, I should have put my 0 point right on the table, and that's where I'm going to start and then evolve from there. Go.
Yeah, you said exactly what I was thinking. You know, I think any one of us who's done some kind of presentation who's done something, we'll look back and say, man, I wish I would have got started sooner, because the sooner I would have learned those lessons, and got on to the better things I'm able to do now. The sooner you get started, the sooner you can start making, and we shouldn't even call them mistakes, because that is part of the indoctrination that we've been sucked into, is thinking of learning opportunities as mistakes. Every time something doesn't go the way we're hoping it would have gone, that's an opportunity for us to do the thing again and make it come out a little better. I actually, beginning of last week, re-listened to my whole presentation. It was already done. It was ready to just send it over to Will, and I didn't like it, and I just did the whole thing again. And I'm so glad I did, because it came out a lot better the time when I redid it. And now I'm more proud of it than I would have been had I stopped there. So never give up. Whatever you got, just put it out there and then improve upon it.
Absolutely. I would like to bring up that every time you do this work, I'm not sure if this goes for you guys, but for me, I learned so much more when I started to do the presentations. By doing the studying, by enacting these principles, by enacting this, this essence of trying to drive myself to do something great, to get the word out there. It actually made a tremendous amount of effort in my own learning, my own evolution with the information that I was trying to study. So, like what Mark said, which is what I was about to say, was, if you're asking that question, just go ahead and get into it. Just do it immediately. It's just like a martial art. It's just like any craft. If you sit back and you don't do anything, you're never actually going to learn these things. You're never going to build the skills. And that's what you need to do. You need to get in. You need to practice, just like with anything that you would do in your life, whether it's handwriting, martial arts, skateboarding, doesn't matter what it is. You just got to take that dive and just go head first into it. Like the leap of faith, like the Fool card in the tarot, right? So
I totally agree, and I would like to say that you will not only learn on the way the skills that you will use, but you will get the knowledge. So you will get more knowledge along the way, not only the skills. And personally, when I look at Sethikus content, which is incredible, I'm like, wow, there's this door opening, which is deep and where I have to dive as well. And there's always a new door with more knowledge that will open. It's just like your shadow work. There's another door that opens and you have to work on yourself, and knowledge will keep going.
Right. It's as I've said, there is no arrival point in terms of that trajectory with eternity. And there are many different grid works of consciousness that people are keyed into, not keyed into. But without the proper foundation, you're not going to be able to navigate anything that's revealed in terms of this quest that we are taking. You're going to get caught in all the nets, traps, and snares and the bullshit. And not knowing the difference in terms of certain knowledge that's put out there, where it's come from, how it may have been appropriated, which is most of the fucking shit out there, especially in terms of religion and a lot of other things. When you go through this process, you come to a certain point where you can't go back. Okay. And it's to look at the progression, see how far you have come from the first moment of that spark of awareness. For me, it was when I was a child. I knew these things when I was a child, but I didn't understand the things that I now know in terms of what's been revealed doing research and study. But going through the alchemical rites of initiation, my experience gave me access to Amenta itself. And that's a whole other fucking topic of conversation. How do we actually access the true records and the true knowledge? The ancestors, the blood codes, the soul codes, all these things that I mentioned. And it's a very brutal process. And again, it's what most people have been conditioned to resist. So you only get so far. And then, yeah, you might be getting, a little bit of results here and there, but not to the point of mastering all 5 areas where you stand within the fulcrum of the circle of magician as the pentacle: physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, and temporal existence, mastery of all 5. That's how we are going to gain leverage in terms just at the foundation level. The rest goes from there as far as I'm concerned. What do you guys say?
Yeah, I'll speak to that dynamic a little bit. Again, that level of knowledge and self-mastery puts one in the perfect position to then be an influencer of others. And that's really what magic is. I mean, it's action at a distance. And, people will say, well, oh, magic is just a Hollywood thing or something. It's not. It's a very, very real world thing. I mean, look at just look at the dynamic of media. In general, how many people's minds does that influence and shape for the negative on a daily basis? If we come into a proper perspective of human consciousness by, really understanding the laws of nature, understanding occulted knowledge and wisdom, and stepping into the role of a teacher, an influencer of others, that's action at a distance. There's no better definition of magic to me. And as it has been said, to kind of go back to the main question that was asked there and add this as an addendum, if you really want to learn something at a higher level, then you already currently understand it. Teach it to other people, and you'll gain a whole new and higher level understanding of it.
Yeah, there's something about the mind, that's really powerful. The mind that you get into when you look at something from the point of view of, I want to teach this, you learn in a different way. And one thing I've noticed in a lot of years, I've been in construction work, and there's some people that you try to explain a task to them. And if you give them a concept and you say, hey, here's basically the concept of what I want you to do, some people will fail miserably because they're so used to receiving instructions. And there's other people, if you try to give them instructions, they get frustrated. That's myself in school. I couldn't stand it, why they kept giving me instructions. The only thing I need is concept. I need to know the why of a thing. And when you're looking at things in terms of, how am I going to explain this to someone else? It forces you to go through a whole nother level of conscious thinking and putting yourself through this process. It really produces powerful results. So yeah, the sooner you get started, the better too on that.
Yeah, I think something to be aware of, and I've seen this with people kind of, fluctuating. They're on and they're off, they're on and they're off. It's good to be observant of your habits, right? Because, I mean, even doing this work and learning the technology and trying to get just an outline and a plan of putting out content and types of content, your bad habits can kind of sneak into there and maybe knock you back a little bit. So it's something to just be observant of and take note of, right? I mean, the shadow work it's a process of self-synthesis, and it's ongoing, which leads into the next question, unless anyone else wanted to jump on the last one.
Well, I want to add, as far as making content, it's not easy, because you guys know how much work you put into everything that you do to then, I should say, put out, and then people see the final product. They don't see all the backdrop. They don't see the problems. They don't see, you create a whole project and then your computer crashes and you got to go fix shit and then start all over again, like you were talking about. That's happened many, 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 many times with me, to the point where I want to front kick my computer into the fucking wall.
Right.
Like, what the fuck is the point? And you could also get spiritual attacks. You can get attacks from other, all sorts of things happening in the ether. This is the physical manifestation of the ether, you guys. That's what the internet is. It's the ether, and this is where the real war is taking place. So the contrast in terms of forces and stuff like that, that's a factor. But you really have to be dedicated to this craft. And it's like Mark said, you just start and then you develop as you go. It's like lifting weights. It's like martial arts. It's like anything that you do. And one way to determine whether or not you are a teacher is if you're talking about it to other fucking people. If you're talking about these things with other people, working to communicate, then yes, you are meant to teach. And you're going to be dealing with people that, don't give a shit. I changed my tactics. I created a platform. Now I'm working with people that want to know. And when you start to go into that rhetoric stage, a teacher is also always teaching themselves, going over the content again and again and again, really driving it so that you know it. And not just know it, but live it. And you are getting the results, and people can see the results in your life, and people can see the results like everybody here. Then there is a deciding factor for people that choose to dedicate themselves to this work. There are benefits to it as well. You know what I'm saying? But we have to, develop the state of mind that's going to put us in a position to constantly overcome, power through. I know me and Mark had some technical issues. The last segment I did with him, I was fucking getting all sorts of crazy stuff happen. And I think we ran for about 4 hours or so. I had to go back and do a lot of editing, and it was like only an hour and a half. But he kept on encouraging me. He's like, no, we got to power through, and all these factors are going to come up. I'm saying, in terms of the contrast.
Great point.
It's about being dedicated.
I had something similar happen at the last Seed conference where I couldn't actually access the conference myself, and it was very irritating. I had like internet gremlins just taking down my internet and my power all of a sudden. It was like these forces came out of nowhere to prevent me from actually hosting my own event. But luckily I had great people supporting. Doug and Nate really helped out with that and kept it going. And if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have had a host. So luckily we had a backup plan just in case things like that happen. So it's always good to think about that ahead of time and be strategic and just tactful with how you're going to organize anything. And that even comes to presentations or anything in your own life. Always think about, hey, there's going to be things that come up, and we just have to work through those things and continue to commit and persevere, because great forces will come to your aid if you are bold, no matter what.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, for sure. It's been so hot in California, 110 degrees. They had rolling blackouts, and all last week, Wednesday, Thursday, approaching this weekend. So I got a generator out there, and I had a little car for my van. I can turn that on, and I got extension cords. I was just problem solving all the potential problems. So it's the process.
Yeah.
So we have another question. Let's see. With the great work being so vast and seemingly never ending, what does balance look like in your life? When do you take breaks?
I got a little comment I want to make on that one right away, because that was for me this summer. I had, since COVID started, my life has been like an action-packed story. If someone was there filming it, it would be pretty interesting to watch, because a lot happened. I moved, ended a long relationship, and started a whole new life. And then a few months later, I did it again. I moved again and started a whole new relationship, whole new life. And, I was also trying to do this work on my free time, getting new jobs. And I pushed through it. And actually doing this work gave me a way to work through some of the pain and anxiety and sadness I went through. But, it's never easy. But it actually helps you deal, like what you first said, Patty, when you came in, is how lonely it feels. And when for years you come to realizations of all these difficult topics, that you start feeling alone in the world. When you start putting your extra time and energy into, like, say, making a presentation, you'll feel the strange thing that happens where you become obsessed with it, and you can't wait to get done with your 9-to-5 job and to get back to your presentation. Then you stop watching Netflix. You don't give a crap about Netflix anymore. And you'd be amazed how much time in your life opens up when you just never turn on that damn thing ever again. I don't watch TV. I don't know what's going on in the news. I don't got time for that shit. I want to see Sethikus' videos and Patty's videos and Brandon, and I barely can find time to do those because I'm working on my own stuff, and it takes over my life. But that being said, I had to take a couple months off after all that stress, and I just I was still doing work and some interviews, but I didn't do my regular podcast, and I just, every chance I had, I went out in the nature, I went out to the lake, and I used that time to meditate and come up with the information that I put out in this podcast. So it's a balance, and it's not easy.
Yeah, I think it's important to remember that no one is a machine, no one is going to be able to do this 100% constantly with no break or rest. Everyone, has a physical vehicle, our body, and we should listen to it when it's telling us that we need rest and recuperation. And I mean, if you look at my work, I've taken many hiatuses over the years, and then try to come back into it stronger than ever. But everyone needs rest and a break, and that could take many different forms. I mean, it could. I think really we have to do that on a microcosm. When we're getting tired and something is bringing resistance to us, step back from it, take a break. I tend to work a lot during the day and just rest at night. Not try to so much think about these things and just continuously go forward into the late hours. I used to be more nocturnal and work a lot at night, and I kind of shifted away from that and like do a lot of my work during the daytime hours, and then after a certain time, that's the end of work for the day, and just rest and let the body do its healing and recuperate at night, and then do the same thing the next day. That's the microcosmic level. At the macrocosmic level, sometimes you've been doing it so long, so straight through, you need a longer break, and that's what I would refer to as a hiatus, or just taking a long stretch of time away from doing this type of work to do personal things or things for the self. Again, that doesn't imply selfishness. It implies that you're doing what's required for your body and your psychology in order to do this in the long term, because this is a long-term war and a long-term effort. So that's where I say balance comes in, is understanding how to adjust your work versus rest in the microcosmic and macrocosmic levels.
And it feels good to actually rest when you drive yourself into obsession. You create something that's of quality, and then you're able to take a breath and step back and go, "Holy shit, this is excellent. This is some tasty shit that I just put out," or whatever.
You like earn your break.
That versus just being fucking lazy and not doing the goddamn fucking work.
Yeah, we don't need to be lackadaisical.
Yeah. That's not going to work here. It's not going to fucking fly. That's not the code. Not the eternal code that's driving this. You know what I'm saying? You have to become obsessed with truth and allow truth to be the guide. I'd be up, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, night after fucking night, working on projects, because you just lose track of time. You lose that sense of being controlled by the confines and limitations of what the fuck's been constructed around us. And you're able to flow and move with that energy and be in a position of creation, let alone co-creation with other people. And I think that's very, very powerful. But definitely taking time to rest. I had to do that in 2020 in terms of what happened in my life. I really had to pull back hard because of how hard I was driving everything. And this is something that I've also mentioned to others to be very fucking aware of. If the people around you are not evolving with you, there's eventually going to be a repel. You know what I'm saying? So you got to count the cost, because this path work and this life that has developed that I'm experiencing has cost me everything. I don't know what's been like for you guys, but this has literally cost me everything. Even time with my own son, who's away from me right now. It's really, really fucking hard. But I'm still dedicated. I'm not going to allow circumstances and bullshit to stop me from being in the position that I know that I'm meant to, teaching people that want to learn, really want to fucking learn. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, the things that I'm getting into with my platform, I would say that they are advanced. Not so much for me, but always come out of that place of overflow from what you do know. And then that increases the capacity to learn more and to integrate more. As far as the progression rate, and everybody's on a different progression rate in terms of consciousness expansion, integration. And, it's not just a gauge where you are, but being able to see where others are and meet them where they are. Being able to speak to children, like that presentation that came up after mine, the contrast was extreme. I was like, what the fuck is this, right? I didn't get it at first. But the importance of being able to dance and move and be in any position, I think is key if we're going to evolve. And never fucking forget where you came from, because there was a time that you didn't know this shit. You know what I'm saying? You were completely ignorant and just as enslaved. So
let's see. We got another question real quick. We'll do a few more questions. Let's see. Many here seem adept in energetic personhood protection. Could some discuss techniques you may use to shield up when needed? Many places just unbearable without shielding up, like big box stores.
You know, I want to address this real quick, and then I will pass it right along. Partly what I brought up in my presentation was my moral relativism spectrum chart. And I think that when you're out in places like big box stores, it's important to remember you can never judge people. You know, we worry about judging people, but we also judge people constantly. I mean, we judge. That's part of what we do, is we figure out whether something's safe or not. And I've come to recognize that it's not safe to bring out your most important things with just anyone, right? Like, so you gauge your level of involvement with people depending on the situation. And when I'm out getting my supplies, I'm not really in the place of trying to talk to someone about natural law. That being said, if I met someone who, you know, struck me and they were open and they were wearing a "What on Earth is Happening" t-shirt, yeah, we're going to stop and have a conversation. But otherwise, I don't have time and energy to waste my time with moral relativists. I'm in here to get supplies and get out and get home. You know, I'm here to do a job. When I get home, I can do my presentation, talk to people that want to talk, you know. So that's just kind of my point of view on it. I think it's important not to waste our energy, and that we have to have that energy for people that have earned that energy and that natural energy exchange. But I'll pass it along. Patty, you haven't said anything for a while. You got any comment on that one?
Oh, about guarding on my energy, like a big box stores?
Yeah,
Oh,
personal protection.
I don't know what it is about big box stores, but with those like overhanging lights, I always feel energetically off. I feel uneasy. I feel like something's going on. I remember my dog who turned 5 years old today. I was getting him puppy trained at one of those big dog stores, you know, like, I don't know what it's called, like one of the Petco places, and they had those big lights. And every time during those dog trainings, I would just get unbalanced. And the same thing happens to Walmart. So I don't know if it's just something that I shouldn't be in those places. That's what it's telling me. So I tend not to go there. But I don't know how to reverse that or how to protect myself from that. So I'm listening to what you all have to say. But it's more of like, I don't know if it's the energy of the light bulbs or something. I've heard people say that.
Yeah, I think it's ultimately knowing yourself. I mean, there's no way to get completely away from the frequencies. I mean, unless you're going to go on top of a mountain somewhere and that's where you're going to stay, which I don't recommend. I recommend getting on the battlefield. At one point, I wanted to do that. I wanted to have my yurt in the mountains. My conscience wouldn't let me. Now I'm in, you know, the suburbs, so I can have good internet connection and try to do this work. But taking care of yourself, the elements, right? Sun, breath, water, food, movement,
grounding.
And, sure. Yeah, grounding, absolutely. Cover the basics and the mind. Stay centered and grounded in mind as well. It's so easy nowadays to just have the misdirection and the fear tactics take you away. So, you know, be conscious. Like Crit said, you know, time management, energy management. You know, be picky on where your focus and your attention goes.
I'll chime in on a dynamic of that. You know, when it comes to being around lots of other consciousness, no individual is completely cut off, isolated, or an island in that regard. Other people affect our consciousness, our feelings, etc. And you know, I think it's a big misconception that people can never be taken out of a form of consciousness by many, many other people. I mean, I don't think people should beat themselves up if they feel some anxiety or agitation when it comes to being in a place where there may be a lot of low consciousness and low vibratory energy. It just means that we are all affected by each other. And that means that we should strive to bring ourselves back into balance and not let that make us completely go out of control and haywire. But it means that it doesn't mean you try to completely eliminate that, because that's sort of like burying, I feel, natural feelings and natural dynamics that are always going to be there, and that we shouldn't like just say we have to be perfect, and no matter how degraded the consciousness all around us is, we should just feel good all the time. That's just not really the case. I mean, it's a very impractical way of looking at how consciousness and enlightenment really work. I mean, again, that being said, I don't think we should let it go into extreme forms of imbalance, and we should be able to control ourselves in general. But it doesn't mean you don't allow yourself to feel like that, and beat yourself up over it. Right? You feel it and you let that move through you. Like, hey, that happens to me. I can only stand places like that for certain durations of time, and then I have to extricate myself from that situation. I think that's natural. So, I think that's just a pragmatic way of looking at that, and people shouldn't necessarily strive to completely eliminate that or beat themselves up over it if they, fall short of their perceived expectations of how one should be around consciousness like that. It's my take on it.
Yeah, man, it's obvious that we are surrounded by people that don't get it. They don't understand or even see how we're being targeted on all these different levels. And that, to me, is an indication of how powerful we actually are as humans. So in training yourself how to fortify your field energetically in terms of frequency and vibration, this is what I teach in terms of the technique, the Circle of the Magician. Leslie, you've been initiated into the mystery school, and have you not got results in terms of the techniques?
I think that Circle of the Magician is really, really vital, and it relates to other forms of
right. And it's not to indicate that I'm in the business of invocation, summoning, incantation, or what's the other term? Invoking lesser entities. This is how the circle has been inverted. It's been twisted, right? This is the infinity loop, the Ouroboros that we're caught in. We're being feasted upon by shit, calling upon lesser fucking powers, and you don't even see the power that's there within yourself to fortify your field energetically, frequency, vibration. So a cloaking technique, the ancestors, this is something that they were able to do as well. To ward, you set up wards within your morphogenetic field in context, because if you got holes or chinks in your fucking armor and all this different kind of stuff, and you can't come into an area and deal with the warfare that's going on, then you're not going to be effective. You're going to be infected and affected upon. Whereas this path work requires that we become the cause point. So knowing the difference, there are a lot of techniques that can be applied. Eating right is the main one. You got to be healthy physically, otherwise you're fucked. You can have knowledge about all this stuff, but it's not just knowledge, but health and also application in terms of certain techniques where we are integrating portions of higher self and our connection to our eternal spirit. That's where you stand as the pentacle, whereas the inversion, it's matter over spirit, it's scientific materialism and all this different kind of shit that we're fucking dealing with, the satanic paradigm. That's the cult of Aton, Setu, in context, right?
I like to think about, the field that we have, you're describing, is similar to what Elaine McCusick describes in her book about that biofield. And that also resonates with what I've learned about the Pokpo, which is like an energy bubble, the way that the Pacos, the shamans in the Andean mountains of Peru, their cosmology, they describe that we have an energy bubble, an energy field, and we can sort of pull it in or we can expand it out, and that we have through our intention. So where our intention goes, the energy flows. And so we can intend to move energy and clear energy. So I work with people almost all day, every day, you know, with people with a lot of trauma. And so I have to be really aware that I'm managing my energy field and, you know, not creating or allowing holes. So I create holes if I'm not well, if I'm not well rested, if I'm not eating well, if I'm not managing the holistic habits, you know, well for health. And then I think, you know, I have to be aware of my mind, my thoughts, and how, you know, if I'm getting triggered by what someone is saying, or if I'm triggered in my own personal life, that creates another kind of opening. So it's like really self-awareness and being clean, like, and purifying the energy, I think, through our, you know, moving the energy out, cleansing our energy daily.
And that can be really difficult depending on where you live. The contrast is definitely more thick in the cities versus out in the country. And I've lived in both, you know what I'm saying? I was living like a fucking goddamn hermit the last 2.5 years, finally moved to a new area. Even though the contrast is there, there's still enough nature and, how do you say, levity in terms of the land. The land is very sacred here. Like I said, I have a lot of plans for this area, you guys. And so being able to communicate and, you know, meet on here with this panel today is excellent. But we are in a fucking goddamn war. And it's not going to change. It's only going to get worse. And a lot of these areas are being used as harvest centers in terms of the fucking grids. The false grids, all these false grids that have been layered over, and people talk about grid works of consciousness and stuff like that, but very few people understand the ancient grids that are actually lighting up underneath our fucking feet, like 40 miles the fuck down, where I'm living right now, and pushing out all of this fucking poison to the fucking surface. This is everything that's taking place in terms of the procession of the grand cycle. And from my point of the table, you're going to be on one side of the equation or the other in terms of what's unfolding. I'm warning about next year. What do you guys say? What do you want to see? What do you actually want to see happen in network?
Good question.
You know, I want to go to that, but I had one other thing before you were saying there that I wanted to jump off. Like Doriane, I'm getting the image of her there. She was standing doing her dance, and there's all these people with masks around her, and they're like, you know, got the blindfold on. It's like, in a way, there is a lot to be said for being strong in our own vibration. And when you're out in public, one thing that I found that helps is song, the power of music and song. What you're singing to yourself can give you power, and the breath, within the breath, there's great power too. That's why I brought up Wim Hof. Through his breathing, I've learned to calm myself in situations where I normally maybe not would have been able to stay calm. And then another thing I would say is that self-defense, you know, my self-defense teacher, he's not afraid of anything anywhere he goes. And I heard in one Kung Fu movie, I think it was the guy who taught Bruce Lee, they made the movies about him, and he says benevolence, correct, Ip Man. He says benevolence, right? You can be truly benevolent when you're afraid of nothing, you know? And when you're not afraid of dying and you're not afraid of, you know, someone hurting you, you don't have to be in a state of fear. You walk in a state of confidence, and you can, when you're in a high state of energy and you can sing within your own mantras and your own creative energy, those things aren't going to phase you just as much. But that being said, there's a lot to be said for being conscious of where you're at on a given day. You know, if I was up late the night before, I just had an argument with someone I love, I may not be in the best place, and so I'm going to be more guarded. So it's a lot of it's just awareness of where we are in space and time too. But let's come back to what you said, Sethikus. What were you saying right before I jumped into that?
Next year, how are we going to?
My personal question for the panel is, where do you guys want to see things go in network? Like, what do you actually want to see manifest in the actual temporal physical existence in terms of what we're doing?
It's a really good question.
Chris, your presentation was about that somewhat. What was your vision as you're putting that call out for teamwork and unity and working together?
Well, you know, really who I was directing at it, that was the people that hopefully are listening, that kind of aren't quite where we've gotten to the point where, you know, we've gotten to this place where those of us that are presenting, we know each other's names. And I see the people in the chat. A lot of these people, I've seen their work, right? We've done a lot of this work. What Mark did was creating the One Great Work Network, created that platform, right? And then through the combined efforts of Leslie and myself and Will and the other Natural Freedom Alliance, we were able to create this network within the funnel, right? Now we have the possibility of having a funnel 3. There couldn't have been a funnel 3 if there wasn't a funnel 2 and a funnel 1. So what I was really trying to do was encourage other people that haven't taken these beginning steps yet to start taking them. Those of us that have already taken these steps, most of you are much wiser. You know, we have right here 8 brains, right? Way more than what I could possibly, the ideas I could possibly have on my own. I have this idea of interconnected circles. You know, I think that we form connections between 1, 2, 3 people, and we strengthen those, and then we're able to combine our rings and create chains of connection. And that's kind of what I see. But I tend to see things in a more general, big picture way. I'm looking for other people that have kind of the more specific details of, you know, how are we actually going to do that on a computer, and how are we actually going to create a plan to, there's a lot that needs to be figured out. That's where I need help with. I see the general big vision, and I know there's other people that are better at the more specific, okay, what's the next task? You know, and that's where I think we need the teamwork aspect, where I admit I'm not the best at every part of it. I dream, I come up with ideas, and I constantly will have those. But I need other people's help for the analytical implementation. You know, I can't, I mean, I'd love ideas. That's where I'm looking for help. Well, what do you guys got?
I think one of the things that I'd really like to see, you know, building actually on your idea of what you talked about in your presentation, Chris, which is coming together in a state of unity. It's a state of unity over the knowledge of morality first. Like, I would really like to see more people creating community around first principles, because the types of communities we often see created are done for 3D purposes, you might say. It's to look at problems in the 3D world and then try to create physical solutions for those problems. At least this is what I personally see happening when people are quote unquote creating a community, right? Instead of focusing so much on 3D events and 3D solutions, like, I'm not saying don't understand gardening and permaculture, or don't try to create an alternative economy, etc. I'm not discouraging the doing of any of those things. But what I'm trying to say is that this is mostly all that I see. I don't see many communities such as the One Great Work Network coming together over the improvement of human psychology and the improvement of human understanding when it comes to true objective morality. That's what I would personally like to see more of. And it's because any dynamic that you're going to create in the physical world, unless it has as a firm psychological and spiritual foundation of true objective morality and an understanding of natural law, anything that you build in the 3D domain upon that foundation is not going to be sturdy, is not going to be built on a rock solid foundation. So my ultimate answer to Sethikus' question is, I'd like to see unity and communities created that put first principles first and really unpack the philosophy of natural law to all of its membership, so that they have that firm foundation to then build something on in the 3D sense.
So that being the code.
The code and the foundation, absolutely, yes.
The core value, you know, that I talked about, and I guess the next from here, you know, like what I imagine is, okay, any school, like Sethikus, you're already working on building a school and teaching people, right? Needs to be funded, right? We need to build more schools. We need to be doing more mentorship type programs, right?
To have these schools in the earth again as it was.
Right. Mystery schools.
Legitimate teachers that know the fucking difference in terms of their areas of rhetoric and context. And of course, I would teach from my vantage point. Everybody else, I don't know fucking everything. I don't know certain fucking things. You know what I'm saying? But that's what weaves the thread together. That's what creates community. And in terms of the age and the timelines and all this crazy shit that I talk about on my platform, the trajectory of that timeline is present now. And we have an opportunity to catch it, whereas most people, they're just going to go with the fucking programming. This is going to be very fucking difficult. And what I've recognized in terms of group dynamics, I've been a part of leadership teams and championship teams and all this different kind of stuff. I know how a group function operates in a healthy way versus a toxic way. And if people aren't doing the real great work in context, eventually all that toxic fucking bullshit flies the fuck out in a group dynamic. Mark, you've had so many fucking things happen in terms of networking with other people, different events, and all this fucking fallout and bullshit. So have I. And this is something that cannot fucking happen from this point onward, knowing the difference. Like vetting motherfuckers and not just, you want to be a part of this, you support this, but not actually having a code to be able to, discern. I think it's a lack of discernment because there's a lot of fucking snake ass motherfuckers out there that just, on top of everything else, want to ride in on the coattails of those that have done work, have sacrificed something themselves for this path and have gone through legitimate fucking trials and hardship to be in the position that they fucking are. And that's the mark as far as I'm concerned. Now I just didn't jump onto a fucking bandwagon and not go through the tests and the trials and the actual initiations that are required to reach a certain level. I think the door should be open to everybody, but having a framework that people can come into that's really going to give them, again, the proper foundation, knowing what they're getting into, and then they start doing the work, and then the rest goes from there. And accountability, integrity, accountability, loyalty, respect, and honor are fucking key. It's not just a fucking free for all. We can't just do whatever the fuck we want with the gift of free will. It's a gift given to us in order to master our potential in terms of being human, as far as I'm concerned. And it's just fucking wasted because people think they can just come into some shit and act however the fuck they want, and there's going to be no consequences to that. So my goal in terms of what I built is to actually establish that in the fucking world. Is that ever going to happen? I don't know, but we need facilities, we need assets, we need resources, we need some goddamn fucking leverage, and people get it and want to contribute and have a little bit of obsession towards creating something better as an opportunity for other people to come into and really fucking learn this shit for real. And we're not being pulled out and having to balance our lives with the fucking matrix, so to speak. And I remember when I was able to cross that threshold finally with the mystery school, it was back in 2017. And it was the most terrifying fucking thing in terms of a decision that I made, because I had nothing to go back to now. Nothing. There's nothing out there in the matrix for me. Fuck that shit. And so waking up every single day dedicated, being responsible for our condition, our purpose, our lives, the alignment, all these things that I share in terms of the mystery school, that's something that I envision manifesting in the earth again. And fuck these secret societies. They can't even know what the fuck we know, because why? And the reason why is because they don't do the work that we're doing.
I think it'd be good to hear from Brandon Martin on this, because he's making efforts with his Seed Truth School, and I think that's definitely a step in the right direction. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Seth, because I'm not sure if you were quite done there yet.
Yeah, I think they both kind of covered everything that I was thinking of as that question came up. I think we need a paradigm shift away from dogmatic religious belief systems. And I definitely think that we need to, I would like to see more people take an interest in their own psychology, and then from there build, true principles and understand what comes first, which is morality and understanding natural law, obviously. And then from there, starting to really strategically organize into more groups like this and actually taking an effort into the community so that we can really network and actually get resources, like Sethikus was saying, and really build a strong, tapestry or structure, I should say, a strong structure of people that can actually make a difference in this world. So, I mean, honestly, I don't see things really progressively moving in the right direction right now. And I see things actually going the opposite way, but it is nice to see so many people like this coming together. That's a really amazing thing. So I think that we should be focusing on what's happening now rather than what's going to happen next year. I think what's happening today is very important. And that's why these events like this are so important. We all have different skills. This is something I wanted to say earlier. We all have different skills, and this is a round table for a reason. We all bring these skills to the table, just like what Chris was talking about. He's not extremely analytical with a lot of things. So we all bring all these talents to the table and work with each other on these things. And that's how we're going to strengthen our community, is by understanding our strengths and our weaknesses and helping each other out and becoming more conscious and aware of these things as we progressively move forward. But yeah, moving away from dogmatic religion and moving back into first principles, getting in touch with our spirituality, getting in touch with true source, obviously, source consciousness. I think that's very, very important. Understanding our own dark psychology, entering into the middle chamber and understanding all these aspects of our dark aspects, our dark psychology. It's very, very important, very crucial. So I would like to see more people fundamentally get in tune with the mystery schools, the mystery traditions, Hermeticism, things like that. There's so many things I would like, but what will actually happen, I can't say. It's all up to us. It's up to what we're actually going to do.
What happened on my end, and thousands all across the world have been initiated.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, and I mean, it's like a brush fire, it can take over. Yeah, it can take over super quick if we will it to happen, right? If we will it into existence. So we have to have the willpower to do that. And I really hope to see that coming forward in our world, is more willpower and positive resistance against tyranny, against false authority, against dogma.
Yeah, right, we create it in their fucking faces. Fuck them.
Absolutely. That's right.
And another thing we can do as a community is support one another's work. And when I hear someone who's got like health questions, I'll be like, hey, have you checked out Patty Lauder's work? Someone's getting depressed, I'll be like, hey, check out Leslie Powers. She's been a therapist her whole life. Someone's like cooped up in their house, and I'm like, hey, check out Doriane, learn some dancing. Whatever, each of us have talents and things to share. And now that we're all bringing forward and saying, hey, here's what this person's good at, the more we know who to contact or whose website to advertise for. And this can help each other financially too. In order to get out of this slave money system, we'd still have to deal with this, real problem of obtaining food and resources. And we can help each other with that to some extent.
I would say use their system against them.
And I'm
Go ahead, Nessie.
I want to add something about building relationships. I think that there's been some broaching of the topic of trust and the difficulty of trusting, and the way that you decide whether to trust someone is through interaction on some level. It means building relationship, getting to know people through communication. It does involve taking some risk to move in a certain direction and test out people's character and their stability. I think that's true in person with building small communities and friendships. And I think it's true on our level of working across the internet to get to know each other. And many people are afraid to do that, to reach out, and or maybe if not feeling confident in themselves to even step up and be alongside, others in a round table. And I'll just say it's just so powerful to take that leap, to step forward, to build a relationship, and get to know people, and then you get to build some confidence and trust that will then lead to more collaboration and more powerful work together.
You got to be real from the get. You know what I'm saying? No bullshit.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's
I
right.
think it would be great if we could see more courage also, whether it's to know ourselves, the courage to do the inner work, the courage to speak up, the courage to in our daily life. And there's one sentence I will always remember from Mark Passio's podcast, where he said that Satanism is when you're going to do something that you know you shouldn't be doing. And I have this in my head in every action I take now, even for simple things. Like before, I used to like to play a video game that I knew was addictive, and I had it in my hands when I was very young, like 13 years old, and I knew this video game was not good for me. I would stay hours on it, and even when I stop, I remove the video game from my computer for years. I will still want to play and think about it. I really want to play this game. And sometimes I will put it back and play. And only a few years ago, when I was going to do it again, play again, I thought I had this sentence in my head because I listened to the podcast, and I was like, if I know that I shouldn't be doing this because it's harmful for me, I never feel good after I play a video game. Why am I doing it? So I'm a Satanist then. If I know that I shouldn't be doing this and I do it and it's painful for me in the end, and I'm not doing anything, I'm wasting my time. I could be painting again, or training my dance, or reading, getting knowledge.
The reason why people are distracted by all this fucking bullshit is because they have no real sense of purpose. They don't even know, they don't know who the fuck they are. They don't know what their purpose is. So they're easily distracted into all these things. I stopped playing games when I was like fucking 13. It's like, no, I gotta play the real game. You know, go on the real quest, you know, which is our fucking lives. And
That's
so, you know, seeing it like that, you know what I'm saying?
That's key. Yeah, purpose. That's
Stimulation
really
otherwise.
what we're really all about at the core. And when people don't recognize that, they're confused.
Yeah.
And the thing is that the knowledge of natural law of, for me personally, it's what I found in Mark Passio's podcasts, even if I repeat myself. And I know many of you also had the same experience. But it was this knowledge of natural law, of ourselves, of truth, of true freedom that made everything clear in my life. And there was no doubt that I will go back to do certain things, or I could, like, I don't know, for me, when I think about it, I'm so thankful, because when I look at how I was before, or what I was doing, my actions, or even just my mind, my thoughts, and the confusion, and no purpose or distractions. And this knowledge was really a key that made everything clear, free myself. I became free. And you were talking about obsession. It's like you realize that there's nothing else you can do once you know this is the key. There's nothing else to do, and everything else will feel meaningless. Like I was talking to someone in an interview recently, and I was saying I was dancing for entertainment or for performance, and once I realized the importance of the situation now, so facing reality, and the importance of spreading the knowledge of natural law, I couldn't even feel like I wanted to dance for entertainment anymore. My mind was not into this. I would lie to myself if I would just, okay, dance on this last dance challenge or this last song, or just do. So this knowledge is really what keeps me balanced also, because someone was talking about balance. To go back into just the knowledge of natural, or reading books like Richard W. Wetherill, which are very clear and straight to the point, and keep me balanced in some way, going to nature. Sorry, one more thing I just wanted to say earlier about being balanced and realizing when we are tired. When you do a physical exercise, you will know when you're out of breath. You will know when your muscles are hurting. My martial art teacher always tells us, take a break. Okay, do this line, take a break. But with the mental part, we need to also realize when to take a break with this. And it's easy to feel it physically, but mentally we need to
break.
So
Nervous breakdown. Too much.
Yeah, I think it's important to realize, recognize, and I jumped from another topic. Sorry, but I just realized I wanted to talk
Yeah,
about
no, that was
this.
good. I'm glad you brought that back too, because I remember that part of the conversation.
Self-awareness is so key, knowing thyself.
Yeah.
And attuning, paying attention. And sometimes, being tough doesn't mean that you just keep pushing yourself to exhaustion. Sometimes that means that you take a break and recharge.
It's knowing how to bend like a reed in the wind, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you
the
don't
thing is,
break.
Sorry, when you know how
Flexible, right?
you can free yourself, you want others to experience this. And that's sometimes the frustration I have, is that I have this key for you that can free yourself and you don't even want to look at it. And I'm here just giving it to you. I'm not trying to put it in your brain, like, I don't know, a USB in a computer. I'm just trying to share this for people to free themselves. Like, this helped me to free myself and see things clearer, more clear.
But it's a painful process, and people are deep down, they're scared of that. So yeah.
That's why courage is important, because you need the courage to grab the key and check for yourself.
Yeah.
I would like to add onto something about balance and knowing your own limitation as well. There's a part of you that you need to understand when to take a break, obviously, and you need to know that limitation physically, mentally, and emotionally, obviously. But also, one reason why you need to know that is also that you need to know when you can push beyond that so that you can achieve something even greater. Because that is that resistance. And just like when you're doing anything, there's times when you're like, okay, yes, I need to normally have a good discipline of taking a break and relaxing. But then there's these other times where you're like, I really have to push beyond this barrier. I have to succeed at expanding this barrier and exercising this barrier a little bit more so that I can go further in the work, or I can go further in my exercises or my routines of whatever I'm doing, whether that's your sports, your dancing, the mental work, the emotional work. So knowing that spot and then working with that, you can exercise it and strengthen it, and then it will get bigger, or it will expand so that you can actually go, beyond that the next time. And it's kind of like a current coming at you. You're on a desert island, and you're trying to get over that wave, right? There's a wave coming at you, and that's resistance towards you. Well, yeah, you can wait till that current goes back out, but instead you can also willpower it over. You can use your willpower and get over that wave if you want to. So it's all depending on what we want to get done in this world. How much effort are we willing to put on the great work? And we need to know what we're actually trying to achieve. So I'm not trying to pacify people and let them just sit back and become lackadaisical again and be like, oh yeah, you feel tired here today. Don't worry about it. Don't push yourself too far, obviously. But I like to give them a little bit, like, oh, you can do a little bit more if you can, just do a little bit more, because maybe you can actually do it, but just know when you can and know when you can't, obviously, and if you can't, just draw that line in the sand and say, no, I can't do anymore. I gotta take a break, obviously.
Yeah, you don't want to hurt yourself either.
Yeah. Well, I've been a skateboarder for a long time, and that's something that I learned with skateboarding is that, I would get obsessed trying to land a trick always, I would just do it over and over and over. And even with that pain, even with hurting myself constantly, I might not even make that trick that day. But the next day when I come back and I land it, it's such an achievement. And my consciousness, my body has adapted to it. And I mean, I would drive myself to the ground constantly, just over and over, just slamming constantly. And even with that self-harm, it just disciplined me to get better for the next time that I tried it, So, I mean, exhaustion can be a good thing and it can be a bad thing, just like working out any muscle. You got to work it till it hurts. and then understand you don't want to overwork it or it's going to atrophy. So
yeah,
you need to have perseverance.
Perseverance, right?
Yeah. But then just know your limits where you don't, like you were saying, you don't hurt yourself.
Right,
I totally agree. Yes, that's important.
Wow, I love it, man. It's just hearing all these wonderful minds on a topic. It's really illuminating. You got one more good question or comment there for us, Will? We can pass around.
Yeah, absolutely. And then just real quick, I wanted to comment on what all you guys said. Pretty much, I'm going to keep it short. Doriane, you said courage, and I was thinking about that when you said it, and then you said that you get the feeling, oh, I shouldn't do this or I shouldn't do that. You could flip that around, and I should do this. And I think people, like Brandon was saying, push yourself in a healthy way, set deadlines and set goals, and see how you handle under pressure. And hold yourself to that, and just observe how you react, and then you can squeeze it more and more, push up the deadlines, but it is the courage of doing it. We're in critical times, right? So it's so easy to get in the habit of like, okay, next week I'll do it next week. Okay, I'll do it next week.
Yeah, you procrastinate.
Now get in the discomfort zone. That's where it's about. Get uncomfortable, because that's where the great work's going to happen.
And that's where the challenge to your mind comes in, because your mind's going to resist that. It's going to say it's tired. I don't have time, and all these excuses. I can't do it. I'm not strong enough. I'm not smart enough, whatever it is. And that's where that mental work, that building of, that strong core of knowing who you are and the skills to choose your thoughts that are going to match your intention to take you to the action that you want to do the work.
And I think it's also to find balance in that obsession, I would say, because sometimes I would be working on a video for a day until the whole night until early morning, and then I will be so exhausted that I won't have energy the next day to do more work.
You gotta
and then it would affect my.
You gotta eat.
Yeah.
Sometimes
yes. I eat. And when you really want it to work, and there's some issues and it's not working, and you want your video that day at that time, and you keep pushing. Sometimes I learned that I have to be okay. Let me just post it tomorrow, because now it's like 7 a.m. I've been on it since morning. It's just my laptop is slow or something with the software, but I will push because I want that video edited, exported on my desktop, uploaded online, and I will push until I cannot even open my eyes, and that's not good in the end for the work I want to do and be efficient for the next video, because I will delay everything in the end. So to find this balance in this in the work we're doing,
I would say. Yeah. No, you really have to push yourself, like Brandon was saying, past your set limitations. Again, going back to the narrative that you tell yourself you can only do so much. We can do way fucking more than we're actually doing.
That's right. We're powerful.
And regular training is how you build that capacity.
Build the muscle. Build the muscle. Yep.
Right.
Like any discipline, in any skills, you have to train until you reach another level, and when you look at the previous level, you feel, oh, that was easy when I look at it from that level now.
Yeah, good points, Doriane. Thank you.
So real quick, we'll do one last question and we can do rapid fire answers. We kept you guys on here long enough, and super grateful. This is Lisa, and a few people wanted me to ask this question. Is there a difference between the masculine and feminine sides of the psyche versus the positive and negative polarity?
Yes.
Put it up there.
Yes, there are.
I would agree. I would say yes, they are different. The masculine and feminine sides of the psyche are, you could refer to them as active and passive, or external versus internal. Something that is action-based versus something that is internal, emotional, based in consciousness. And the positive and negative aspects are whether something is in alignment with natural law or whether it is not in alignment with natural law. A lot of people tend to get into the situation where they're seeing the masculine dynamic of consciousness or the psyche as the positive one and the internal feminine dynamics as negative, and that's not really the case. The masculine and feminine dynamics of the psyche and of consciousness have to be integrated as one unified interacting whole within the individual, regardless of physical gender. That mental gender means that we have both our internal worlds and external actions aligned. And that's incredibly important to bring them into congruency and into balance. So those aspects of the psyche are different than positive and negative polarities, which are about, again, whether something is in alignment with objective morality or not, as I would describe it and teach it.
The alchemical wedding.
That's right.
I would say that we all have the positive and negative charge of the energy force, the spindle of the energy force within us as individuals, both men and women. And when you're polarized against yourself in terms of that charge, that's where everything goes into chaos, stagnation, entropy, rot, repel. That's when the energies repel instead of it coming together and creating this symbiotic relationship with electromagnetics. This is how we wield magic the correct way versus it being manipulated against us. And with all the emotional mind control that is taking place, this is how they steal our magic and get us polarized within ourselves, and we're triggered the fuck out, weeping and the gnashing of teeth and the fucking, Ragnarok, factors in our fucking lives that we're all fucking dealing with. Whereas you come into a place of really embracing the embodiment of who you are on all levels, physically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, mastering the temporal existence, getting leverage, and you bring all of that into a place of synchronistic power within yourself, executed higher consciousness, and that's how you're able to open the fucking stargates from within your codes, and now you're able to manifest things that are in alignment with your eternal spirit, and you're no longer polarized or having questions about fucking gender and all the gender split fucking bullshit insanity going on. That's all a part of the neo-feminist agenda, the satanic eugenics agenda presentation that Mark gave years ago. I mean, I share that with all of my students. You got to check this out. And things in terms of social dynamics and all this stuff going on, everything's polarized, but it's polarized on a manipulation, manipulating cosmic law against us. People don't know these things, but also our energy field, our templating. You know what I'm saying? So if we are not embodying the alignment of the positive and negative charge of the energy force, it is more often than not, I would say, being used against us. And this is how they harvest our fucking energy. This is how they're harvesting the soul in context. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll touch on the masculine, feminine. We have the anima and the animus, which that is the feminine and the masculine. And, this is getting deep into the subconscious and actually relates to parents. The anima relates to your mother and the animus relates to your father. So
that's interesting shit.
That's deep shadow work, right? And that's where it starts. That's where it starts, the relationship you had with your parents. And so keep that in mind. That's an aspect that I dive into, because conscious parenting is huge. When we talked about what do we want to see next year, that's what I want to do. I want to get homeschooling is up tenfold. I want to get these parents together and communicate morality to them and principles and community and all this stuff that foundational and must be within these groups and these aspects.
Yeah, and it's bringing together this intuitive aspect, this spiritual aspect, and combining it like with the analytical and more, combining the left and right together, then we get that creative. That's what it takes, and it's almost very similar to what we were talking about, what Mark was bringing up with the teacher's mind when you're learning something to the point where you can teach it. It's when you integrate it, and then you have to add this creativity into it that combines both those hemispheres of the brain, where you're artistically thinking about how am I going to express this, and then you're combining that with the actual facts and the information you've gathered. When you do that process, that brings those together, that chemical wedding that we're talking about, that alchemical wedding. Now that'd be my last comments. You know, I mean, this has been a fabulous day. So anybody else want to close up with some more thoughts on that?
One thing I want to say to everybody out there is that an enslaved individual cannot lead an enslaved individual to freedom. Period. I'll say it again. An enslaved individual cannot lead an enslaved individual to freedom. You can shout about freedom, you can picket about freedom, you can really do whatever the fuck you want, but unless you live it, unless you become obsessed with what it means to become sovereign, you're never going to be fucking free, and you're never going to be in a position to lead yourself, sacrifice unto yourself, your family, your loved ones, the people around you. You start in your backyard. You start in your own, within your own temple. You know what I'm saying? But you have to liberate yourself. In context, all these things have been touched upon in terms of the conference, and that's something else that's really going out hard in other networks of men that I am affiliated with. Enslaved men cannot lead enslaved men to freedom.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's
we have to become the living definition of freedom, as the Sons of Liberty said, which is a great band that I recommend anybody to check out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll give my closing thoughts in the sense that I think that this conference serves as a fantastic example of what people who are coming together and doing the great work can achieve. And I also would like people to see this as an example of what people can put together in a relatively short period of time. You know, this is FUNL's second year. Look at the quality of participants, the quality of production, everything, all the effort that went into all of that. This is work that really should inspire others and show them what they are capable of doing if they only get involved and begin doing the great work. So I once again just want to thank all the participants, the organizers, all of the presenters. The effort is fantastic, and I hope everybody sees this as an opportunity to really understand what everybody out there who watched this conference is actually capable of doing if they put the effort in. So thank you to everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mark.
Yeah,
Much
well said.
appreciated. Yeah, that
well said. And you know what? A year ago, I didn't know how to do any of this stuff, right? So it's like, I mean, taking your class and gathering that information and then just acting on it. So people might see this conference and think it's, you know, it's way above their par, but you don't know until you get out there and check it out and see what it entails. So yeah, great comments. Thanks, Mark, and thanks, Brandon, Sethikus, Patty, Doreen, Leslie, Chris, and everyone else that was part of the FUNL conference.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much, Will and Chris and everybody, for putting on this amazing event. It's very inspirational to me as a conference, host as well. So I can't wait to take everything that I've learned here and apply it to the conference that I'll be having, and hopefully participate or join in to watch the next one whenever you guys do another one. So I'm really excited for that, to see where you guys go with all this.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's all about freedom, folks. That's the answer to everything, as Leslie quoted me.
I remember when you told me that.
Look forward to being in communication with each of you, and we'll keep supporting one another and all the people in our community, and we're going to keep making this thing happen. None of us will give up. Just keep trying harder.
Thank you to all the viewers. You guys have a great night.
Bye.
Bye, everyone. Thanks so much.
Care. Thank you. Bye.
Freedom. The state of unrestricted free will expression. No masters and no slaves. There comes a time when knowledge is not enough. when action is required. Knowledge is potential. The potential to create freedom for all. This is our creation. FUNL 2 Convergence is a free 2-day online conference featuring presenters from a wide spectrum of creative expression, united for freedom and focused on action. Join the Convergence September 10th and 11th, 2022 at freedomundernaturallaw.com. The time is now.